Chapter 1185. At this time, facing such a mysterious opponent, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, the wind and cloud reading network directly raised his strength to the extreme. His battle intent also rose to the highest level. At this time, Su Yan's opponents had completely changed. The will of the Dragon King, the aura of the Netherworld King, the mysterious portrait of the Demon Clan, and the extremely strange and mysterious will of the Great Darkness Descent. These four were their most fundamental trump cards. The few of them were already extremely powerful. In the 5 counties, they could be considered to be the top of the line. But their last trump card was a power that was beyond their own. The reason why trump cards were called trump cards was that they were extremely powerful. They had the most terrifying power and could directly save themselves at the most critical moment. They could even kill their opponents in one fell swoop. Su Yan, I don't know what's going on with you right now, but since you've split into 4, perhaps this is the stupidest decision you've ever made. In this world, it's impossible for more powers to appear out of nowhere. Since your body was split into 4 parts, then your power should naturally be split into 4 parts as well. I have to admit that your strength is indeed terrifying. But I don't believe that after your power has been divided into 4 parts, you still have such incredible power and can defeat us. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake said directly. He was right, and this was the reason. Since ancient times, whether it was the so-called doppelganger technique or outer body incarnation, it was impossible to appear out of thin air. Its establishment must be based on the foundation of energy. Just like the 9-headed demon snake, his doppelganger was actually a part of his own power. When his doppelganger was destroyed, his power immediately suffered a loss, which made him feel great pain. In these years, if his doppelganger had not been destroyed, he would have reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. He would be even more powerful than he was now. There was no doubt that a complete Su Yan was very powerful. Su Yan's unfathomable method from before had already explained everything. When he directly displayed his strength, the 4 top Dao masters were no match for him. Such power was almost beyond common sense. Even in the legends of history, it seemed that no one could reach Su Yan's level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan had created a new history. However, at this time, Su Yan actually separated his body into 4 Su Yans. They naturally knew what Su Yan was thinking. He wanted to show off his strength and keep all 4 of them here, or even directly suppress them. However, in doing so, it would also weaken his own strength. It would be very difficult for them to defeat a complete Su Yan. But now, it was different. A quarter of Su Yan, and they still had their own trump cards. That's right, you're too arrogant. Human, I'll use my dragon breath to burn everything you have and let you understand what true fear and pain are. The blood-winged dragon said directly. At this time, he had already dispelled the thought of escaping. At this time, his strength directly rose and his fighting spirit soared. Darkness Dao Master and the mysterious expert from the Southern Sea also did the same. Their eyes were so cold that it was like ice from hell. The strangeness of this aura was simply unimaginable. I'll kill you. Darkness Dao Master's eyes reflected the light of excitement at this time. Su Yan looked at these existences and suddenly smiled. Then he said, "Good, this is good. If you don't even have a little fighting spirit, then I'll be disappointed." Su Yan seemed to have not heard their words at all and only began to condense his strength. His powerful aura at this time continued to rise, and his whole person's aura was raised to the extreme. All 4 of his bodies were the same. Facing the blood-winged dragon, the powerful blood-red aura seemed to have become eternal at this time. A terrifying and powerful force came crashing down, and the boundless light and fire circled around him. At this time, the fire seemed to have turned into a fire dragon, and then fell below Su Yan. More importantly, the appearance of this fire dragon was almost exactly the same as the fire dragon king that was directly killed by the Godslayer sword. At this time, the blood-winged dragon's eyes revealed a look of anger. How dare you blaspheme the Dragon King? His killing intent had swelled to the extreme. Su Yan, who was condensed from the law of fire, did not say anything, and only looked at the blood-winged dragon in front of him. Blaspheme? No, not at all. He did not deliberately condense the fire into such a form to achieve the goal of angering the blood-winged dragon. Su Yan did not need to use such a method to win. The reason for this was because within the range of Su Yan's contact, the Fire Dragon King was indeed the most perfect form of the law of fire. The law of fire was not unique. If Su Yan could grasp the law of fire, others could naturally do so as well. However, the strength of one's battle strength depended on one's comprehension and understanding of the law of fire. It had to be said that the Dragon Clan was indeed the favored child of creation. Their form was almost perfect. That Fire Dragon King was killed by the Godslayer sword. If it was still alive, who knew how much trouble it could cause? Its strength was truly terrifying, and its aura was even more unimaginable. When Su Yan was comprehending the law of fire, he discovered that its form was perfect. Of course, there must be a form stronger than this. It was just a pity that Su Yan could not discover it yet. Since he could not surpass it, he could only imitate it. Therefore, Su Yan condensed the law of fire into the appearance of the Fire Dragon King. As for the blood-winged dragon's anger, Su Yan did not care. To be able to make this guy so angry was a pleasant surprise. After all, an angry enemy was not scary at all. Anger would not make him stronger. Instead, it would make his flaws more obvious. Therefore, this was a pleasant surprise. In front of the darkness holy man, Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. He seemed to have directly merged into the darkness and completely disappeared. He was shocked by Su Yan's methods. He never thought that Su Yan would have such ability. At this time, his power was constantly changing. The power of the great darkness oblivion had begun to combine with his body, and then turned into an armor. This was the mysterious and powerful part of the great darkness oblivion. He could change as he wished and finally completely merge with himself. Su Yan, back then, you had already offended my lord and even blasphemed against the god of darkness. Since you are seeking death today, I will let you completely return to the darkness and disappear from this world forever. If he was facing Su Yan at his full strength, the darkness holy man might not have the courage to fight with Su Yan. However, at this time, he had no scruples. At this time, Su Yan was not undefeatable to him. The change at this time was one of the powerful changes of the great darkness oblivion. This armor was very similar to the demon god armament. Not only could it increase his defensive power, but it could also increase his strength. At the same time, it could also strengthen his use of the law of darkness. When the great darkness oblivion merged with him, he was almost confident that he could face any Tao's sovereign expert. In fact, he felt that he could even dodge an attack from an emperor expert. With such a powerful trump card, he did not think that a quarter of Su Yan would be a match for him. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan was using the power of darkness. It seemed that he wanted to compete with him in terms of mastery of the law of darkness. This made him even angrier, and he felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. One must know that the Dark Demons sect had returned and they were very powerful in the Southern Sea. Many powerful existences would have to call a person like him ancestral master. However, at this time, he was being looked down on like this. How could he, who had always been proud and arrogant, tolerate this? Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate to attack. Feeling the power of the great darkness oblivion, he directly attacked. Then, he let his body directly charge into Su Yan's darkness. Su Yan, since you are using the power of darkness to fight me, I will not let you down. I will let you sink into the darkness forever and then completely disappear. At this moment, his aura was so powerful and terrifying. The aura that was rolling around was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, the power of the great darkness oblivion rose to its peak. In the eyes of outsiders, this place had completely become a place of darkness. Besides darkness, there was nothing else. Only those who knew and mastered the law of darkness would know that there was a terrifying battle going on in this place. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake was in the most pain. The mysterious portrait he had summoned was indeed very terrifying. It directly restrained Su Yan's power. However, the aura of the law of decay was too terrifying. It was a power that could wither all existence. How violent was that? This powerful power was rolling at this time, like the tide of a great river. Now, the nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on a rock. Although there was no danger for a short time, the tide of the great river was constantly rising. Moreover, it was the kind that was extremely violent. It was only a matter of time before he was affected by this power. The demon snake king's most powerful skill was his poison. However, in front of the law of decay, what was it? Even with the nine-headed demon snake's strength, he could only barely hold on. Chapter 1186. In the last area, the mysterious expert from the southern sea god realm was currently eating a large black sword as he stared at an ice sculpture in front of him. Wind and Cloud Reading Network. His large sword was extremely mystical as it had already connected with his body. What was even stranger was that there seemed to be a soul on the sword. At this moment, it was no longer a human controlling the sword but a human controlling the sword. Such a scene was truly bizarre to the extreme. He stared straight at Ho-E, who had turned into an ice sculpture and then revealed a cold smile. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to trap me so that you can give me a fatal blow at the last moment? His power was already beginning to stir. In fact, his current thoughts were almost the same as the other three. That was to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's existence was ultimately a problem. He was too powerful and more importantly, he was still very young. Youth meant unlimited hope. Perhaps one day, he would become the most powerful expert. When that time came, they would have one more terrifying enemy. Of course, it was best to get rid of such an enemy as soon as possible. Originally, Su Yan's strength had made him lose all hope. But now, Su Yan was seeking his own death by dividing his power into 4. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of him. This was no longer a problem of dividing his power into 4. At this moment, he had to face 4 enemies at the same time. Moreover, none of them were weak. They had just exchanged blows, so they were well aware of each other's strength. These few powerful existences were actually not much different from each other's strength. If they really wanted to determine a victor, it would probably be a battle of life and death. Su Yan was simply too domineering. If he had chosen to leave only 1 or 2 people behind, he would not be in such a dangerous situation. Because the 4 of them were not on the same side and would not risk their lives for each other. The remaining people would definitely withdraw and leave or watch from the sidelines. But he wanted to leave everyone behind. Since that was the case, he would have to pay the price for his choice. At this moment, his power began to circulate and the power of the netherworld began to counterattack. This place had really become a land of death. Ice was originally cold and when the 9 underworlds chi appeared, this place immediately turned into an icy hell. I want to see just how you're going to stop me. His sword turned at this moment and actually spoke at the same time as he did. At this moment, his power began to circulate. Great Netherworld. The Great Netherworld curtain appeared. At this moment, he actually wanted to open the passage between this place and the Netherworld and allow the powerful force to descend directly. Such an aura, at this moment, surged forth like an icy tide. The appearance of this power directly filled this entire space. Then, it wrapped around the statue that Su Yan had turned into. Su Yan, you actually condensed a layer of tortoise shell outside your body. How laughable. What a joke. Under the Great Netherworld, you can only be completely annihilated. The opening of the Great Netherworld curtain was equivalent to opening the door between this world and the Netherworld. To be honest, even he himself did not expect to be able to do this so easily. Of course, this was not a bad thing. The opening of the door to the Netherworld meant one thing: he was already in an invincible position. At this moment, his aura directly increased, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed at this moment. At this moment, he smiled happily. To him, this was definitely the best outcome. He moved with power and was accompanied by the Netherworld. This was the land of ice condensed by Su Yan, but at this moment, he had already become the master of this place. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any chance. In the power of the netherworld, soul shadows appeared one after another. They were extremely terrifying creatures that came from the netherworld. They could devour the souls of humans and fuse their powers into their own bodies. When this power merged with one's body, one's strength would directly break through. Although the Su Yan in front of him was only a quarter and not a complete individual, it was enough. When this power completely merged with him, he would be able to understand the other party's power, and then he would be able to reach new heights. At this moment, a new ambition was born in his heart. Devouring one's opponent and absorbing their power for one's own use was not something that anyone could do. Although the other three guys were strong, even if they could defeat Su Yan, they would not be able to do what he did. Moreover, after a bitter battle, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As for himself, after obtaining a quarter of Su Yan's power, his strength would greatly increase. By doing this, he would be able to gain an overall advantage. At that time, his strength would reach its peak. At that time, it would be his chance. He might be able to devour all of them. Although this was crazy, it was definitely not impossible. As long as he grasped the opportunity well enough, it was very possible for it to happen. At this moment, his power continued to condense, and a powerful and terrifying power directly converged on his body at this moment. The soul shadow had already begun to entangle Su Yan's ice sculpture. What's going on? At this moment, he frowned because he realized that such an invasion seemed to be too simple and easy. The power directly rushed into the ice sculpture, and it did not encounter any resistance at all. He had already seen how strong Su Yan was. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it should not be like this. However, just as he was feeling suspicious, a cold wind suddenly appeared in Su Yan's body. This wind was extremely strange. When it appeared, the soul shadow that had just invaded was directly crushed. So that's how it is. This is a trap. You want to let me enter your body and then kill me directly. That's quite impressive. At this moment, Su Yan directly launched a counterattack. However, this made him feel relieved. If Su Yan did not do anything, it would make him feel uneasy. After all, if things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, now that Su Yan directly launched a counterattack, he was relieved. Next, he only needed to suppress Su Yan's counterattack directly. Su Yan, I have already said that it's useless. The netherworld gate had already been opened, and his power was almost endless. He definitely would not have any fear or dread. His power was rolling, and a terrifying power descended from the sky. At this moment, all of his power was displayed to the extreme. The power of the netherworld became denser and denser, and at this moment, Su Yan's will seem to be unable to keep up. The soul shadow that was formed by the power of the netherworld began to solidify. Su Yan's ice storm wanted to destroy this power directly, but it was unable to do so at this moment. Even the power of his ice storm had been suppressed. Such power was extremely terrifying. The valiant and strange aura had become extremely dense at this moment. 9 Nether Great Demon Sword. At this moment, a huge longsword suddenly appeared in the soul shadow's hand. The appearance of the longsword was like a change in heaven and earth. Endless power was continuously condensing at this moment. At this moment, cracks seemed to have appeared outside the ice statue. As expected, you can't hold on anymore? I have already said that the so-called absolute defense is **T. Under my power, it is not even worth mentioning. His power was becoming more and more urgent. Since he already saw the hope of victory, the next step was to defeat Su Yan in a spurt of energy. Only then would the dust settle, and he would know what was going on. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He was also an expert who had just woken up. After sleeping for such a long time, his power had finally recovered. However, for an expert like him, it was extremely difficult for him to make a new breakthrough. The most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not when one started, but when one reached a certain level of enlightenment. Now, he finally found a way to improve himself. Moreover, this was very likely just the beginning. If his plan went smoothly, he would be able to directly devour a quarter of Su Yan's power. How wonderful would that be? He had already seen that Su Yan's body was condensed from the ice law. After devouring him, he might be able to directly master the ice law and turn it into the source of Tao to supplement his body. His own power of law was the Nine Nether. That was also an extremely powerful law. However, if he could combine it with the ice law, then his combat strength would increase exponentially, regardless of his realm. By then, he would be able to make a move on the other guys. His target was the Darkness Holy Man. The power of the Darkness Law was also of the same origin as his. As long as he could devour the power of darkness as well, the three great darkness laws would be able to attack at the same time. In this way, he would be able to create a snowball effect. He would be able to increase his strength in the shortest time possible, and then increase his accumulation. When all of this was done, he might be able to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Realm. Just thinking about it made him feel wonderful. Shatter and devour. At this moment, the Nine Nether Law had reached its peak, and the Soul Shadow had completely materialized. Under such a powerful force, Su Yan's ice statue began to collapse. That was because his voice was so beautiful. Kacha, Kacha, after a few breaths, Su Yan's statue had completely shattered. I won. Next, it's time to devour your power. The reason you lost was because you were too arrogant. At this moment, his power surged wildly, and he wanted to directly devour Su Yan's ice law. Chapter 1187. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he was stunned all of a sudden. At that moment, he actually did not sense the existence of the power of laws. The power he had devoured was completely empty. There were no fluctuations at all. Latest chapter to read. How is this possible? Why? He simply could not believe it. He had clearly taken the absolute initiative and beaten Su Yan to the point where he could not fight back. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually disappeared. The ice sculpture that Su Yan had turned into was clearly enveloped by his power. However, it was as if he had completely disappeared. His spirit was no longer present. His power was also no longer present. Everything related to him had completely disappeared. This was simply a joke. It was as if he was dreaming. Is this the power of the underworld? Yin and Yang are separated. There is only extreme Yin, but no Yang. Using the terror in one's heart as cold, it devours and annihilates everything. I understand now. Just as he was panicking, Su Yan's voice suddenly rang out. The appearance of this voice gave him a fright. Clearly, nothing existed. Su Yan's power, aura, and even his soul had all disappeared. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually suddenly appeared. It was as if he was simply playing a joke on him. How is this possible? You clearly disappeared. Why did you appear here? Impossible. He roared furiously. It was as if he had gone mad. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared beside him again. Impossible? How laughable. As the user of the underworld's power, you still can't tell the difference? Su Yan's voice rang out again. There was actually a trace of disappointment in his tone. Such words made him the most furious. Impossible. My power clearly engulfed you just now. You clearly couldn't escape. He still did not dare to believe that his power had completely suppressed Su Yan. The ice sculpture that he had turned into had already shattered. Are you still obsessed with your dream? Su Yan's voice sounded again. Everyone lives in the world they know. However, have you never thought that your understanding might be wrong? As Su Yan's words fell, the mysterious expert from the southern sea god realm froze. What? Dreamland? Dreamland? When Su Yan said these two words, his entire body was filled with shock and anger. How could it be a dream? How could it be a dream? Everything was so real, so clear. Icy dream emptiness flower, all of this is but an icy dream, an illusion. Even at this point, you still haven't woken up. You truly disappoint me. Su Yan's voice rang out once again. After that, his figure also began to appear. What appeared in front of this expert was no longer an ice sculpture, but a real existence. His gaze was as cold as ice as he said, "You don't want to wake up? That's fine too, I can die in my dreams." Su Yan directly pointed out with a finger. A stream of power headed straight for his mind. The mysterious light continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into an ultimate power. No. At this moment, the Southern Sea God Realm expert immediately let out a howl of despair as his entire body began to crumble. This was because he had never imagined that Su Yan's power would be able to destroy everything in a single strike. The feeling of being in control of everything instantly disappeared. On the contrary, it was the feeling of having nothing, of being toyed with by fate. Even the Netherworld Gate had not opened. This is the 5 counties and continents, how could the Netherworld Gate be opened so easily? Su Yan's voice rang out once again. He stared straight at this person in front of him, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. At this moment, the 5 counties and continents were naturally much better than before. However, it was still impossible to reach the ideal state. In fact, Su Yan had already tested it a long time ago. Even if he used all of his strength, it would still be impossible for him to open the Netherworld Gate. Only if an Emperor-level expert acted would it be possible to open the Netherworld Gate. However, every action of an Emperor-level expert would be watched by the heavens and earth. Not to mention opening the Netherworld Gate, even walking out of the Netherworld Gate was extremely difficult for them. This Southern Sea creature was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, that black greatsword seemed to have the special ability to communicate with the Netherworld and the Infinity World. However, it was extremely difficult to truly achieve this step. In fact, it could even be said that it was impossible. Everything that had happened before was actually just a dream. From the moment you were sealed in this icy space by me, the battle had already begun. No, you can't say that. Instead, you have already lost. Su Yan's words were simply a humiliation to this Southern Sea creature. Previously, he had already thought that victory was already in his grasp and that he had everything under control. However, at this moment, his power had been directly defeated. Furthermore, it had been an instant defeat. There was not a single bit of luck involved. How could he accept such a huge disparity? At this moment, his aura began to surge. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to stake everything on this one throw and fight with his life on the line. Su Yan, although I don't know what method you used to cause all of my previous attacks to fail, it is also impossible for you to trap me. Great Netherworld Sword. At this moment, all of his strength had been concentrated into this black long sword. This sword was extremely mysterious. It was not made of any material, but was completely made of Netherworld demonic chi. This was something that was directly connected to the Netherworld. Therefore, when he completely released this power, his strength had actually broken through his own limits. Shatter for me. He was also considered a person. Although he still did not understand what Su Yan's dream was, he already knew that at this moment, he was already in an extremely passive position. If he did not immediately leave at this moment, there was a real possibility that he would be trapped in this place. Therefore, he immediately used his last resort and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, he realized that Su Yan did not move at all. His gaze was extremely calm, as if he was just watching a joke. Damn it, what do you mean by this? He was extremely furious. He did not understand what Su Yan meant at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Dream. This is only a dream. Everything you do is an empty dream. You think that you are staking everything on this one throw, you think that I can't trap you. Unfortunately, all of this is wrong." At this moment, Su Yan pointed with his finger. A dark shadow was cast. That dark shadow was actually an extremely terrifying soul shadow. Furthermore, what made him even more surprised was that this soul shadow was actually even stronger than the one he had just summoned. What's going on? How can you use such power? He was completely shocked. He completely did not understand how Su Yan could actually use such a method. However, his shock did not stop there. At this moment, Su Yan pointed lightly again. Then, another wave of power appeared. It was a huge door, the gate of the netherworld. How is this possible? At this moment, all of his power was concentrated in his great netherworld sword. However, at this moment, he actually did not know how to use it anymore. His power was rolling at this moment. All of his power had been condensed to an endless extent. The powerful and terrifying aura was constantly changing. Heaven and earth had already formed a strange vortex at this moment. Indeed, how is this possible? If it was in reality, I naturally wouldn't be able to do it. However, it's not like that here. Empty dream, this is only a dream. You thought that your dream has been shattered and you have already woken up. However, is this really the case? Su Yan asked again with a smile. Such a laughter made him feel afraid. This was a situation where he had lost control of his own fate. He completely could not imagine that things would actually reach such a stage at this moment. Damn it, shatter. His great netherworld sword suddenly slashed out. Originally, if he saw the gate of the netherworld, his heart would only be filled with joy because this meant that he could obtain even more power. However, at this moment, this was not the case. Because at this moment, this was no longer the gate of the netherworld that he was familiar with. No, it could even be said that he did not know what this thing was. The unknown was the most terrifying. Therefore, he wanted to use his great netherworld sword to shatter this thing. No matter what it was, he wanted to shatter it first. However, just as he finished gathering his power and was about to attack with all his might, this power suddenly stopped. His power had actually disappeared as well. Since this is a dream, then everything that you know is actually wrong. Do you think that this great netherworld sword is your power? Actually, it isn't. As Su Yan finished speaking, a wave of power appeared in front of the southern sea creature. This power was actually exactly the same as the great netherworld sword that he had just used. I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to control so much of the netherworld's power. After Su Yan finished speaking, the entire space had become even colder. Even someone as powerful as him could not withstand this coldness. It's time for your dream to end. Therefore, you should completely die in this dream. Su Yan raised his hand. In an instant, faint snowflakes appeared in the darkness. When these snowflakes fell on his body, a bone-piercing cold appeared. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt as if the entire world had completely died. Then, beautiful flowers of ice and dust appeared one after another on his body. Chapter 1188. The ice flowers began to shatter, and in the end, death descended. Just like that, he died. In reality, the southern sea creature was still standing, as if he had never attacked at all. Even his vital signs hadn't disappeared. But in reality, his soul had already begun to feel lonely. The soul was the foundation of everything. If the soul died, then everything was over. And the soul of the southern sea creature was withering bit by bit under this ice flower. Su Yan watched quietly. The frozen dream void flower was a method he had comprehended while in seclusion. If he hadn't witnessed the great battle between the two of them, he probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend it to such an extent. At this time, it displayed an extremely powerful strength. Such a terrifying existence had actually been killed in such a silent manner. Of course, it wasn't easy to execute it. If it hadn't been for the right time, place, and people that allowed Su Yan to set up his trap first, it wouldn't have been so simple. Su Yan's power began to move bit by bit at this time. The power of the Zenith Supreme flowed like a stream and began to analyze. The stronger Su Yan became, the more he felt a thirst for power in this world. And the power of the Zenith Supreme was the best method he could use to understand this power. The power of the Zenith Supreme was incomparably mystical. If it hadn't been for its help, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in such a short time. The Zenith Supreme Sword Soul and Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness had also grown to an unimaginable level. Su Yan's heart and soul grew calmer and calmer. His power and aura continued to change at this time. His entire being had undergone the most thorough sublimation. But it was at this time that Su Yan's gaze suddenly froze. Then, a serious expression appeared on his face. As expected, this kind of existence isn't so easy to kill. Even if my frozen dream void flower destroyed it and its soul is beginning to wither, it still has some tricks up its sleeve. Su Yan looked ahead. When the layers of souls began to disappear, a new soul appeared directly at this time. If that's the case, then that fellow I saw earlier was just a front? Is he just a breeding tool? Su Yan was surprised. It wouldn't be strange if someone's body was used as a parasitic tool. Although it was difficult to do so, it wasn't impossible. But at this moment, his soul had become someone else's outer garment. At the very least, it was impossible for the current Su Yan to achieve such a feat. It was even impossible for him to come into contact with this field. At this moment, the new soul seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes. Eye of the Underworld King. That eye appeared, and immediately, a vast and mighty pressure bore down on Su Yan. Not good, that's a power that surpasses the limit. At that moment, Su Yan was shocked. This power was much stronger than the previous creature. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. Cut it off. In an instant, the countless ice flowers were completely shattered, turning into the purest fragments. Then, all the power was cut off at this moment. The space he had constructed was also directly shattered at this moment. Heavenly thunder. He knew how terrifying this existence was. If he was in his complete state, he could still fight it. But now, with only a quarter of his origin power, he was no match for it. So, he directly used the heavenly thunder. The reason why he did this was not because he hoped to defeat the other party with the power of the heavenly thunder, but because he wanted to trigger changes in heaven and earth, causing the thunder tribulation to descend. He clearly knew that this existence must be a heaven-defying existence. If he didn't have his domain to block it, the aura of heaven and earth would definitely sense it. What Su Yan did was only to intensify this feeling. When the heavenly thunder fell, that mysterious thing seemed to know how powerful it was. At this moment, the light of the eye of the Underworld King dimmed. The thunder of heaven was the most domineering. In a battle between ordinary cultivators, the thunder technique was already extremely fierce. Just like Zhang Daqian, he used the thunder technique to show his divine power in the western wilderness and the northern region. If the heavenly thunder was released by the heavens, its power would be even more terrifying, and the extremely powerful force would directly erupt. The terrifying divine power was immeasurable. Even if it was a sovereign or a saint venerable, if they were watched by the heavens, they would feel uncomfortable. If the heavenly tribulation was strong enough, their lives would be in danger. At this moment, the aura of the eye of the Underworld King was indeed terrifying. However, once it was watched by the heavens, it was already uneasy and did not even know what to do. At this moment, it originally wanted to erupt with an extremely powerful attack and directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan made a prompt decision and triggered the heavenly thunder. It immediately chose to retreat, not daring to fight with the heavenly thunder. The eye of the Underworld King cut through a space barrier, and in an instant, a crack appeared. That was the Real Netherworld Gate. Of course, it was only a crack, but it was already terrifying enough. This was not a dream, but reality. To be able to directly open a space in the 5 counties at this time, this power was already extremely powerful. Want to leave? At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly. His power suddenly burst out, and a powerful aura directly grabbed towards it. At this point, Su Yan naturally would not let it leave. Su Yan's ice transmogrification actually created a crack in the Netherworld's gate. The appearance of such a crack was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was changing bit by bit, and his condition had already been raised to the extreme. At this moment, another battle was already in full swing. Su Yan's Fire Dragon King, which was transformed from flames, directly started to fight with the blood-winged flying dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon could be said to be incomparably furious. Su Yan's blasphemy against the Dragon King made it have an extremely strong killing intent in its heart. Moreover, it was once Su Yan's mount, which was also a great humiliation to it. Therefore, at this moment, it would definitely not give up and wanted to completely kill Su Yan. At this moment, its power was still increasing because it had already directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. The Dragon King's fire was the most powerful power bestowed to it by the Dragon King. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary subdivine tool. At this moment, it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. It could feel the Dragon King's fire burning continuously in its body. In this way, its battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. Even its own realm was beginning to increase. If it were any other time, it would not dare to do this because its body might not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, it could no longer care so much because it wanted to kill Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was already different from before. The current him was really terrifying to it. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it was still impossible for it to defeat it. Therefore, at this moment, it was so angry that it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. At this moment, it only felt that it was an unimaginable power. If it did not release this power, its body would explode. But now, it was just the right time for it to release all of its power. The extremely powerful power was constantly rioting at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a storm sweeping through. Waves of dragons might cover the sky and the earth, and even force the flames to retreat. However, even though his attacks were ferocious, he discovered one thing at this time. That was, he seemed to have no way of dealing with Su Yan. Su Yan had been standing on top of the Dragon King that he had conjured with the power of flames, and then dodged his attacks. No matter how fierce its power was, it could not defeat this power at the beginning. It seemed that every time, he was just a little bit away from being able to kill Su Yan. However, it was because of this little bit of difference that allowed Su Yan to escape the calamity. Damn it, didn't you want to kill me? Do you only know how to dodge like this? The blood-winged dragon roared angrily. At this moment, Su Yan dodged another dragon breath and said, "You actually want to provoke me? Hee, your current power is not all of your own. The power of the Dragon King's fire is still beyond your imagination, so you can't wait to fight with me and use my power to refine the Dragon King's fire, right?" Su Yan directly saw through its purpose and pointed it out. Hearing Su Yan's words, the blood-winged dragon was extremely angry. Since Su Yan had seen through its situation and its purpose, then it was estimated that he would not fight with it at this time. But at this moment, Su Yan changed the topic and said, "But it doesn't matter. You think that you have reached the true peak and exceeded your expectations, then I will directly defeat you and let you see how powerful I am." Su Yan's body suddenly came to a halt. Then, he suddenly blasted out a punch. Such a punch directly rushed into the sky. It was actually aimed at the dragon's breath that was shooting towards him. You actually chose to fight head-on. The blood-winged dragon was shocked, but then it was pleasantly surprised. What it was most afraid of was that Su Yan would not fight with it, but instead constantly contend with it, wasting its power. But at this time, since Su Yan had already released all of his power, it was the best thing for it. Its aura directly swelled at this time, and its whole body's power surged, directly pushing its power to the peak. At this time, Su Yan spoke again. "From the moment you chose to betray me, there was karma between you and me. In fact, I didn't have much resentment towards you. After all, I understand that you had no choice but to submit under the pressure of the Godslayer sword. It's just that you used Dragon Island to almost kill me. Although your original intention was not to target me, it has already involved my life and death, so I naturally have to take revenge." At this time, Su Yan's whole body immediately began to surge. The endless flames were completely released, and the endless sparks were like a volcano. Chapter 1189. The terrifying power of the flames continued to converge, forming one flaming dragon after another. Although these flaming dragons did not have the appearance of the Fire Dragon King, they were still extremely ferocious, as if they were real dragons. Full text read. The blood-winged wyvern's pressure suddenly increased when such power appeared. His entire body was enduring an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, everything that Su Yan had displayed made him feel a sense of dread. He had never thought that Su Yan's strength would be so powerful. However, the more this was so, the more challenging it was for him. Every powerhouse had the heart to become even stronger. He was naturally the same. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was not without conditions. The fire of the Dragon King was his best condition, and also his most reliable method. As long as he could defeat Su Yan, his strength would naturally increase rapidly. In the end, he would be able to break through his current self. His goal was to become the new Dragon King. Therefore, when Su Yan displayed such great power, not only did he not feel any fear, but he also roared excitedly. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he said, "Not bad. It seems that you have finally begun to face yourself and understand that you want to become even stronger. That's good." That was what the blood-winged wyvern thought, but was Su Yan not the same? The reason why he had split himself into 4 and used different origin energies to create new clones was to use these powerful fellows to continuously train himself and allow his strength to break through. Thinking hard had allowed him to improve a lot. However, he was very clear that he had to do this. If he wanted to truly master what he had comprehended, then the best method was to fight. That was why he made such a choice. At this moment, hundreds of flaming dragons charged towards the blood-winged wyvern. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern was indeed incomparably ferocious, as if he was a god of war. When the power came rushing at him, he immediately used his own power and sent the fire dragon flying. Roar, the wrath of the Dragon King. The Dragon King's wrath was completely unleashed. The terrifying aura was like a whirlwind. At this moment, blood-red flames appeared directly outside his body. He completely combined his own power with the Dragon King's fire and condensed it into a brand new power. And this power belonged to him alone. This guy was indeed an extraordinary existence. If not for this, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not have helped him back then. After all, one would have to pay a huge price to break the blood essence contract. Not to mention, this blood-winged wyvern wasn't a pure-blooded dragon. Blood and fire engulfed the world. His power was filled with true wildness. When this power was directly activated, it immediately began to engulf everything. Under this power, everything began to be annihilated. That terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, his wings flapped continuously, and gusts of wind appeared one after another. Blazing sky. This was the powerful power he had just comprehended. He used the dragon wings to condense a powerful whirlwind, and then used it to ignite a terrifying flame. When the power of the flame directly rushed out, it immediately displayed the most terrifying aura. Such power constantly collided between heaven and earth. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be sinking down. Everything was immediately engulfed and condensed. Under the impact of this power, the Fire Dragon King condensed by Su Yan began to dim. "You lowly human, how dare you blaspheme the power of the Dragon King, and vainly attempt to condense the Fire Dragon King with your own power. You're simply courting death. I'll let you understand what true fear is." His power increased once again. One had to admit that the Dragon King's fire was really powerful. It actually allowed the blood-winged wyvern to continuously break through. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern's body had already changed. His dragon scales began to become finer and denser. To a large extent, the bloodline of the dragon clan could be seen from the dragon scales. At this time, his dragon scales began to transform, which also meant that his dragon blood was beginning to erupt and transform into a purer bloodline. He was already extremely talented. If his bloodline was upgraded at this time, then his strength would increase again, and his strength would reach a whole new level. At this time, his aura began to rise continuously. "Su Yan, this time, I'll kill you, devour your laws, and then break through to the Dragon King." At this time, he was completely confident and had his own goal. Moreover, he felt that it would not take too long to achieve this goal. Su Yan was still expressionless as he dissolved the power that had yet to arrive. Su Yan's fire Shura's aura also became more stable at this time. Actually, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to Dragon Island and be valued by the Dragon King. At this time, he became more and more proud. Now, he had firmly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Hee, as expected. What nonsense is this about offending the Dragon King's anger? The glory of the Dragon Clan is actually fake. You're not a true dragon, so where did the glory of the Dragon Clan come from? You're just putting on an act to deceive the Dragon King and even yourself," Gu Shenwei said. As Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged wyvern immediately became furious. Because Su Yan had hit the nail on the head. Whether it was a human or a dragon, as long as it was an intelligent creature, it would have its own weakness. When its inner thoughts were directly spoken out, it would naturally become angry. It was the kind of anger that came from the things it had been hiding being directly exposed. "You damned fool, doing this will only speed up your death." He decided to tear Su Yan apart bit by bit and let him know how powerful he was. Su Yan said mockingly, "What, I hit the nail on the head, so you're incomparably irritable?" Unknowingly, Su Yan had actually begun to turn the situation around. However, the blood-winged wyvern had yet to realize this. In a fight between true experts, if one couldn't even control one's own mind and was seen through by others as a weakness, then it was actually very dangerous. Shura split, burn. Su Yan suddenly used a move. His power immediately appeared. That terrifying aura constantly flickered at this time, and his powerful strength had already reached an unparalleled level. At this time, his power was rolling, and all the aura between heaven and earth changed. This was the world condensed by Su Yan, so all the flames were under his control. At this time, even the blood-red flames were affected by his power. My flames, how is this possible? The blood-winged wyvern was shocked. It had clearly suppressed Su Yan just now, so why was Su Yan showing signs of turning the situation around in the blink of an eye? Nothing is impossible. Your Dragon King's fire is indeed powerful, but you're not enough. Not only is your strength, but your temperament is also the same. You don't have the courage to go in. Everything is just a lie to yourself. Su Yan reached out and grabbed, and immediately, a huge handprint appeared. Dragon capture. When that power appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying aura, as if it wanted to grab the blood-winged wyvern in its hand. How inconceivable was that? The blood-winged wyvern only felt its whole body trembling. Of course, it couldn't let Su Yan have his way. If that was the case, it wouldn't even have a chance to live. At this time, Su Yan's power changed again. His aura was rolling at this moment, and the light between heaven and earth sank at this time. Such a change was unimaginable. At this time, all of his power had reached the most terrifying level. The flames were like huge waves, suppressing one after another. It had already wrapped the blood-winged wyvern in it. Blood-winged wyvern, I've already said that we have to settle the grudges between us. In fact, this is your only chance. This is already the greatest power I've gathered. If you can break through the suppression of my power, then you can escape with your life. But if you can't, then stay here forever. Su Yan suddenly shouted. In the world of flames, he seemed to have turned into a god. Although the means he displayed couldn't be compared to when the two deity-like existences had fought back then, his use of laws was exquisite to the extreme. Every power could be used perfectly by him. Everything changed. Everything was under his control. Su Yan, you can't trap me, and you can't win against me. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern was constantly roaring. At the same time, the terrifying Dragon King's fire began to merge with its body. With the help of the power of the Dragon King's fire, its transformation became faster and faster. Its strength also increased at an even more terrifying level. At this time, it was moving forward step by step, its entire person exuding the most terrifying aura. The dragon's aura began to transform. In today's battle, I'll defy the heavens and become a dragon king. And you, Su Yan, will definitely become my stepping stone. At this time, it knew that it had reached an extremely important juncture. If it could withstand it and directly defeat Su Yan, then it would be able to completely transform, break through the current barrier, and even become a dragon king. If it failed, then everything would be over. But it believed that there were no ifs. The final winner would be him. At this time, in the distant Dragon Island, a Dragon King opened its eyes. He's actually going to use the Dragon King's fire to break through to the Dragon King realm? I wonder if this guy can succeed. If he can, my Dragon Island will welcome a new Fire Dragon King. Chapter 1190. That flame of the Dragon King was the flame left behind after the death of the Fire Dragon King. Read the full text. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was killed by the Godslayer sword. However, thanks to the protection of the Dragon God, he was able to leave behind the last flame as an inheritance. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern seemed to be digesting his power before undergoing the final transformation. The blood-winged wyvern's bloodline was impure. On Dragon Island, even the average giant dragons would not pay much attention to him. However, if he truly became the Fire Dragon King, then everything would change. He could become an existence on par with him and get along with him as an equal. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become the Dragon King. However, no matter what, this could not be taken lightly. After all, it was significant for Dragon Island to have another Dragon King. Therefore, this powerful Dragon King decided to protect him personally and ensure that the blood-winged wyvern could become the Dragon King. Is he trying to become the Dragon King? Su Yan continued to suppress his power. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Trying to become the Dragon King was an extremely terrifying matter. If he could not suppress it, then he might have to face a Dragon King. Although it was only a difference of one step, the gap between them was too big. The difference of one step was the difference between heaven and earth. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even if he was in his strongest state, facing a Dragon King, his chances of victory were not high. Sword of Blazing Fire, Will of Shura, Extermination. The Fire Dragon King under Su Yan's body changed again. It turned into an extremely terrifying divine sword of blazing fire. Not only did this divine sword of blazing fire contain the most terrifying Will of Shura. That was the combination of blazing fire and Shura. The explosive power contained unimaginable destructive power. The moment this power was unleashed, the flame barrier began to tremble. It was as if all the power was swept away by this terrifying aura. This was the most powerful sword that Su Yan could release at the moment. With such power surging, all the power between heaven and earth had reached an extremely terrifying level. This violent and terrifying power continued to accumulate at this moment. Unknowingly, it had already caused the weather to change, directly affecting the sky in the outside world. At this moment, the sky of this battlefield gradually began to change. Strands of power seemed to directly split the sky. The power of ice and lightning intertwined, the burning power of the raging flames, the decaying laws of the sky, and finally the space swallowed and annihilated by the darkness. Such a battlefield was simply incomparably frightening. The people below simply didn't dare to imagine the scene at this moment. Such a scene was like the end of the world for them. Is this Su Yan's strength? Holy Flame Ling Likong was extremely solemn. Originally, although he didn't doubt the Tianji elders' calculation, he always felt unconvinced. After all, Su Yan had no achievements in the past 10 years. Even his figure had never appeared. However, not long ago, when Yun Wanxing was going through the tribulation, Su Yan directly appeared. He already understood that he was definitely no match for Su Yan. The gap between the two was even very large. At that time, he even felt that he was not qualified to be a heavenly king on par with Su Yan. And this time, when Su Yan appeared, his strength was even more terrifying. He was directly fighting against 4 people. It should be known that the person he was facing was not an ordinary expert, but a peak Dao master who truly possessed extremely terrifying and powerful strength. Even if there was only one of them, he would not be a match for them. However, Su Yan had directly challenged 4 of them by himself. He was so strong and so overbearing. Just what level has he reached? He muttered to himself. At this moment, a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared in the sky. The radiance penetrated through the 4 battlefields and suppressed everything. Okay, it's almost over. Today, all of you will stay here. Su Yan's voice directly sounded at this time. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, Su Yan was already strong enough when he divided into 4 and suppressed the 4 sides. However, at this time, he actually burst out with such power. At this time, all the power directly swept out, and the power of the 4 rules began to gather at the same time. What is this? Why is that power so amazing? They simply couldn't believe what they saw. This level of power was already beyond their imagination. At this time, the power gathered at this time, and actually wanted to kill all 4 experts. Not to mention whether it could be achieved, just this mentality alone was already extremely terrifying, and it made everyone tremble a little. Su Yan, to think that he has already become so powerful. The current Yi Shinkong didn't know how much stronger he was in the past. He knew that he had worked so hard mainly because he wanted to catch up to Su Yan's footsteps. At the very least, he couldn't let Su Yan fall too far behind him. But at this time, it seemed that many things were fate. No matter how hard he worked, the gap between them was still too far. Not only did the gap not shrink, it grew bigger and bigger. He couldn't help but feel a bitter feeling in his heart. Of course, he quickly threw away this thought in his heart. As the saying goes, do what you can and leave it to fate. There were many things that the supervisor couldn't decide. He had worked hard enough, and this was already very good. Under Su Yan's power, the first thing to be destroyed was the strange spirit that appeared in the southern sea creature. He was bombarded by the power of heavenly lightning and trapped by Su Yan's power of ice and snow. Although his essence was strong, Su Yan could already see that this was only a small part of his body. This existence must have also suffered an unimaginable tribulation. Even though he had used extremely terrifying means to survive, it was extremely difficult for him to recover his former strength. Especially at this time, he was targeted by the power of the heavenly tribulation, and his own power was once again bombarded. He was directly destroyed. The moment he died, Su Yan opened his hand and gathered his powerful power. This power of the underworld was almost like a poison to the people of the Wuji realm, but it was not so to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed to do next was to directly destroy the other 3 existences. But at this time, another unforeseen event occurred. The area where the blood-winged dragon was directly broken through, and then an extremely terrifying majestic aura rushed into the sky. Dragon's majesty. And this was not an ordinary majesty, but a majesty that belonged to the Dragon King. The majesty of the Dragon King appeared at this time. The blood-winged dragon was about to break through. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful strength, he finally broke through the shackles, broke through all restraints, and was about to break through the realm of the Dragon King. Lowly and shameless human, you are no match for a great Dragon King, so are you ready to die? His body broke through all obstacles, and then flew into the sky. But at this time, Su Yan's body suddenly changed. The 4 figures disappeared at the same time. As expected, it's still too difficult to kill all of you at the same time? Su Yan muttered to himself. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations, and it was not that he was not strong enough. It was that those guys had too many tricks up their sleeves, one after another, endless. Such means were simply unimaginable. Especially the blood-winged dragon. At this time, he actually directly broke through, and then his strength completely rose to the peak. The majesty of the Dragon King had become extremely terrifying at this time. If he completely became the Dragon King, then this majesty would become even more terrifying. Su Yan, I want to defy the heavens and become the Dragon King. You are no match for me. The blood-winged dragon could be said to be extremely proud at this time. At that moment, he really felt that he was about to die. Such a terrifying and violent pressure was simply unimaginable. Shura's flaming sword was almost a death sentence to him. But at that time, the Dragon King's flame was actually completely activated. He was about to die, but at that moment, he was saved from death's door, and received the recognition of the Dragon King's flame. The Dragon King's flame was left behind by the Fire Dragon King before he died. His soul was cut by the Godslayer sword. Even if the Godslayer sword was weak, it was not something that a Dragon King like him could resist. His soul could not be reincarnated and restored. Therefore, at the last moment, he chose to leave his inheritance behind. He hoped to make his final contribution to Dragon Island. Although the Dragon clan was arrogant and conceited, they had always valued their own clan. Originally, although the blood-winged dragon's strength was strong, it was impossible for it to be recognized by the powerful Fire Dragon King. But when Su Yan's Shura's sword will fell, the unwillingness to die awakened the last of his will. Therefore, the Dragon King's flame and the blood-winged dragon merged perfectly. Become the Dragon King? I've been waiting for this moment. At this time, Su Yan also directly went against the heavens. His power was gathered again, and a monstrous majesty immediately appeared. His majesty was already extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was even stronger than before. The nine-headed demon snake and darkness holy man finally broke free from Su Yan's power, but at this time, they were already afraid. Damn it, that guy is so strong. If not for the protection of the mysterious portrait, the nine-headed demon snake would have been swallowed by the decaying law. And darkness holy man was even worse. His great darkness descent was seriously damaged, and even his origin was in danger. If not for the sudden explosion of the blood-winged dragon, which forced Su Yan to merge his body and suppress the blood-winged dragon that was about to become the Dragon King, he would have been swallowed by Su Yan at this time. Chapter 1191. However, he still managed to survive. No matter what the reason was, it was good that he was still alive. Latest chapter to read. To him, this was a great blessing. Even though this opportunity seemed to be much better, at this moment, he was already scared. After witnessing Su Yan's strength and terror, he no longer dared to stay here any longer. He already knew that Su Yan now possessed the qualifications to fight against a venerable emperor. And the blood-winged dragon was about to break through to the Dragon King's realm. That was also extremely terrifying. If the strength of the two was only average, and not much stronger than him, he might have chosen to watch from the sidelines. Then, at the last moment, he would directly strike and deal a fatal blow. But now, he no longer dared to do so. He no longer had the qualifications to watch. Whether it was Su Yan or the blood-winged dragon, their methods were too powerful. In the end, unless they perished together, as long as they were still alive, he would not be able to deal with them. Damn it, these two are simply freaks. He was extremely angry. At this moment, he did not even see how strong Su Yan was. This was also what made him extremely afraid. At this moment, he saw the nine-headed demon snake. This nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on par with him, and had suffered a great loss just now. At this moment, the two of them actually had a feeling of appreciation for each other. But in the end, they still chose to leave. Su Yan did not care about their departure at all, because at this moment, he did not seem to have the energy to care about their lives. His strength was tumbling, and that violent and terrifying aura was constantly rising at this moment. Because the Dragon King's prestige was extremely terrifying, he had to increase his strength at this moment. Only then could he deal with the opponent's terrifying strength. Su Yan had already begun to activate the Taiji sword. In the past 10 years, the Taiji sword had been nourishing his body. Back then, he was the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. However, the Godslayer sword did not choose to take his life in the end. Instead, it gave him a lot of pointers. During that period of time, Su Yan's understanding increased day by day. It was at this time that he comprehended the way of nurturing the divine sword. However, he now put it into practice. Su Yan's power surged. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. That terrifying aura had already reached the point of lawlessness at this time. His power continued to run at this time, and then began to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. This was also one of Su Yan's realizations. It was important for one's own strength to be strong. However, if one was able to form a connection with the power of heaven and earth during battle, one would be able to increase one's aura to the extreme. The boundless power of heaven and earth was being used by him. How powerful would the power he unleashed be? Even Su Yan himself couldn't imagine it. At this moment, his aura started to become heavy. The blood-winged flying dragon's aura was still rising. Finally, a ray of brilliance shot out from Su Yan's eyes. I can't wait any longer. Supreme extermination. His sword move directly exploded. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword chi vortex appeared. The sword chi vortex seemed to be the most fundamental origin of heaven and earth. Such power surged and moved. It was simply unimaginable. Among the terrifying aura, there was the domineering power of lightning, the ferocity of hurricanes, the heat of raging flames, and the coldness of ice. This was simply a terrifying thing. A single sword intent was actually able to strike together so much power. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have already suffered a backlash before they could even use this sword intent. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he did it directly. His power continued to run. That terrifying aura was extremely ferocious. Such power was not inferior to the heavenly tribulation in terms of power. It was even more powerful. At this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly raised its head. Its head faced the sky. At this moment, there was a change on its head. The most obvious change was the dragon horn. A dragon horn actually grew out of its head. This dragon horn was not an ordinary object. It was a symbol and also the condensation of laws. When this dragon horn appeared, it meant that it had transformed into a dragon king. When this dragon horn was completely formed, it would become a true dragon king. Su Yan was not surprised by this change. At this moment, he directly went towards the dragon horn. Su Yan was waiting for the blood-winged flying dragon's transformation not only to accumulate his own power, but also to directly seize the dragon horn. The dragon horn hid the soul. Now that his square small world had just formed, it needed a strong soul to suppress it. The square seal originally used the 4 symbols to suppress. Now, his square small world already had the soul of the black tortoise. Although it was an incomplete black tortoise, it still had the origin of the black tortoise. As long as Su Yan's square small world could finally form, the soul of the black tortoise would also be upgraded. At this moment, Su Yan's goal was to obtain the dragon's soul and add another object to his square small world. His power continued to surge. That aura was simply incomparably terrifying at this moment. Such power, the changes between heaven and earth, everything had already become a song and an eternal song. At this moment, Su Yan's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn it, I am the Dragon King. My dignity is not to be violated. The blood-winged flying dragon roared. At this point, how could it be willing to be stripped of its power like this? Therefore, it let out a furious roar in an attempt to make Su Yan retreat. However, Su Yan would not. At this moment, Su Yan had already raised all his power to such a level. How could he let it break free and transform into a dragon king? The exalted annihilation had already slashed down. However, at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared outside the body of the blood-winged flying dragon. The flame appeared and blocked Su Yan's sword. A remnant soul? At this point, you still want to cause trouble. You are simply courting death. Su Yan snorted coldly. He could already tell that the remnant soul was the last remnant consciousness of the Fire Dragon King. Obviously, it knew that its successor was in danger at this moment and wanted to use its last bit of power to protect him. Su Yan's exalted annihilation was directly neutralized by it. However, that was merely a single strike. Su Yan snorted again. I want to see how many attacks you can block for him. Exalted Thunderbolt Slash. He gathered his power again. This time, it was even more domineering. He directly used the exalted power to control the lightning of heaven and earth to attack, wanting to destroy the Fire Dragon King directly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "I am the new Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. How can I allow you to offend me?" The voice sounded as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart. This kind of power had actually forcefully severed the connection between Su Yan and the world. Su Yan was extremely shocked. The Emperor-level Dragon King. A powerful Dragon King appeared at this time. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Previously, he dared to let the blood-winged flying dragon accumulate power because he was sure that the real Dragon King would not be able to come. Once he made a move, he would definitely be targeted by the powerful laws of heaven and earth. However, at this time, the powerful Dragon King still came. When the Dragon King arrived, the laws of heaven and earth also appeared at the same time. The majesty of the laws of heaven and earth was undoubtedly displayed at this time. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surged. The terrifying lightning bolts were many times stronger than before. At this time, the extremely strong power turned into countless terrifying oppressive forces that ruthlessly pressed down. This kind of power was truly frightening. Even an Emperor-level Dragon King should have fallen in front of it. However, right at that moment, the Dragon King that had appeared suddenly let out a loud roar. "Great Dragon God, please send down your power and protect your descendants so that they can become the Dragon King." The Dragon God's prayer technique. How could Su Yan not be familiar with this move? Back then, the divine dragon used the Dragon God's prayer technique before he died. As a result, the Dragon God was directly summoned. That was an extremely terrifying method. At this time, a real Dragon King directly used the Dragon God's prayer technique. How powerful would that be? It was at this moment that the earth-shattering pressure appeared again. Endless power directly pressed down. That kind of power was too terrifying. It seemed that there was no power in this world that could compare to it. The majesty of the Dragon God. For some unknown reason, the Dragon God could no longer appear in this world. However, the Dragon God's prayer technique could summon him. When the terrifying dragon power appeared, everything sank down in an instant. Even the endless lightning bolts between heaven and earth had a chance to fall down. What kind of terrifying power was this? "Human, you deserve to die." The Dragon King's gaze appeared in this world. When he saw Su Yan, the scenes of the past appeared. At the same time, he felt the resentment of the divine dragon on Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan was about to kill an existence that was about to become a Dragon King. No matter what the reason was, he should be completely and utterly killed. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then come. Why would I, Su Yan, be afraid of you? At this time, facing a real Dragon King, Su Yan did not cower in the slightest. Instead, he focused his mind to the extreme. "Come, let me see just how terrifying the Dragon King's realm is. I think that as long as I can defeat you while the blood-winged wyvern is undergoing its metamorphosis, the blood-winged wyvern will still die." Chapter 1192. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the face of a powerful Dragon King, Su Yan's aura did not falter. No pop-up window. His entire body was like a giant, and his aura was like a mountain. It was unimaginable. At this moment, his aura continued to rise. The violent and terrifying power reached its peak. His body was surrounded by dense sword chi. Such a cold and powerful sword chi gave him a boundless sense of majesty. At this moment, he was fearless. Foolish human. The Dragon King raised its head and spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The appearance of this dragon's breath actually drew a clear boundary between heaven and earth. The dragon's breath was the only light. This power was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the suppression of the Dragon God's majesty, this blow would have immediately triggered a crazy backlash from heaven and earth. Grand Supreme, Nirvana / Su Yan shouted coldly. His power swept up at this moment. The intense power was like a storm at this moment, pressing forward violently. This power was more terrifying than the thunder of heaven and earth. The sword qi and dragon's breath met in an instant. In an instant, an extremely terrifying storm appeared. The violent wind seemed to have blown for thousands of years without stopping. The terror of this power was unimaginable. Su Yan took another step forward. In the face of the powerful dragon's breath, not only did he not retreat, but he also pressed forward. Dragon King, what's so great about that? At this moment, the precepts manifested. Even the Dragon King Bugadier was shocked after seeing this scene. So many precepts. He saw many precepts revolving around Su Yan's body. The quiet and deep darkness, the constant ice, the raging fire, the thunder, the storm, and so on. How can a mere human have so many precepts? He was shocked. Even the powerful Dragon King could not master so many precepts. In the history of the Dragon Clan, the most outstanding genius might have so many precepts. However, Su Yan was just a mere human. This won't do. If the dragon race wants to revive, we can't let this guy live. At this time, it directly let out a roar. Its killing intent towards Su Yan became even more intense. Such a terrifying power at this time was as deep as the sea. Su Yan felt the Dragon King's murderous intent, but he turned a blind eye to it. His aura was still changing at this moment. Actually, I have to thank you. In an instant, Su Yan had arrived in front of the Dragon King. Compared to the huge Dragon King, Su Yan's body was too small. The Dragon King was an emperor-level existence. Nonsense. The Dragon King cast a spell. In an instant, the dragon's breath appeared again and fell on Yi Futian's head. The boundless might of the dragon's breath directly enveloped Su Yan within. Such a long power was terrifying to the extreme. No matter how powerful a Tao master was, he would probably be exhausted to deal with it. I have to admit that you are the most powerful Tao master I have ever seen. So, even if other conditions are ignored, I, the great Dragon King Bugadier, must kill you. Such a powerful Su Yan was a huge threat to the Dragon Clan. In fact, even if Su Yan had no enmity with the Dragon Clan and even had a good relationship with them, this Dragon King Bugadier would probably be determined to kill him. This was the overbearing nature of the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan lived on Dragon Island and almost never cared about the affairs of the world. However, they were not without any thoughts. They were the greatest race in the world, the king of all races. When they were running amok, humans were no different from other beasts and monsters. They were just food for them. They were the true overlords of the world. How could they be willing to let an overlord of the world live in a corner? What's more, the Dragon Clan would even become the prey of other races. This angered them even more. Of course, the most important point was their ambition. Intelligent creatures had their own pursuits, and sometimes another term for pursuit was ambition. For this ambition, anyone who stood in their way would have to die. Now, the Dragon Clan was just waiting for the return of the three powerful dragon gods. Of course, before the dragon gods returned, if other threats appeared, they would kill them as long as they could achieve it. The Dragon Clan could not really stand aloof from the world. Otherwise, they would not have directly occupied the western wilderness. This showed how terrifying the Dragon Clan was. The western wilderness was such a huge land, but the Dragon Clan could intimidate everything with their powerful dragon aura. In the past 10 years, the Dragon Clan had even begun to establish the Dragon Kingdom. In the country of dragons, humans and demonic beasts were equal. As long as they had intelligence, it was the same. Of course, this was not to say that the Dragon Clan was noble. This was the equality of inferiority. Those who had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan were superior. This was to let the humans and beasts there get used to it, and even establish faith. This was a kind of spiritual slavery. Su Yan looked at the Dragon King Bugadier and the impact of the terrifying dragon breath. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became stronger and stronger. Actually, you're wrong about one thing. Su Yan took another step forward, and the dragon breath was forced back by him. What do you mean? At this time, the Dragon King Brigadier suddenly felt a trace of unease. The last time he saw Su Yan, it had only been a few years, but at this time, Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. Now, when Su Yan said this, he immediately felt horrified. This kind of strength was really terrifying to the extreme. Such power rolled in, and the majesty between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time. Vaguely, he felt the change of the rules. At this time, I'm still not a Dao Lord. Su Yan seemed to be talking to himself. However, when this sentence fell into the ears of the Dragon King Brigadier, it was extremely shocking. What, you're not a Dao Lord? The fact that a peak Dao master could reach such a level of strength had already shocked him. He found it inconceivable. However, at this time, Su Yan told him that he was not a Dao Lord at this time. How could this be? How is this possible? How is this possible? Dragon King Heaven's wrath. He roared again and again, and a sense of horror suddenly appeared in his heart. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy wave entrenched in his body. That giant energy ball had flashes of lightning constantly roaring. Such power was simply overbearing to the extreme. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth had become extremely exaggerated. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Come on, I'll borrow your power to help me break through. In fact, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't performed the Dragon God wishing technique to block the power of heaven and earth, I wouldn't have dared to break through to Dao Lord at this time. Su Yan said directly. At the same time, his aura changed again. Behind his body, a huge demonic shadow appeared directly. The true demonic shadow. When that terrifying and imposing figure appeared, the boundless heaven and earth changed again. It seemed that the most terrifying majesty was about to suppress directly. However, the majesty of the Dragon God was still there, and the power of heaven and earth could not sink down. Immeasurable demon, the true demon of demons. Brigadier was shocked. When the holy dragon saw the shadow of the true demon, he was already shocked to the extreme. He even did not hesitate to sacrifice his life and soul to cast the Dragon God's wish to kill Su Yan directly. As the more powerful Dragon King Brigadier, he obviously knew more about the true demonic shadow. Kill, kill, kill. At this time, his Dragon King Heaven's wrath directly rushed out. When that huge destructive energy ball flew, it had an earth-shattering majesty. That powerful space was directly torn apart at this time, and there was no room for it to stay at all. This power was too terrifying and too powerful. However, Su Yan did not care about this destructive power at all. At this time, you still want to kill me? Ridiculous. Regal Sword Codex, Sky Baneful Sword Shield. Su Yan suddenly condensed a sword finger, and then seemed to casually stroke it. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. That terrifying and violent power directly appeared at this time. Endless Sword Chi was like a sea. In this sea was not seawater, but boundless Sky Baneful Sword Chi. When this sword Chi appeared, it immediately blocked the Dragon King Heaven's wrath. At the same time, Su Yan's body suddenly rose into the sky. At this time, his power was really violent to the extreme. Such power was directly manifested. All the power between heaven and earth began to change. In fact, he was right. If not for the Dragon God wishing technique blocking the majesty of heaven and earth, Su Yan would not have dared to easily break through to the Dao Lord realm. That was because his power was too strong, and the laws of heaven and earth could not tolerate him at this time. Therefore, according to Su Yan's original plan, he planned to go to the Endless Sea or the Nine States continent to break through to the next realm. Of course, the most ideal place was the Nine States continent, because he would invite Xue Xingchuan and the Taihang sword faction leader Zhang Zhe to help protect him. However, times had changed, and many things could not wait until he was ready to do so. The Dragon King Brigadier's direct appearance already put a lot of pressure on him. However, the Dragon God wishing technique was extremely powerful, and it could allow Brigadier to use his powerful power without restraint. At the same time, it also helped Su Yan block the majesty of heaven and earth. The Dragon King Bugadir's power was extremely terrifying. Su Yan knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to fight against him at this time. However, if he threw away all his concerns and then burst out with all his power, it would be enough to make his strength extremely strong. At that moment, Su Yan could use the power of the breakthrough to fight against Bugadir. At this time, the aura of the laws appeared one after another, and each aura of the laws was a terrifying storm and terrifying thunder. These powers directly drowned Su Yan. I'm going to break through to the Tao Lord realm. If you have the ability, come and stop me. At this time, Su Yan's body began to be faintly discernible. How is it possible? He's just breaking through to the Tao Lord realm, but his body has already reached the boundary between nothingness and reality. How powerful is this guy? He really could not imagine how a Tao Lord could reach such a level. When he was breaking through to the Dragon King realm, the change was probably just like this, and it was even slightly weaker. No, this kid already has such terrifying strength when he's not even a Tao Lord. If he becomes a Tao Lord, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. This is a huge threat, and I must kill him. He was even more determined. The great eternal dragon, the Dragon King Bugadir hereby offers the blood of the Dragon King as a sacrifice, and asks for your power to descend. At this time, a drop of blood suddenly gushed out from his forehead. When the blood appeared, he seemed to be in extreme pain because it was not ordinary dragon blood, but his natal true dragon blood, which was located under his reverse scale. At this time, he began to worship the second dragon god of the dragon clan. The dragon clan had 3 dragon gods, which were the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time. Among the 3 dragon gods, the power of the dragon of destruction was the easiest to communicate with, and the dragon of eternity was second. At this moment, the power of the dragon god of destruction had already descended and blocked the majesty of heaven. He could invite the dragon gods, but he could not control them. However, the power that Su Yan displayed at this time was too strong. The boundary between nothingness and reality was almost a whole new realm. He was no longer confident that he could stop Su Yan with his own strength. Chapter 1193. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Therefore, he immediately made a second sacrifice to summon the eternal dragon. Each of the 3 dragon gods of the dragon clan was extremely powerful. No pop-up window. However, the eternal dragon's existence seemed to be even more intangible. In order to communicate with him, a Dragon King level expert had to sacrifice his true dragon blood essence. As for the time dragon, it was even more intangible, as if it no longer existed in the Jianghu River. As soon as the true dragon blood appeared, an extremely terrifying power began to soar, and a humming sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Ling Likong and the others were all Tao masters. However, no matter how powerful they were, after hearing this sound, they still felt a headache. It was extremely uncomfortable. As for the disciples of lower realms, they fainted right away. Fortunately, Yun Wanxing immediately used the fog skill to shroud them in layers of fog. If not for that, they would have been dead by now. Monstrous experts treated human lives as child's play because their powers were too powerful and domineering. When they used their powers, ordinary people would not be able to survive at all. They would be destroyed in an instant. To those experts, the lives of ordinary people had become too fragile. They were no different from ants. It was precisely because they were powerful that they became high and mighty and looked down on everything. It was precisely because they were powerful that they called themselves gods and controlled everything. If one didn't have a heart that could face oneself squarely, then one would only lose oneself and completely fall for it. At this moment, the majesty of the eternal dragon appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under a gaze. This gaze was extremely heavy and terrifying. It was as if everything in the world was constantly changing at this moment. All the majesty between the heavens and earth became violent and terrifying. He had experienced this feeling before. When the dragon god appeared last time, he felt that he had been completely suppressed, and there was no room for him to resist. At that time, if the great demonic dragon had not suddenly sent down his consciousness and defeated the dragon god, he would have been dead by now. However, he did not expect the dragon clan to be so powerful. The power of a dragon god was drawn in by the power of heaven and earth, and the power of another dragon god appeared. Damn it, is that the power of the new dragon god? The dragon clan was simply too terrifying. Their strength was almost limitless. Such a violent aura could almost crush everything. With one dragon god pinned down, another dragon god would appear. Su Yan sighed inwardly. Legend has it that there are 3 dragon gods in the dragon clan: the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time. The one that was resisted by the majesty of heaven and earth should be the dragon of destruction. When the great demonic dragon left, he left behind a bit of divine thought to tell me that the dragon of time was the most terrifying dragon god. However, it was also the most severely injured at that time. At this time, it had almost disappeared in the long river of history. Therefore, what appeared now should be the divine consciousness of the eternal dragon. In an instant, he made a judgment in his heart. Su Yan had always been a person with a sense of danger. Previously, he had already faced the powerful power of the dragon god. Although he had been defeated by the great demonic dragon's divine consciousness, he knew that the great demonic dragon would not appear by his side forever. If he were to encounter such a situation again, what should he do? His strength was indeed very strong, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be compared to a dragon god. Therefore, at that time, Su Yan had already begun to study it. At this time, the majesty of the eternal dragon appeared. The mighty dragon's might was simply unimaginable. It wanted to suppress his power, leaving him with no ability to struggle. However, he had already reached this stage. How could Su Yan possibly give up? Once he chose to give up, it would mean that his path would come to an end. It would mean that everything he had would be suppressed. To him, this was unacceptable. Failure on Su Yan's path meant death. Therefore, no matter what, he would not accept failure. Su Yan, under the majesty of the eternal dragon, you can't resist. Accept your fate and accept your death. The Dragon King Bugadier roared directly. That was the power he had obtained by sacrificing the true dragon's blood. With the Dragon King's true blood, even a terrifying Dragon King like him had a limit to his strength. It was impossible to consume the Dragon King's true blood without a limit. At this time, since the Dragon King's true blood had been used, no matter what, he could not give Su Yan a chance. He must kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. At this time, endless power suddenly burst out from Su Yan's body. The appearance of this power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura directly soared into the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. This aura definitely did not come from him, but from an additional power. What? How is this possible? Why is there such power in your body? The Dragon King Bugadier was completely shocked. When this power appeared, it actually blocked the dragon's might of the eternal dragon. However, the dragon of eternity was a mighty existence. His majesty was vast and boundless. However, Su Yan was able to block the attack head-on. Dragon King, you can't stop me. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. That light was pitch black, yet bright. It was an extreme contradiction. The power of a demon. You're courting death. Demons were heaven-defying. They were not tolerated by the heavens. At this time, Su Yan actually used the power of a demon directly. This was heaven-defying. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was courting death. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care at all. It doesn't matter if you're a god or a demon. As long as you're in my hands, it's my power. Great demon heavenly lord, I know that you have a motive for living in my body. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance now. At this time, Sword Chi appeared in Su Yan's right hand. Then, with a light stroke, he cut off his left hand directly. At the same time, his power was tainted. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Such a power was surging. It was unimaginable. After his left hand was cut off, it did not fall down. Instead, it floated in the sky. That power changed in the sky. It seemed sacred but also extremely evil. Two completely different auras gathered in him. The finger bone floated directly and finally entered the demonic shadow. Woo! The true demonic shadow suddenly began to howl. His roar shook the heavens and earth. Even the majesty of the eternal dragon was suppressed at this time. What? What's going on? Why is there such a strong power? What's going on? He could not believe it. The powerful dragon might of the dragon of destruction was suppressed by the majesty of the heavens and earth. This was something that could not be helped. The majesty of the heavens and earth could not be defied. Even the powerful dragon god could only temporarily offset it. However, the majesty of the eternal dragon was also suppressed at this time. This made him feel incredulous. In his mind, the dragon god was an absolutely invincible existence. But now, the majesty of the dragon god was directly suppressed. How could he accept this? At this time, the unforeseen event continued. At this time, the true demonic shadow suddenly expanded. The gaze of the true demonic shadow was directed at the dragon king Bugadier. That was the most terrifying majesty. Even a powerful dragon king like him felt fear. Great demon heavenly lord. Why is the great demon heavenly lord still alive in this world? His whole body was trembling. The great demon heavenly lord was an extremely terrifying existence. In the distant ancient times, his strength was so terrifying that he could almost become a god. He could stand side by side with the dragon god. But at that time, this one should have completely fallen. Later on, the demonic sect of the human race directly held a sacrifice to revive this one, but they did not succeed. In that case, he should have been completely obliterated. But at this time, he actually felt the aura of this one. Impossible. He can't be revived. This is just a remnant aura. How can it be a match for the eternal dragon? The dragon king immediately calmed his mind. At this time, he could not afford to make any mistakes in the battle. Because even the slightest mistake could lead to his complete loss. The eternal dragon's gaze seemed to have finally fallen on the true demonic shadow. Then, the most terrifying majesty directly suppressed from the sky. That violent power was like a hurricane. The majesty of the majesty was unimaginable. The dragon's might changed and at this time, formed a terrifying dragon claw. The moment that powerful dragon claw slammed down, the true demonic shadow finally made his move. That finger bone disappeared at this time, turning into streaks of black light that filled up the true demonic shadow. In an instant, a demonic consciousness was born. Eternal dragon, do you really think that you are eternal? As this voice was heard, that terrifying power exploded at this time. The power was so strong that it seemed to be able to destroy the world. These two powerful forces clashed directly, and at this time, Su Yan was in the center of these two terrifying existences. Bugadier, you want to borrow the power of the eternal dragon god to kill me? But I have a backup plan as well. Let's see who has the better means. At this time, Su Yan gathered his aura once again, wanting to break through to the next realm. To think that you would deal with the great demon heavenly lord. You are asking a tiger for its skin. But even if you invite this great demon here today, you will still die. In the battle between these two god-level experts, you are just a pitiful ant that will be crushed to death. The game between the man and the dragon continued. Chapter 1194. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan was like a god of war. No pop-up window. His powerful strength was fully displayed at this moment. His eyes were filled with an extremely intense emotion. There was a dark demonic light, as well as an intense white radiance. On his body, the power of God and devil appeared on Su Yan's body at the same time. Bugadier roared. His power of the Dragon King turned into the most terrifying dragon's breath and rushed down. He had paid such a huge price, so Su Yan must die. Otherwise, how could he be willing to accept it? At this very moment, his power was condensed, and the terrifying radiance had even reached its most blazing peak at this moment. The power revolved between heaven and earth, and the huge shadow of a dragon came pressing down. The wrath of the Dragon King caused the earth to crack. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Intense radiance flickered in his eyes, and he looked like a god of war. Come. After spitting out a single word, he threw out a punch. Following his punch, the shadow of the true demon also moved. In an instant, a terrifying power annihilated everything, as if forming a terrifying black hole of death. And at this moment, the most terrifying aura descended directly. It was the power of the eternal dragon god. The power of the two clashed across space. Su Yan was the real giant demon. His body was incomparably majestic. It seemed that his spine alone could touch the sky. The true demon was the great demon heaven lord that the demonic sect wanted to revive. At this moment, Ho-E used his finger bone to summon his remnant consciousness. The great demon heaven lord seemed to have been destroyed in the ancient war. However, a terrifying figure like him was definitely not simple even if he was completely destroyed. Terrifying power stretched across heaven and earth. In an instant, the light and shadow dimmed. Such power was like a miracle. The shadow of the eternal dragon also began to condense at this moment. Two extremely powerful existences appeared at this moment. At that moment, the laws of the world began to go into a frenzy. Endless thunderbolts seemed to be born from the depths of the void and fell directly, wanting to completely kill these two existences. Because these two existences had already gone against the laws of the world. Duda 1, such majestic power was simply terrifying to the extreme at this moment. Between heaven and earth, endless radiance surged, wanting to directly descend. However, when these two heaven-defying existences roared at the sky at the same time, the mighty power of the heavenly courts was actually unable to descend. Good, as I expected, this is the best time for me to break through to Tao Master. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had accumulated so much power that he could not imagine the heavenly tribulation he was about to face if he broke through to the Tao Master level under normal circumstances. However, it was different now. The might of the world was directly blocked by those two extremely terrifying existences, giving him an opening. It was still the same old saying. Cultivation was meant to go against the heavens. Since it was already going against the heavens, why should he care so much? His power surged at this moment, and the laws appeared at his side at the same time. The laws of decay, the laws of ice, and the laws of flame. These were the three laws that Su Yan had mastered at the beginning, but at this time, his power of the laws was not just that. The violent laws of hurricane, the mysterious laws of darkness, the overbearing laws of thunder, and the laws of space. These powers all hovered around Su Yan's body. It's really surprising that you can condense so many laws. Even the Dragon King was surprised. It was no wonder that Su Yan could be so powerful. At this time, Su Yan's achievements were almost impossible for others to achieve in their lifetime. Generally speaking, a Tao Master could only choose one law and then refine it. However, Su Yan had at least the power of 7 laws. That's right, so Brigadier, if I achieve the Tao, the blood-winged dragon will die. He spoke very straightforwardly, not thinking of leaving any leeway for this guy. At this moment, his power rose directly, and divine brilliance fell one after another. The endless light of the long river fell into his head. This was Su Yan wanting to integrate all the laws into his divine soul. Then, he would completely integrate them. At this time, he could only control the laws and use them. However, if he could do this, it would be an unprecedented breakthrough. His realm and power would be completely different from what it was now, and all of his powers would directly undergo the most fundamental transformation. Brigadier's power suddenly pressed down, wanting to kill Su Yan directly at this time. However, this was the time when Su Yan activated his power and directly improved himself. At this time, he was so powerful that even the Dragon King could not do anything to him. Although Brigadier knew that if he persisted, the defensive power set up by Su Yan would be broken sooner or later. Duda 2, however, he was not sure if Su Yan would succeed in leveling up before he could break through this defense. Damn it, how can I let you succeed? At this time, the laws were displayed in his dragon horns. He only had one law, but the power in it was simply terrifying. Even the world around Su Yan had begun to change directly. In the name of the Dragon King, I ignite my blood, the wrath of heaven and earth. At this time, the Dragon King no longer cared about anything and directly used his most powerful attack. This attack fell directly, and a thick aura of destruction began to spread. This kind of strength was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the defensive power of the eye flame was about to shatter, but at this time, in an extremely distant place, a power suddenly descended. A vast and majestic aura appeared. As soon as this power was displayed, it directly blocked the terrifying wrath of heaven and earth. Who dares to go against the Dragon Island? His anger filled the sky. This was already the last moment to kill Su Yan, but at this time, such a power suddenly appeared. Dragon King, please quell your anger. An old voice sounded, and then Fu Qing appeared between heaven and earth. Fu Qing was also a top-down master, but his strength should not be able to withstand the Dragon King, let alone the wrath of heaven and earth that the Dragon King had unleashed. However, there was an additional sword in his hand. Although this sword was in Fu Qing's hand, it had an extremely noble aura, high and mighty, and was full of endless majesty. Pagoda Sect, Heavenly Magic Sword. Dragon King Bugadir's eyes flashed with endless hatred, and his whole body was roaring continuously. Why did the people of Pagoda Sect interfere here? Could the true demon's shadow that this kid condensed be the incarnation of the great demon Heaven Lord, the natural enemy of your Pagoda Sect's ancestral master Pagoda? He was furious. The attack just now had cost him a lot to break through Su Yan's defensive power, but he did not expect the Pagoda Sect to interfere at this time. The great demon Heaven Lord is the great demon Heaven Lord, and Su Yan is Su Yan. Do not confuse them. Fu Qing held the heavenly magic sword, and then continued, Su Yan is a good friend of my Pagoda Sect. I have received the instructions of the Supreme Elder, and I must not let little friend Su Yan be injured. He then said to Su Yan, little friend Su Yan, don't worry about breaking through. With the heavenly magic sword, although I am not a match for the Dragon King, I can still buy you time. His words were calm, but they showed his incomparable confidence. The heavenly magic sword and Pagoda Sect were two of the top divine weapons of the Pagoda Sect. Although they were not as powerful as the Pagoda Sect, they were still extremely powerful. Dida 3, with the divine sword in hand, his strength was raised to a whole new level. It was true that it would be difficult for him to kill the Dragon King, but it would be extremely easy to delay the Dragon King. After all, he did not need to wait much longer. The power of the two dragon gods summoned by Bugadir's sacrifice would not last much longer. The prelude of the laws of heaven and earth was not strong. No matter how powerful the dragon gods were, it was still a power summoned by the sacrifice. It was impossible for them to go against the laws of heaven and earth. It was already very impressive that they could drag it out until now. All right, thank you, Elder. Su Yan's voice was heard, but there was no joy or anger in his voice. All of his power was gathered in the most terrifying aura. The power that the radiance displayed at this time was even more unimaginable. It began to merge with Su Yan's body. This was an extremely dangerous process. Even if there was no heavenly tribulation, it was still the same. One careless mistake and Su Yan would die directly. His power changed at this time, and one by one, it began to circulate and impact. The terror of this power was unimaginable. Every time the power circulated, Su Yan's aura would become stronger. He was like a monster that never knew how to stop. His aura became more and more magnificent. Finally, even the shadows of the true demon and the eternal dragon were attracted by Su Yan's movements and looked straight at him. Condense the body of Tao, descend the laws, and only I in heaven and earth. He shouted angrily and rushed into the sky. At this time, the battle was in full swing, but Su Yan said, all of this farce should be over. As his power moved, everything around him seemed to be affected by it. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the blood-winged dragon. Like him, the blood-winged dragon was also undergoing a transformation. And it was also at the final stage. Blood-winged dragon, Come, let's go through the tribulation together. He directly rushed toward the blood-winged dragon. At this time, the blood-winged dragon raised its head, and an extremely terrifying dragon's might appeared. At this moment, its transformation was also at the final stage. If this continued, it would become a dragon king. But at this time, Su Yan came. Blood fire overflows the sky. In the eyes of the blood-winged dragon, Su Yan was a huge bomb. Becoming a dragon king was an extremely dangerous thing, and at this time, with such power descending, it was even more so. Announcement: this site recommends a free app. Goodbye to all advertising. Go to download and install Appid. Chapter 1195. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, it was the same for Su Yan. No pop-up window. Sister-in-law Suakuer said that it was difficult to become the Dragon King, but how could it be easy for him to become a Tao Master? For Su Yan, the best choice would be to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible while Fu Qing was blocking the Dragon King Bugadier. However, Su Yan didn't do that. Instead, he came to cause trouble. Both of them carried extremely terrifying power. When these two powers met, it was even more terrifying. Damn it, Su Yan, what are you trying to do? The Dragon King roared. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so decisive and make such a decision. At this moment, he even wanted to go past Fu Qing and kill Su Yan. However, the Nine Heavens sword aura trembled and a boundless sword aura appeared and stopped him. I'm sorry, Lord Dragon King. I can't let you pass. The Nine Heavens divine sword was extremely terrifying. The Nine Heavens' old ancestor was able to preserve the inheritance of the Stupa sect because of this sword. The divine sword had a spirit and was extremely majestic. Stupa sect, the dragon tribe, and you are irreconcilable. The Dragon King roared furiously. However, Fu Qing didn't take his words seriously. And at this moment, the blood-winged wyvern's monstrous blood-red flame attack finally struck Su Yan's body. However, when this power entered Su Yan's body, it didn't hurt him. Instead, it was devoured. You're not as good as me in terms of the law of fire. It's a pity that the Fire Dragon King's inheritance is only the fire of the Dragon King. There's no law experience. Su Yan rushed into the blood-winged dragon's territory as soon as he finished speaking. At this time, the blood-winged dragon's territory was immediately impacted by Su Yan's attack. Although Su Yan was only a Dao master at this time, he had too many laws and was too violent. When the laws fused together like this, the power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. Even with the suppression of the heaven-defying dragon might, he was still unable to do anything to it. Long time no see. Su Yan smiled gently. Damn it. You lunatic. Do you want us to die together? The blood-winged wyvern roared. It was only at this moment that he truly felt fear towards his former master. This guy was actually so crazy that he didn't even care about his own life. Perish together? Huh, you're thinking too much. How could I make such a stupid choice? As he spoke, his power began to surge. Haven't you noticed? My law domain is growing stronger. As soon as Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged dragon's expression immediately turned ugly. He knew that Su Yan was right. This damned guy, his law domain was indeed expanding. Did a one, but how did this guy do it? You actually devoured my domain. The blood-winged wyvern trembled. Well, that's more or less what I mean. I need more power to make myself perfect. The Taiji divine sword suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. As soon as the sword appeared, yin and yang were directly smoothed out. At this time, ripples appeared to the extreme. How is this possible? This is impossible. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern still couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. In his domain, his law power was actually being devoured by Su Yan. This was something that was impossible to imagine, but at this moment, the impossible was happening right in front of him. A powerful and violent aura was constantly rising. Su Yan was devouring his power. Nothing is impossible. Blood-winged wyvern, I had the chance to kill you directly just now, but I didn't. Why do you think? At the beginning of the battle, Su Yan directly used the power of thunder. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, he was confident that he could severely injure the blood-winged wyvern. He wouldn't have used the Dragon King's fire without doing anything. However, Su Yan didn't do that. He deliberately let the blood-winged wyvern evolve. He wanted to directly capture and suppress the blood-winged wyvern. A Dao Master level blood-winged wyvern wasn't enough. He needed a Dragon King level. What a crazy thing to do. With such a constantly changing power, Su Yan actually calculated it. Do you understand? From the beginning, you were no longer my opponent. Su Yan's body suddenly moved forward. In fact, his speed wasn't fast. It could even be said that he was moving slowly. He was just walking lightly, but in an instant, he seemed to be standing in front of the blood-winged wyvern. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was directly killed by the Godslayer sword. His divine soul was destroyed, and only the poor Dragon King's fire was left. My strength naturally can't be compared to the Godslayer sword, but it's not impossible to kill you. At this time, Su Yan finally made his move. His power swept down. That power was so powerful, terrifying, and even majestic. With a sweep of the power, he was directly wrapped in it. Dragon King's fire, burn completely. When a Dragon King was achieved, the Dragon King's fire would be born. Just like the Fire Dragon King, even if his divine soul was destroyed, the Dragon King's fire could be passed down. Now, the blood-winged wyvern's other transformations had actually been completed. He only needed to ignite his own Dragon King's fire. Originally, if he was given some more time, he would definitely be able to do it. Too, after all, he had the Fire Dragon King's fire, which could be very helpful to him. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. He had to take the risk and bring it forward. The Dragon King's power is not to be offended. Die. A sharp dragon claw appeared and directly attacked Su Yan. The dragon claw seemed simple and didn't have any nomological power. However, this was terrifying. It didn't have any nomological power, or it could be said that it ignored any nomological power. This was the power to break all laws. When this power was strong enough, all laws couldn't withstand a single blow from this power. This was the terrifying part of this claw. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't dodge and directly took the hit. Has your power become so weak? Or are you saying that at this time, you're already afraid? Su Yan's voice was so low, but in the blood-winged wyvern's ears, it was simply the whisper of a devil. In fact, it was now in the same dangerous situation as Su Yan. However, at this time, the madness displayed by Su Yan had already suppressed it to an unimaginable level. That powerful and frightening power was charging towards him bit by bit. The braver one would win in a battle at the bottom. This principle had been true since ancient times. Revered sword soul, devour the dragon soul. After taking this hit, Su Yan shouted angrily. Then, his power took advantage of this opportunity and directly entered the blood-winged wyvern's body. The revered sword soul flowed directly and swam through the blood-winged wyvern's entire body in an instant. In the next moment, it suddenly realized that a mysterious and unfathomable power had actually imprisoned it. It didn't even have the slightest chance to make a move. At this time, its world suddenly turned dark and endless shadows shrouded it. In my spiritual sea. The blood-winged wyvern immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time, it had actually entered the spiritual sea without any control. This meant that Su Yan had begun to invade its spiritual sea and was preparing to make a move on it. That's right, this is your spiritual sea. Suddenly, Su Yan's figure appeared. His aura was surging at this moment, and his terrifying power was raised to the extreme. How dare you enter my spiritual sea? You're trying to steal my soul. The blood-winged wyvern gritted its teeth. Su Yan said, I'm going to use your dragon body to become a Dao Master. At this point, Su Yan didn't waste any more words and immediately summoned the revered sword soul. The revered sword's soul was extremely mysterious. Even the Godslayer sword was careful around it. 3. When the Godslayer sword was in Su Yan's body, it didn't completely transform Su Yan into a scabbard. Instead, it gave him a lot of guidance. The revered sword soul's contribution couldn't be ignored. If it weren't for the revered sword soul's deterrence, the Godslayer sword wouldn't have been so polite. It would have probably taken over the body. At this time, Su Yan had brought the revered sword soul into the blood-winged wyvern's spiritual sea. This meant that he was determined to kill it. To outsiders, Su Yan seemed to have been swallowed by the blood-winged wyvern directly. However, the real experts could see the clues. Damn it, Fu Qing. If you stop me again, I'll use the Dragon King's World Destroyer curse and destroy your pagoda sect, Brigadier threatened. Unfortunately, Fu Qing didn't care at all. Just as the two of them were struggling, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The blood-winged wyvern shook violently. Then, a flawless flame appeared on its body. The Dragon King's fire has succeeded. At this time, he was very happy. The appearance of the Dragon King's fire meant that a new Dragon King had been born. In this case, the blood-winged wyvern had won the battle. However, before he could rejoice, the blood-winged dragon suddenly condensed an extremely terrifying force and directly charged towards him. Damn it, what are you doing? He never expected that the blood-winged wyvern would suddenly attack him at this time. Such an unforeseen event was really difficult for him to accept. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Almost at this time, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. It was Su Yan's voice. What? The Dragon King Brigadier roared in pain. Immediately, a long bloody wound appeared on his dragon wings. However, he randomly released a burst of dragon breath and immediately repelled Su Yan. Su Yan, you're still alive. You're still alive. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Su Yan laughed and said, why is it impossible? I've already refined the blood-winged wyvern into a puppet, and I've successfully become a Dao master. At this moment, Su Yan struck with the back of his hand. That powerful energy appeared once again. The appearance of such a strong force immediately turned into rolling waves and rushed toward the opponent. Announcement, app for Android, Apple only, goodbye to all advertisements and enter download and install Appid. Chapter 1196. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, damn it, that kid has really become a Dao Venerable, and the blood-winged dragon has become his puppet. Brigadier could not believe that Su Yan had done all this in such a short time. No pop-up window. However, after experiencing Su Yan's power, he was still afraid. That was because Su Yan's power had already hurt him. It was unheard of for a Dao Venerable to be able to hurt a venerable sovereign. Damn it, damn it. At this point, he knew that it was meaningless for him to persist. So, he finally retreated. The moment he left, the aura of the eternal dragon and the dragon of destruction also dissipated. He was the host of the sacrifice, and his power determined the power of the two dragon gods. Unless it was like the holy dragon last time, who completely sacrificed his life and let the dragon gods control his body. However, the descent of the dragon god's power and will were completely different. Once the will descended, even if he was the Dragon King, he would not be able to withstand it and could only dissipate. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to retreat. As soon as Brigadier left, the dragon might disappeared, and the heavenly might that filled the sky fell. It seemed that because he could no longer find a target, this power bombarded the mountain rocks casually. Disperse. Su Yan waved his hand directly, and a hurricane blew directly into the sky. The terrifying thunder disappeared directly and completely disappeared. Such an action was simply like a miracle. Su Yan, are you okay? Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan come down and asked directly and intimately. Su Yan said, don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just that you've worked hard. This time, these powerhouses were all here for Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing shook her head while using the cloud mist technique to help Su Yan baptize. Under the treatment of the cloud mist technique, the arm that had been in battle began to regenerate. Regenerating a severed arm was an incredible technique, but it appeared at this time today. Su Yan knew that Yun Wanqing was worrying about her arm. However, he did not mind at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat delighted. The great devil Heaven Lord was also a huge threat. It was hidden in the bones of his left hand. Back then, he had learned many battle skills of the devil's sect from him. For example, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes were all extremely powerful techniques. But later on, Su Yan chose to forget about it. He was shocked to find that every time he used this powerful combat skill, the connection between him and the great devil Heaven Lord would deepen. It was just a strange feeling. If he did not have the regal sword soul, he would not have noticed it. Last time, when the great demonic dragon had told him to be careful of the ancestor Buter and the great demonic Heaven Lord, he finally understood this matter clearly. Therefore, the arrival of the Dragon King Bugadier was a good thing for Su Yan. Under such a critical situation, he directly cut off the finger bone and let it return to the Devil's Shadow. The Devil's Shadow was condensed by Su Yan and had a karmic connection with Su Yan, but at least it was no longer in his body. This was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, the power of the finger bone would make him unable to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the Devil's Shadow began to dissipate. But before it disappeared, it seemed to cast its gaze over. Su Yan was not afraid and looked back. However, perhaps it was just Su Yan's illusion. In just a moment, the gaze had disappeared completely. How troublesome. However, these were all things for the future. There was no need to think about it now. The most important thing for him now was to think about the situation at hand. I am Ling Likong of the Heaven Saint Sect. Greetings, Su Yan. Ling Likong walked over. Su Yan calmly returned the greeting, which could be considered a greeting. Wanqing, after this time, there shouldn't be any more bad guys appearing. Follow them to the Heavenly Saint Sect first. I will visit them personally in a few days. Wait for me there. After Su Yan explained the matter, he exchanged a few words with Fu Qing and left directly. Ling Likong looked at the departing Su Yan with a heavy heart. When Tianji Elder selected the 4 heavenly kings, he and Su Yan were both included. However, the gap between the two of them was so great. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? Even the Dragon King was injured by him. However, in front of the Dragon King, he was afraid that he would not be able to remain calm. The gap between them was simply too great. Su Yan, since Tianji Elder listed me as one of the 4 heavenly kings, then I will definitely catch up. He did not know how Su Yan cultivated to become so powerful. However, he knew that he could definitely reach this level. The Heaven Saint Sect was the inheritance of the 5 great sovereigns. The 5 great sovereigns were the creators of this great continent. Yun Wanqing watched Su Yan leave in a hurry. Although she did not say anything, she was still somewhat worried. She knew Su Yan very well and knew Su Yan's personality very well. At this time, there was only one reason why he was in such a hurry. The current situation was extremely dangerous, to the point where he could not control it. This was also the only reason why such a powerful man would be in such a hurry. Moreover, when he used the cloudy mist technique to help Su Yan heal his injuries, he also noticed that Su Yan's condition did not seem normal. In fact, he was not wrong. Su Yan's current condition was not optimistic. Su Yan, you can't suppress me, you can't suppress me. The blood-winged flying dragon was temporarily refined into a puppet by Su Yan, but his soul was not so easily destroyed. Previously, he only relied on the power of the regal sword soul to suppress him. However, at this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon started to fight back with all its might, which brought great trouble to Su Yan. At the same time, the power of the Dragon King Bugadier's attack was not so easy to withstand. Although he had successfully become a Dao master, his condition was not good. He had to adjust his condition properly. More importantly, after he became a Dao master, he had forcibly merged the power of laws with his own body. Now was the time to familiarize himself with it. Su Yan returned to his place of seclusion, and Yun Wanqing finally arrived at the Heaven Saint sect safely. The Heaven Saint sect was originally located in a lonely mountain called the 10,000 Feet Mountain. In this forest, there were many powerful demonic beasts that wreaked havoc. However, one day, the space gate of this place was opened, and then the disciples of the Heaven Saint sect appeared. They immediately killed all the demons in this place. Not only that, but the experts of the Heaven Saint sect also used unimaginable magic power to excavate and build this place. Finally, the Heaven Saint Palace directly appeared in the 5 great continents. It's really extravagant. Yun Wanqing could not help but sigh with emotion when she felt this large array and the extremely luxurious furnishings inside. Hearing the praise, the people of the Heavenly Saint sect immediately felt a sense of pride. He said, "These are still considered ordinary. Miss Yun will know what is really extravagant when she enters our small world." Ling Likong said, "Take the guests to rest first. I'll make the arrangements." In fact, the most important thing at this time was to let Yun Wanqing directly check on Hanhua Daozuan's injuries. However, he really could not say this out loud. After all, Yun Wanqing and the others had just experienced a great battle not long ago. Even he himself felt extremely tired, let alone Yun Wanqing. However, Yun Wanqing had already spoken at this time. "Let's go check on Hanhua Daozuan first. Saving people is more important." Yun Wanqing's words were the best. Although it was very awkward, he was still very happy to make the arrangements at this time. Yun Wanqing followed him all the way and finally saw Hanhua Daozuan. At this time, the room where Hanhua Daozuan was located had been densely set up with many arrays and chains that were obviously refined with supreme-grade materials. What happened? Ling Likong immediately became angry when he saw this scene. He grabbed a disciple next to him and brought him over. The disciple trembled with fear when he saw the Ling Likong fire. However, at this time, a voice sounded. "Likong, this is my order." Ling Likong put down the disciple and looked in the direction of the voice. It was an old man. His figure was a little bleak and there was a worried look on his face. However, there was a vast aura with every step that he took, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. "Eldest senior brother, why are you doing this?" The 5 Tao masters of the Heaven Saint sect were 5 fellow disciples. This was their eldest senior brother, Nye Kong. "You don't know, but after you left, the poison in junior sister's body gathered and directly exploded to kill people. If we didn't find it in time, I'm afraid more disciples would have died in her hands. I had no choice but to use the demon suppression technique to intimidate her." "How could this be? By the way, where are 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior brother? They went to track down that guy. Did they reply?" Nye Kong said, "There's no news at all." These 4 words were almost the worst news. Because even if they didn't find anything, they should have replied. In addition, the Xianin sect, the Heavenly Fire sect, and the Celestial Marshals sect have all sent people to the central region. The central region is really strange. Moreover, there's no news of the experts they sent. The current 5 counties and continents were divided by several major forces. The eastern region of the Righteous Path, the western wilderness of the Dragon Tribe, the northern underworld of the demonic beasts, and the southern sea of the Evil Path and the mysterious forces. However, in fact, there was still a land that no one went to, and that was the central region. This land was located in the center, but no one could enter it. However, according to legend, there were unimaginable divine treasures in the central region. The immortals of the Heaven Saint sect had deduced some clues, which was why Venerable Han Yu went to that place. As for the original words, they were just lies. However, the news of the divine treasures didn't appear, but the Water Moon Holy Woman became like this. At this time, the other sects more or less knew about this news, so they also sent experts to enter. This must be the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing. "I'm really ashamed that you came all the way here." Chapter 1197. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yun Wanqing heard the conversation between the two of them. Read the full text. However, she did not say anything. Since Nie Kong greeted her, she naturally responded politely. Then, she said, "Let me take a look at Sister Shui Yu's condition. That would be for the best. However, please be careful. Although junior sister is sealed in ice, she might suddenly go berserk." As he spoke, he began to remove the seal. At this moment, Zhang Daqian and the rest were fully alert. The moment the seal was removed, Master Shui Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Then, a lightning-like gaze shot towards the group. "Junior sister, calm down. They are not enemies." At this moment, Nie Kong had already made his move. A wave of power spread out. Such a power was filled with a thick divine aura. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Under his power, his junior sister finally stopped going berserk. However, it was obvious that Hanyu Daozuan was in great pain. Yun Wanqing did not waste any time. She activated the fog technique. The fog technique spread forward and enveloped Hanyu Daozuan's body. The moment the fog technique appeared, Yun Wanqing's expression turned serious. Just as the fog technique covered the area, a wave of power immediately attacked her through the fog technique. What a domineering power! However, she was already a Dao master. This wave of power was not a threat to her. She used her power to dissolve the evil aura that was attacking her. At the same time, her fog technique sank even deeper. Bit by bit, the fog seeped into Master Shui Yu's body. She suddenly realized that there were strands of hair that were as thick as a cow's hair in Master Shui Yu's body. Those strands of hair were dormant. This was due to the suppression of the ice power. However, from their weak movements, it could be seen that these things were eroding Hanyu Daozuan's body. Yun Wanqing felt her scalp go numb when she saw these things. At this time, he began to circulate his power. Wave after wave of power began to attack. Those strange things that looked like cow hair immediately dissipated when they were hit by the cloud mist technique. "That's great, it's effective." She was overjoyed, and then her power sank even deeper. As time went by, the fog skill had almost covered Hanyu Daozuan's entire body. At this time, even though Yun Wanqing was a Tao master, she was extremely tired. Phew. She had just let out a sigh of relief when Ling Laikong and Nie Kong had already walked over and asked with great concern. "Don't worry, the two of you. I've already exterminated those strange things in Hanyu Daozuan's body. However, exterminating those things consumed a lot of my strength. So I need to rest for a while before I can continue." Something strange. The two of them were shocked at the same time. Originally, they thought that Hanyu Daozuan was swollen with poison, but at this time, after listening to Yun Wanqing, they realized that the situation was definitely not so. My heaven and earth organization's fog skill can transform into fog. At this time, the change of the power can reach an extremely subtle level, so I can see more clearly. Yun Wanqing explained. "This is something I've never seen before. It's as thick as cow hair, but it has countless tiny tentacles that can be firmly fastened in the body. If it weren't for the mystery of the fog skill, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything." Thinking of this, Yun Wanqing was also a little scared. Hanyu Daozuan had the body of a Tao master. Logically speaking, at this level, the strength of the body should have been extremely strong, and he should not be afraid of poisons, water and fire. However, at this time, he was invaded by these insects. "Can it be cured completely?" Nie Kong asked. "It shouldn't be a big problem, but I still have to rest for a while before I see the specifics," Yun Wanqing said. Nie Kong also realized that he had been rude. After all, they had come from afar. He waved his hand, and immediately, a disciple came up to them and arranged for them. Knowing that Yun Wanqing had entered her room, her expression changed a little. "How can this be? Why? Why do I feel a somewhat familiar aura from those strange insects? Although the aura is so weak that it almost doesn't exist, it can't be wrong." Yun Wanqing was puzzled. Those insects were controlled by a force, and that force was the core and key. Only by pulling out the core could Hanyu Daozuan truly recover. Otherwise, even if she got rid of these demon insects today, it would not be long before they came back from the dead. This was definitely not a good thing. Forget it, I'll rest well first. Tomorrow, I'll see what it is. She comforted herself, and then closed her eyes. In the small world of the square seal. I won't die, and I won't die. I'm the Dragon King. The soul of the blood-winged dragon was still stubbornly resisting, and Su Yan was guarding it at this time. At this time, what Su Yan wanted to do was to completely refine this dragon soul. Let him become one of the 4 symbols of the square seal. Although the blood-winged dragon was not the azure dragon, it had ignited the fire of the Dragon King and became the Dragon King. If Su Yan had not defeated it at the critical moment and then suppressed it with the power of the Grand Supreme, it would have been even more miserable. Su Yan's power was rolling, and his aura changed. Compared to the past, the Tao sovereign was far different. When he opened his mouth to breathe, the aura of the laws directly entered his body. In other words, even if it was just breathing, he was constantly cultivating. How terrifying was this? For a person to be able to reach this level, it was already an extremely terrifying and extraordinary matter. It's not up to you. After Su Yan finished speaking, a huge black tortoise appeared. If Kong Wuhan were here, he would be extremely depressed. This was because he was directly suppressed by this little tortoise. Of course, his real name was Black Tortoise. As soon as the black tortoise appeared, it was equivalent to a quarter of the power of the square seal. At the same time, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there was a change. The azure lotus and the bright moon flashed at the same time. You still want to resist at this time? Su Yan shouted again. Under the power of that power, the blood-winged dragon's dragon soul finally could not bear it and began to slowly sink. For symbols, dragon's soul return. Su Yan suddenly shouted, and a mysterious power appeared, immediately obliterating the blood-winged dragon's dragon soul, and then it was reborn. The azure dragon's soul finally appeared. There were already 2 souls in the 4 symbols. Su Yan was somewhat satisfied. At the same time, his heart suddenly relaxed, as if something had finally been solved. I've now become a Tao Lord, and my power is strong. I can sense the karma of fate. In other words, this feeling should be because of the change in karma. Su Yan's thoughts were very clear. In an instant, he had already figured out everything. He had originally signed a contract with the blood-winged dragon, but because of the obstruction of the powerful Dragon King on Dragon Island, the contract was forcibly cut off. Then, the Godslayer sword directly attacked Dragon Island, but it was schemed against. These were all karma. Now that the blood-winged dragon was completely dead, the karma between him and the blood-winged dragon was directly cut off. A Tao Lord, the evolution of Tao law, and the world was boundless. At this time, Hou finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, it also meant that he had a clearer understanding of the world. I wonder how Wanqing is doing. At this time, he thought, but at this time, a wave of anxiety came. It was impossible to be so anxious for no reason, so the most likely thing was that Yun Wanqing was in danger. No, I have to go and see. If he had not been seized by a whim and wanted to sense Yun Wanqing, he probably would not have made such a guess. However, since he already had a guess, he had to guard against it. He had to go and see. If Yun Wanqing was safe and sound, then he was naturally overthinking. He was just afraid that it was not him overthinking. Yun Wanqing once again sat in front of Hanhua Daozuan. At this moment, she directly operated her power and directed it toward the core of Hanhua Daozuan's injury. She had already experienced it once yesterday, so this time Yun Wanqing was not in a hurry. She just let her power penetrate bit by bit. Sure enough, when this power penetrated, that familiar feeling appeared again. However, she knew where her purpose was, so she did not pay attention to it. Instead, she controlled her power and went straight to the root of the problem. However, at this moment, a cloudy mist technique appeared in the core of the injury. It was the same cloudy mist technique as hers. However, in the next moment, the mist changed and turned into a poisonous mist. Father. Yun Wanqing was shocked. This was no small matter. Back then, Su Yan defeated Yunhe and let Yunhe leave. They then announced to the public that Yunhe had been killed by the Devil's Sect. After not seeing her father for so many years, it was impossible for her not to miss him. However, she never expected that the two of them would sense her father's aura under such circumstances. However, that aura was so evil that it almost made her heart turn cold. Just as she relaxed her mind, she suddenly realized that someone had grabbed her wrist. The person who grabbed her was none other than Hanyu Daozuan. Not good, junior sister is going to act up again. Nia Kong was shocked. After yesterday, Hanyu Daozuan was clearly much better. Why would she act up at this time? His saint energy rushed out at this moment, trying to suppress this power. However, he did not expect that a shadow would suddenly appear beside Hanyu Daozuan. The shadow's hair was disheveled, like an evil spirit. Then, it struck out with its palm. The person's palm was clearly struck out later, but it arrived first and directly defeated Nia Kong's power. Go. His power shook directly, but it shattered all of Hanyu Daozuan's restraints. After breaking free of the restraints, Hanyu Daozuan carried Yun Wanqing and flew out. What's going on? At this moment, everyone was shocked. They could not understand why this happened. Chapter 1198. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Ling Likong made a move. A beam of fire shot towards the strange man. However, the strange man did not even look at it. Then, a force fell, and a terrifying aura directly suppressed the flame and extinguished it. How dare you! Zhang Daiqian and Yi Xingxing both made a move, but they could not stop the strange man at all. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan made a move. Junior sister, don't. Nia Kong shouted, but it was too late. As one of the 5 Dao masters of the Heavenly Sage sect, Hanyu Daozuan naturally had enough means to break the formation. The moment the formation was broken, the strange man directly grabbed Hanyu Daozuan, and then completely shattered and disappeared. Damn it, who the hell is that? They only felt that they were going crazy. What kind of existence was this guy? How could he have such a terrifying ability? When he left just now, he had directly shattered the space. This kind of strength was already terrifying and powerful. However, at this moment, the space fluctuated again. Wanqing. This time, it was Su Yan, but when he appeared, Yun Wanqing was gone. Zhang Daiqian, where is Wanqing? Su Yan frowned and asked directly. Zhang Daiqian said, you came to play a trick. She has been taken away by a strange man who tore the space. Zhang Daiqian really hated himself. He should have never agreed to let Yun Wanqing come here. Are you the sect master of the Heavenly Sage sect? Su Yan looked directly at Nia Kong. When Nia Kong met Su Yan's gaze, he actually felt a chill all over his body. At this moment, he immediately felt a huge pressure. He was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Sage sect. Except for the experts hidden in the depths of the small world, he was the most powerful person in the sect. However, at this moment, when facing Su Yan's gaze, he actually had a feeling of wanting to escape directly. This was really too exaggerated. However, he soon calmed himself down. The strange man just now was too decisive. In addition, there was Hanyu Daozuan, so the Heavenly Sage sect was caught off guard. However, if Su Yan really wanted to attack the Heavenly Sage sect, then the Heavenly Sage sect would let him know what the real foundation was. I'm Nia Kong, the temporary acting sect master of the Heavenly Sage sect, he said calmly. Su Yan's translation editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Ling Liakong's words, Nia Kong's face, Yun Wanqing. Ling Liakong's, Nia Kong's immediately, Nia's face immediately became embarrassed. Nia Kong. Ling Ling Leak Keek translation. He had come all the way here to invite his wife for help, but in the end, she had been kidnapped. How could he? How could he? Translation Ling. Translation. Com Yandazi translation How translation As translation English translation, he. However, in the past 10 years, no one knew Su Yan's whereabouts, so it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon. But now, this contempt had long since vanished into thin air. Such power made him feel like he couldn't break free. At this moment, in the sky, the power of space that had not yet dissipated showed how powerful Su Yan was. Well, what happened just now? Tell me the cause and effect in detail. Although Su Yan felt the fluctuation of space, he did not know where the other side of the space gate was, so he could not rashly go there at this time. He was obviously very upset, but he still had to calm his mind and not be disturbed by external forces. This was the control of the mind. If there was nothing to do, many people would be able to keep their mind at peace. However, if they could keep their mind as still as a mountain in the face of life and death, then it was really amazing. At this moment, after Su Yan became a Tao master, the cultivation of his mind had improved. At this time, he could still keep calm. Nye Kong could not put on airs at this time, so he told the cause and effect of the matter in full, including the matter of the divine treasure. Anyway, the divine treasure was no longer a secret. Several other sects, as well as those demonic beasts and other alien races, had sent experts there. In this case, Yun Wanxing was taken to the central region. Su Yan had already made a judgment in his heart. There must be a space mark in your Hanyu Daozuan's wound. To be able to do this person's cultivation is also terrifying. So, he could directly reach the heavenly sage sect silently. Su Yan analyzed the situation according to the situation. Even now, if he did not have a coordinate, it was impossible for him to directly tear the space to a certain place accurately. No matter how powerful that guy was, he could not do it. Then, there was only one possibility, that was, a space mark. After thinking about it, only in the depths of the wound could there be a space mark hidden. After all, the core of the wound was the most important thing. Before being sure, no one would touch it easily. Su Yan, what should we do? Zhang Daqian came up and asked. Su Yan said, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, they don't want Wanqing's life, so Wanqing will be fine in the short term. But I have to go to the central region, so I'll leave everything of the heaven and earth organization to you. His speculation was not unreasonable, but it was just speculation. If he could not see it, he would feel uneasy. So he decided to go there himself. After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not delay any further and directly rushed towards the Central Plains. The original continent of the 5 counties did not seem so vast. But with the change of heaven and earth, the continent changed, as if the disappeared world had reappeared in the human world. For any life, this was a huge shock. Therefore, it led to 10 years of chaos in the 5 counties. Now, the eastern land, the western wilderness, the northern underworld and the southern sea all had their own territories. But it was different in the central region. This place seemed to have an extremely terrifying power. Now, in other places, the power of the laws of heaven and earth had begun to weaken, but the central region did not. Even a dragon realm cultivator, as long as they stepped into the central region, would not be able to make a leap. This was a terrifying pressure. If that was all, it would be fine. More importantly, this place seemed to be cursed. In the beginning, it was natural that some forces wanted to set their sights on this area. But almost everyone who entered this place died. Other than the venerables who survived, everyone else died without exception. Such a terrifying place was naturally regarded as a cursed place. While the other places were in a state of chaos, this place was the quietest. But now, there was a rumor in the central region that there were divine treasures. The so-called divine treasures referred to the treasures left behind after the fall of the gods. God, that was such a mighty word. In the history of the boundless land, there were many people who became sacred venerables, but how many people could be called gods? For example, the 3 dragon gods were almost incomparably high existences. Why did the dragon race decline? It was also because of the fall of the 3 dragon gods. If not for the disappearance of the eternal dragon god, the destruction dragon god, and the time dragon god, the dragon race might still be the overlords of the world. This showed how terrifying the gods were. Thus, when this news came out, almost everyone was alarmed. All of them couldn't wait to seize the treasury. If they could seize the divine treasures, they might be able to reach the heavens in one step. Of course, in fact, everyone knew that this was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. How could something left behind by the gods be so easily obtained? But this did not matter. Under the temptation of huge benefits, there would always be people who would disregard their lives to seize the treasures. The inheritance of the heavenly sage sect was extremely powerful. After all, it was said that it was the inheritance of a sage. In fact, at this moment, even Su Yan was a little confused. Gods were extremely terrifying existences. Then what was a Lord of Heaven? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about this. He knew very well that he must not bite off more than he could chew and pursue things that were beyond his reach. What he had to do now was to find the whereabouts of Yun Wanqing. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing had the jade pendant he gave her. Although Su Yan could no longer sense the exact location because the distance was too far, at least he had a general direction to find. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. His spatial divine ability was fully unleashed, and his speed had reached an unimaginable level. Finally, Su Yan stopped because there was a clear line in front of him. This line was not drawn, but it was the great power of nature. On this part of the line, the vegetation was exuberant and lush. But on the other end, it was gray and decadent. A line, one side was alive and the other was dead. It was that simple. Su Yan did not hesitate much and directly crossed the line. When he stepped over this line, he immediately felt another cold force enveloping him as if it was going to pull him into a bottomless abyss. Countless fantasies kept appearing at this time. All kinds of strange and bizarre scenes were present. No wonder those who stepped into this place suddenly died. Su Yan had already understood that the reason those people died was because they could not resist the murderous aura. It seemed that the legend that there was a divine treasure hidden here was very likely true. It seemed that only a god could make every inch of land contain such terrifying murderous aura. If it were not for him, Su Yan really could not think of anyone else who could do this. However, even a venerable one could not do anything to this murderous aura, let alone Su Yan. He walked forward step by step and then wanted to sense the aura from the jade pendant. However, what made him frown was that he could no longer sense the aura of the jade pendant. This place had a huge oppressive force for all kinds of power. There are actually people who can survive. At this moment, two people walked towards Su Yan in the distance. In fact, Su Yan had already noticed them, but he did not take any action because he knew that these two guys would definitely come for him. Chapter 1199. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, this one. Which sex elder or genius disciple do you belong to? Tell us. Perhaps we can take care of each other. Fengyan Reading Network. They immediately asked about Su Yan's background. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "What about you guys? Which sect are you from?" Looking at Su Yan's calm appearance, the two of them didn't have any confidence in their hearts. They felt that Su Yan wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. However, since it had already come to this, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. "I am Elder Lu Wu from the Xianin sect, and he is Yuanza from the Celestial sect. How should I address you?" At this moment, Su Yan said, "I am Chang Wuxin, a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization." When the two of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but relax. The Heaven and Earth Organization? The Heaven and Earth Organization that specializes in healing. I really did not expect to meet people from the Heaven and Earth Organization here. His smile was bright, but his thoughts behind it were unknown. "I just arrived here today. I heard that everyone is rushing towards the god's treasury. Why haven't I seen anyone?" Su Yan asked. The man laughed and said, "Brother Chang, we are the same as you. We just arrived not long ago and missed the best opportunity to enter the Middle Earth. Legend has it that there is a powerful god's inheritance power. If I can obtain this power, I will definitely be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a high and mighty immortal. But if it is so easy to become a god, why would this place be a dangerous place? At this moment, Wenza interrupted him. Old Lu, you are being long-winded again. I think this brother also wants to enter and take a look. Even if he can't obtain the inheritance, as long as he can obtain 1 or 2 inherited divine equipment, it is already an extremely amazing thing. Su Yan smiled and did not deny it. At this moment, he suddenly said, by the way, the two of you, do you know if there are any other strange things in this place? Lu Wu said, you've already experienced the feeling of crossing the line between life and death. You've even experienced that, so why would you be afraid of that? He continued, actually, there is nothing dangerous in this place. As long as you have reached the Master Realm, your mind will not be affected by this place, so there is no danger. Let's go. Anyway, it's fate. Let's go. The 3 of us. And he finished speaking, he walked. Su Yan did not try to explain. He had already seen that these 2 guys wanted to find a scapegoat on Earth, and Su Yan. The 2 were the 2 they were where translation was? Translation. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Those Tao masters who came here were not in danger. They were only unwilling to leave because of the attraction of the divine treasure. It as translation as their translation as. It had ho translation, that was ho translation. It. More importantly, he did want to familiarize himself with the environment here. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to go. He did not know the whereabouts of Yun Wanqing until now, which made him extremely worried. The strange old man finally stopped. The space gate was directly closed at this time. He stood at the side, panting heavily. Clearly, what happened just now was extremely stressful for him. Then, his eyes fell on Yun Wanqing. When Yun Wanqing's eyes met his, Yun Wanqing was dumbfounded. Father. Yun Wanqing had already felt Yunhe's aura when she was clear about that power. But at that time, she still hoped that it was her illusion and not real. But at this time, she could no longer deceive herself. The person in front of her was really her father, Yunhe. But what did Yunhe look like at this time? His hair was disheveled, and he looked very sloppy. He looked like a beggar on the street, but he did not have an extremely strong power. Yunhe heard Yun Wanqing's call. His body suddenly stiffened, and his face immediately showed confusion. He seemed to be trying hard to remember where he had met this person. Those scenes appeared in his mind one after another. Little Wan, These 3 words seemed to take all his strength to say. Yun Wanqing was immediately pleasantly surprised. She stood up directly. Father, it's me, father. Even Yun Wanqing could not help but feel this kind of reunion after such a long separation. But at this time, Yunhe's expression suddenly changed, and he directly pushed Yun Wanqing away. Nonsense, my little Wan, is already dead. She doesn't want me anymore. At this time, he was making a fuss like a child. This scene made Wanqing's heart ache. She had never thought that such a strong person would end up like this today. However, she could also see that her father's aura had become extremely strong, and it was completely different from before. Father, I didn't abandon you. How could I abandon you? Yun Wanqing went up and put his arms around Yunhe's waist. Perhaps feeling the warmth, Yunhe finally calmed down at this time. For a moment, the father and daughter were silent. Wanqing, are you my Wanqing? Yunhe's emotions were very unstable, and he would call a few times from time to time. Yun Wanqing saw that Yunhe's mental state was abnormal, so he did not dare to say too much at this time. He just looked at Yunhe. After a long time, Yunhe's mental state finally stabilized. Wanqing, I really didn't expect that you have already reached the Tao Master Realm. It seems that Su Yan treated you well, Yunhe said. Back then, he was defeated by Su Yan and had to give up everything at that time and leave. However, he was extremely unwilling to accept it in his heart. At that time, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. After all, his persistence was directly destroyed overnight, which meant that all his hopes were directly reduced to empty talk. However, later on, he regained his courage and entered the land of darkness. There were many forbidden areas in the Five Commanderies continent long ago, and the forbidden area he entered just happened to evolve into the central province later on. He did not know whether Yunhe was lucky or not, but he received the inheritance of a powerful saint in ancient times. After receiving the inheritance, he began to be brought into a deep sleep. Until now, he finally woke up. However, waking up was only the beginning. His spirit was already in disorder because when he received the inheritance, his spirit was sometimes himself, and sometimes it was the remnant thoughts of that ancient almighty. Later on, when he was wandering in the outside world, he happened to meet Hanyu Daozuan. This was the scene at this time. Yunhe was very curious about the outside world, so when she was awake, she planted a space mark in Hanyu Daozuan's wound. This was also the reason why she could enter the Heaven Sage sect at once. Father, do you mean that there is another existence in your spiritual world? Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Tao master, she still found it hard to understand such a situation. He, that's right. You're right, my good daughter. At this time, his voice suddenly became extremely strange. Yun Wanqing immediately knew that it was definitely not her father who was controlling her body at this time. Thousand Clouds transformation. Her reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, she had already displayed her power. A cloud of qi directly separated the two of them. However, his expression did not change, and he unexpectedly bumped into the Thousand Clouds transformation and grabbed Yun Wanqing. What? Yun Wanqing was shocked. This guy actually endured the damage of the Thousand Clouds transformation to attack her. Most importantly, this body was Yunhe's body. This remnant thoughts were simply extremely evil. Ha, this is so pleasant. Can you bear to see your father hurt? You'd better obediently come into my arms. He suddenly exerted force, and then directly grabbed Yun Wanqing. However, at this time, his palms suddenly stopped. Damn it, that's my daughter. At this critical moment, Yunhe directly woke up. At this time, Yunhe's will and the remnant thoughts immediately began to compete. I know that she's your daughter, but this is more interesting. Ha. That maniacal laughter was simply terrifying. Yunhe, you won't be able to suppress me. In the end, you'll be devoured by me and become a part of me. He laughed loudly. However, at this time, Yunhe suddenly moved his hand, and then a strange power directly shot into Hanyu Daozuan's body. Protect her. Yunhe knew that at this time, he was no longer able to suppress Yunhe. Thus, at this time, he directly took drastic measures, and directly released Hanyu Daozuan's restriction. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan opened her eyes. That wound caused her to be in extreme pain, and at this time, she finally woke up. Her first reaction was to take revenge. Seeing such a reaction, Yunhe laughed. Come and kill me. Although he was extremely ambitious, Yun Wanqing was still his daughter. How could he bear to see her get hurt? Furthermore, the person who hurt her was himself. He would rather die than see such an ending. At this time, he woke up Hanyu Daozuan. Hanyu Daozuan's strength was actually not bad. Back then, Yunhe was able to injure him because of the special state of his body, and also because this place was the Middle Earth, which had an extremely special geographical environment. Back then, Hanyu Daozuan had just entered this place, so naturally, he didn't know the mysteries of this place. And now, Hanyu Daozuan had already suffered once. This time, he wouldn't so easily suffer again. Furthermore, Yun Wanqing was by his side. He knew very well that his daughter had inherited his healing abilities. The two of them complemented each other, so their battle strength was definitely not inferior. The reason why his body could change like this was actually because of the mutation of his cloud mist technique, which formed an extremely terrifying self-healing technique. Chapter 1200. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was one of the main reasons why Hanyu Daozuan had failed back then. He was able to defeat Yunhe every single time and even severely injure her. But in just a short while, this guy's state would automatically recover, and if this cycle continued, even she would not be able to withstand it. However, it was different now. With Yun Wanqing around, Hanyu Daozuan had no problems in this aspect. Be careful, Daoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yun Wanqing reminded her. In an instant, a ray of light flashed past. Hanyu Daozuan heard Yun Wanqing's reminder and immediately turned his body. As expected, only his hand was slightly injured. If she had been a little slower, her arm might have been cut off. Daoist friend, come to me, Yun Wanqing called out. Hanyu did not suspect anything and immediately went to Yun Wanqing's side. Yun Wanqing cast the cloud mist technique and spots of light filled her arm. Then, she was shocked to find that her arm had actually recovered to its original state. Not only that, Su Yan's power spread to her body and filled her up bit by bit. His injuries have actually completely healed. You're the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing? She had heard of Yun Wanqing's name before. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was ranked 6th among the sections. One must know that the top few sects were revived from the ancient times. She was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was considered powerful to be able to squeeze out the other ancient sections. It's me, Hanyu Daozuan. Now is not the time to talk. Let's work together, Yun Wanqing said directly. What happened just now had a huge impact on her. After all, the person in front of her had suddenly turned from her father to a devil. If she had not become a Tao master and had a strong state of mind, she would not have been able to withstand such a change. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She only hoped that Hanyu Daozuan could subdue the monster, her original father. Then, she would think of a way to expel the evil soul from his body. Of course, at this moment, she also began to call for Su Yan. Although she did not want to cause trouble for Su Yan, she had no choice but to do so because she knew that Su Yan would not want to see her lose her. The jade pendant transmitted its thoughts to the outside world. However, as she was already a Tao master, she naturally knew how special this place was. She was not sure if Su Yan could sense her aura. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan immediately. He used the Ice Tao, and Ice Law. Was. With a flash of the Ice Law, an ice sword appeared in his hand. As soon as her sword light appeared, a cold light immediately shot out. Such a power was already very strong. If it had not been for the suppression of this special environment, the power of the sword light would have been even stronger. At this moment, Yunhe still laughed strangely. She did not dodge and rushed toward Hanyu Daozuan with her own power. This power was extremely terrifying, but also extremely violent. She did not use any rule power at all. She just used her own body to continuously hit him. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan's body flew backward. Of course, Yunhe did not have it easy either. Her body was directly frozen by the power of ice, and even her entire arm was broken. Huh, not bad, not bad. I like women like you the most. Amidst his wild laughter, his frozen body began to recover little by little. Fellow Daoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yun Wanqing also directly attacked. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan also directly returned to his original state. The cloudy mist technique is really heaven-defying. She could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that it could be ranked 6th in the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, she did not have time to sigh. The battle between them began again. However, at this moment, Yun Wanqing also began to attack. This was because she knew that in order to imprison the guy who had taken over her father's body, she had to first restrict his cloudy mist technique. Hanyu Daozuan, I will try my best to control the effect of the cloudy mist technique. Take the opportunity to attack. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she directly displayed her rule power. The rule power directly formed a small domain, enveloping Yunhe within it. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan directly attacked. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the powerful force directly turned into a terrifying cold light. Such a force was already extremely powerful at this moment. At this moment, Yunhe laughed again. He did not care at all, and just like before, he directly charged forward. Just like last time, he directly sent Hanyu Daozuan flying. Then, he prepared to use his powerful recovery ability to return himself to his best state. After repeating this several times, he finally realized that something was wrong. This was because when he fought with Hanyu Daozuan, he was actually being pushed back more and more times. Something's wrong. My recovery ability is weakening. At this moment, he turned his gaze and directly landed on Yun Wanqing. You're the one who's causing trouble. At this moment, he finally understood the magical effect of the cloudy mist technique. Not only could it save people, but it could also limit his recovery ability. Since he already knew the reason, he naturally had to deal with the right problem. Hee, how long are you going to hide behind me? His powers suddenly erupted, and an evil cloud suddenly appeared under his feet. Such power surged up and directly suppressed Yun Wanqing. He actually saw through Yun Wanqing's real body. Su Yan followed Lu Wu and Huanza on the road. Along the way, these two people kept talking to Su Yan. Although these words seemed casual, they were trying to fish for clues and information. For example, how many people from the Heaven and Earth organization came this time, and who were the experts among them that he should pay special attention to? However, Su Yan was also very smart. He almost never directly answered the two people's questions. Even if he occasionally answered, he would just brush the edge. This made the two people very uncomfortable. At this moment, the two people suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why have the two of you stopped? Su Yan asked the two of them. At this moment, Lu Wu suddenly said, Xiao Chang, the mist up ahead seems to be a little too dense. How about this? Go take a look and see if there's anything. If there's nothing, come and tell us. Su Yan's eyes twitched. He already knew what they were planning, but he remained calm on the surface. He said, You want me to scout ahead? Huanza directly said with annoyance, Of course. We're already 3 origin venerables, while you've only just reached 1 origin. If there's any danger, we'll be able to save you in time. He spoke extremely naturally and smoothly. He did not feel any guilt at all. You've already done this many times, Su Yan directly sneered. At this moment, Lu Wu had already lost his patience. Xiao Chang, you better understand that we're only giving you this opportunity because you're a genius disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. If you were a regular person, we wouldn't care at all. Alright, let's cut the crap. Go. Su Yan smiled, but this time, he did not say anything. Instead, he obediently made his way forward. He walked at a leisurely pace. Gradually, his figure disappeared from their sight. There's nothing else here. Come on over, Su Yan's voice rang out at this moment. Lu Wu gently frowned before saying, Nothing else? I clearly sensed danger earlier. That kid isn't lying to us, right? However, Huanza soon added, You're overthinking it. What's his cultivation? If there was danger, would he still be able to speak so calmly? The old man thought about it and agreed. Thus, the two of them immediately moved forward. Since they had already explored the path, they naturally had nothing to worry about. Naturally, they sped up. At this moment, they found that Chang Wuxin was standing still at this moment. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chang, are you alright? They were still worried and asked. What's that? Is that the gate of God? Su Yan's voice rang out. At this moment, Su Yan was really shocked. In front of him was an incomparably huge gate. Su Yan had never seen such a magnificent gate before. Compared to the gate, they were really small. The gate was actually thousands of feet tall. More importantly, the material of the gate was very special. It seemed to contain an extremely dense and unpredictable power. The gate of God, it's really the gate of God. Those Tao sovereigns have all entered the gate of God. Those people who aren't Tao sovereigns can't enter. How hateful. At this moment, Lu Wu lamented. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't see any Tao sovereigns. So they've all entered the gate of God. Hearing his words, Su Yan sighed. Xiao Chang, what did you just say? He Wenza heard Su Yan's words clearly and asked in return. At this point, Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time with them. The two of you, please enter the gate of God first and help me explore the path. As soon as he said this, the two of them were surprised. They were 3 essences sovereigns, but they were being taught by a 1 essences sovereign. However, in the next moment, 2 powerful forces had already grabbed them. These forces were so strong that even people as strong as them couldn't struggle. So much nonsense. Just go in when I tell you to. After saying that, Su Yan directly threw the 2 of them. The 2 of them immediately entered the gate of God. Of course, when the 2 of them were thrown out, Su Yan's divine sense had already locked onto them. He wanted to see what was behind this gate of God. And was Yun Wanqing also behind this gate of God? The 2 of them directly passed through the gate of God, giving Su Yan the feeling that they had directly entered another world. However, the barrier of the world wasn't so strong, and there didn't seem to be the will of the world inside. Chapter 1201. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An extremely terrifying power was slowly flowing through the gate of God. After the 2 people entered, their realms began to drop. Read the full text. In just a few moments, they were only in the spirit channeling realm. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene through his divine sense. What was going on? These people's realms had been directly weakened and then dropped. In the end, they were only left with this level of cultivation. This gate of God is indeed strange. He was extremely shocked. If it was in the past, he would never believe that such a thing could happen in this world. But today, he had no choice but to believe it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. This was an undeniable reality. These people's realms had been directly weakened in such a short period of time. Unimaginable. This was simply unimaginable. Just as Su Yan was shocked, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly came out of the gate of God. That aura rushed towards him, as if it wanted to suck him in. Su Yan's body immediately erupted with a burst of power. His body was firmly rooted in this place. The power that attracted him could not move him in the slightest. Su Yan's divine sense had yet to return from the gate of God. Although he had lost his sense of the 2 people, it did not mean that he could not investigate the situation inside the gate of God. The power of the very high turned into thousands of invisible threads, which kept extending toward the inside. He was investigating the situation inside. Although he saw the situation of the 2 Xianin sect disciples just now, their realms had been directly weakened and disappeared, he did not dispel this thought. However, this didn't dispel Ho Yi's thoughts of going inside to investigate. Instead, it made him even more determined. He was really curious about the existence inside. There seemed to be another world inside the gate of God. The perception between him and Yun Wanqing had almost directly disappeared. Generally speaking, this was not something that could happen unless the space was cut off. If that was the case, it was very likely that Yun Wanqing was in this mysterious space. Ho Yi observed for a long time with the power of the Tai Supreme. Unfortunately, although he had reached the level of Tao Master and his divine thought was extremely powerful, the barrier was too strong. Even he couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, there were even many spatial turbulences constantly roaming around. The 2 of them had directly lost their senses when they reached this place. It seems that this is a place where space is severed. Since he already had an understanding in his heart, he no longer hesitated and directly plunged his body into it. Su Yan immediately released his power, and that power immediately swallowed him. The moment he entered this place, he immediately felt a wave of pressure rushing towards him. This pressure was far stronger than he had imagined. As expected, if I didn't personally enter this place, I wouldn't be able to feel the terrifying power of this place. Su Yan muttered to himself in his heart. At this moment, a powerful spatial thunderbolt suddenly rushed towards him. When those 2 guys just entered this place, there was clearly no change, but when I entered this place, the spatial thunderbolt appeared. Could it be that this is targeted at Tao masters, or is it because my power is too strong that it caused the repulsion of heaven and earth? Just as Su Yan was thinking, that thunderbolt had already fallen into his body. Even Su Yan had to admit that this power was really powerful and terrifying. Even if he put up a defense with his power, it was still directly suppressed. However, at this time, he would not let this power hurt him, so he directly activated the power of the Tai Supreme. The power of the Tai Supreme had shown enough power and magic. He believed that even at this time, the power of the Tai Supreme could protect him. Of course, Su Yan also had his own ambition, which was that he wanted to analyze this power. This power was really powerful. If he could analyze it, it would be of great use to him. This was not a joke. If he could obtain this power, it would increase his strength. This was like adding wings to a tiger. He had just defeated the Dragon King, refined the blood-winged dragon, and the 9-headed demon snake, and the darkness holy man could only flee in panic from his hands. However, the current situation was not good. The restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth would not exist forever. Although he did not know when this time would come, Su Yan actually felt that that day might not be too far away. His current strength was simply not enough to deal with those real powerhouses. Although he had defeated the Dragon King Bugadier last time. But there were too many coincidences. Bugadier was not able to use his full strength at that time. The power of the dragon god that he summoned temporarily suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. But in this matter, he still could not put all his power into it. Perhaps, the power at that time was only half of his full strength. However, such power was already so difficult for Su Yan to deal with. If Fu Qing of the Pagoda sect had not killed him halfway with the 9 heavens divine sword, he would have been in danger. Only he knew how dangerous his situation was. In order to improve his strength, and also for Yun Wanqing's safety, he naturally could not care less at this time. He had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. The lightning rushed into his body and recklessly rushed toward his body. However, the power of the Tai Supreme was directly released. Then, the two forces constantly collided and entangled. This made Su Yan's body very uncomfortable. He did not know how long it had been since he had endured such power. The powerful radiance continued to change within his body. Su Yan endured the pain, but carefully studied this power. After entering this land, their realms were suppressed. At this time, this power was about to deprive him of his realm. This was definitely not a joke. The two people from before were the best examples. Of course, at this time, he finally understood that this was not depriving, but sealing. It was a powerful sealing power. During this process, Su Yan's power kept weakening, as if it would disappear at any time. However, at this time, Su Yan's aura directly shook. Although the power of the Tai Supreme could not completely control this power, at this time, it seemed to have found a loophole. Su Yan's realm continued to drop, but the momentum of this drop seemed to have stopped. Everything was constantly changing at this time. The powerful and mysterious radiance had reached an unimaginable level at this time. It seems that I've finally reached the end. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally found that his body had stopped. That power seemed to have finally decided to let him go. Su Yan had also passed through the power of space. When he stood firmly again, Su Yan found that his current realm was only at the spirit channeling realm. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to accept such a blow. One had to know that the spirit channeling realm was only the beginning of cultivation. Cultivating to the venerable realm required a lot of energy and time. However, at this time, countless efforts had turned into nothing. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be happy. In front of Su Yan, He Wenbin and Lu Wu both sat on the ground dejectedly. Even their hair had started to turn white, as if they were still unable to accept this reality. This was because it was simply too cruel. Heavens, why did you treat me like this? Why? He questioned the sky in a loud voice. He was on the verge of crying. Lu Wu was slightly better than him, but not by much. Su Yan walked towards the two of them. At this time, he was still too unfamiliar with this space. His previous imagination of this place was too simple. Su Yan walked behind them and said directly, "All right, 2 old monsters are crying here. What do you think you look like?" Just as the 2 of them were feeling dejected, they suddenly heard Su Yan's voice and immediately jumped up. The powerful force that Su Yan had displayed earlier was still imprinted in their minds. The moment they saw Su Yan, their first reaction was to immediately retreat. "It's you." At first, they thought that Su Yan was a weak lamb, so they wanted to bully Su Yan and make Su Yan work for them. However, later on, they realized that Su Yan was a giant tiger. In front of Su Yan, they did not even have the strength to resist or struggle. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan again, their hearts were filled with fear. But soon, they suddenly remembered something. "No, old Lu, this guy also entered here. Since our cultivation is suppressed, will he be the same?" He Wenza suddenly said. At this moment, Lu Wu's thoughts also began to move. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke, "You don't need to think too much. What you just said is correct. My cultivation is also suppressed." Su Yan looked into the distance and said, "Right now, my cultivation is also in the spirit realm." After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and He Wenza's eyes lit up. "Is what you said true?" Because Su Yan had already pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, he was still a bit hesitant about Su Yan's words. At this moment, Su Yan continued, "Yes, it's not just me. From my observations, the spirit realm should be the highest realm that is tacitly allowed by the heavens. Although it is very strange, this is the law of the heavens. If the law is like this, then there is no way to resist." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the 2 of them were stunned for a moment. Although they were originally Tao sovereigns, they had not reached that realm. Their understanding of the law of the heavens could not compare to Su Yan's. Chapter 12:02. However, after hearing Su Yan's words, they immediately felt that they made sense. Latest chapter read. At this moment, Lu Wu's expression changed. "I don't care if you're Chang Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect, but since we're all in the spirit realm, then it's time to settle the score." Lu Wu's expression changed. Of the 2, Lu Wu was ruthless and impulsive, while He Wenbin was more cunning. Lu Wu's words left He Wenbin's mouth, but He Wenbin hesitated. He had just suffered a loss once. After all, it made him hesitate a lot in his heart. However, if he really didn't do anything, his heart wouldn't be able to accept it. Just now, they had been beaten so miserably by Su Yan that their cultivations had dropped to the spirit realm. Although they knew that this was only the case in this place, their hearts were still in pain, and they refused to relax. At this moment, his strength exploded. His unwillingness caused the hesitation and fear in his heart to disappear, and he threw out a punch. No matter what, they had to teach this guy a lesson. This was what they were thinking. Facing the attacks of the 2, Su Yan remained unmoved. When this punch came crashing down, his strength suddenly exploded. He was in the spirit realm, but his strength was still very strong. They were both in the spirit realm, so how could he be afraid? Moreover, although his cultivation was only in the spirit realm, his understanding of strength was much stronger than before. His fist arrived first, landing directly on He Wenbin's lower abdomen. He Wenbin's entire body curled up, obviously in great pain. The strength of this punch was far beyond his imagination. They were both in the spirit realm, but the strength of the 2 was completely different. At this moment, Lu Wu saw that He Wenbin had been defeated with a single punch, and his heart was still filled with fear. The fear of being dominated by Su Yan once again surged into his heart. However, Su Yan wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Since he had already made his move, then he had to bear the consequences. With a flash of his body, he appeared right next to him. Then, he delivered a clean chop with his hand. He was simply unable to react to such a blow. Puff, puff, 2 sounds were heard. Almost at the same time, they had lost the power to resist and fell directly to the ground. On the other hand, Su Yan was still as calm as ever. It was as if Su Yan hadn't made a move at all. He looked at the 2 of them, his eyes full of ridicule. Then, he said, "All right, your combat strength is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. If you want to deal with me with such combat strength, then it's really laughable." His voice was so calm, but to the two people, the pressure suddenly increased. They had originally thought that at this point, since they were all at the same cultivation level, even if they couldn't defeat Bareface, they would at least be able to fight him to a draw. Of course, there were still more situations where they could win. This way, they would have the absolute initiative. However, they never would have thought that at this time, Su Yan would defeat them in just one move. They didn't even have time to react. Such speed was really too fast. In the spirit channeling realm, we are all very different from each other. So, put away your wishful thinking. Otherwise, I will not be happy. Do you understand what I mean? As Su Yan's words fell, they finally recognized the reality of the situation. At this time, He Wenbin said, "Sir, who are you?" He still didn't know Su Yan's true identity. This was really sullen. He didn't even know who he had lost to, which was really annoying. At this time, Lu Wu had the same reaction. "Even if you want us to die, at least let us die with some understanding. Tell us who we lost to." However, Su Yan didn't answer. He didn't need to satisfy his enemy's curiosity. Who I am is actually not important. What's really important is that you have to understand your current situation. If you choose to cooperate with me, then everyone will be happy. But at this time, if you choose to go against me, then I will kill you in an instant. I think, you will no longer doubt my strength. Su Yan's tyranny was fully displayed at this time. The two people looked at each other. Although they were extremely helpless, they already knew that what Su Yan said was the truth. "Sir, please give us your orders." Since Su Yan had kept their lives until now, then he must have his own motives. However, they didn't know what it was for. "One of you is from the Xianin sect, and the other is from the Celestial sect. This is correct, right?" Su Yan asked. The two people hurriedly replied, "We wouldn't dare to lie to you, sir." At this time, they were really afraid of Su Yan and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Su Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you are from these two sects, according to the strength of the Xianin sect and the Celestial sect, there should be more than one or two experts who came to this gate of God, right? If there were really only these two people, then these two sects were really too ridiculous. How could they be qualified to be called one of the top 10 sects?" Su Yan knew in his heart that each of these ancient sects had a strong foundation. In the depths of the mystery, there were many old antiques hidden. These people were the true foundation of a sect. As long as there were such terrifying experts, then their inheritance wouldn't be a consummate skill. Although the Heaven and Earth organization was ranked 6th, the ranking was actually just based on the strength of the people who could be active in the real world. If the sovereigns and Tao masters who were hidden in the depths of the Gate of God were included, then they might not be ranked at the top. The world behind the Gate of God was so mysterious. It was likely that the divine treasures hidden within would not be simple at all. The treasures left behind by the gods were probably something that even the legendary sacred sages would be moved by. Maybe they couldn't enter this place, but they definitely wouldn't give up. They definitely wouldn't watch others, especially their opponents, take all these things away. Su Yan's gaze was like a knife, landing directly on the two people. Under Su Yan's gaze, they felt a huge pressure. Finally, He Wenbin spoke, "Sir, please let us go. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know." Lu Wu was also full of helplessness. At this time, their lives were in the hands of Su Yan, so they didn't dare to lie. Su Yan looked at them with a playful smile. This was good. "Speak, I'm listening," Su Yan said. He Wenbin sighed and said, "Actually, this mysterious world has existed since the ancient times. At that time, many almighty figures had fought for it, and even caused a large-scale war." Su Yan listened to his explanation and finally understood the origin of this place. Strictly speaking, this place should be called the Graveyard of the Gods. According to legend, this was the place where the gods were buried after they fell. There were extremely terrifying things here. These things were like souls, but they were completely different from souls. Back then, the strong people called these things god devourers. Of course, they couldn't devour the gods, but they could devour the soul fragments of the gods after they died. In this way, they could strengthen themselves and make themselves stronger. If that was all there was to it, Su Yan would not be so surprised. After all, it was possible for more strange things to happen in the place where the gods died. Later, in ancient times, an extremely powerful existence entered this place. At that time, that existence was extremely crazy. His idea was actually very simple. He wanted to collect all the god devourers and put them under his control. Although the god devourers only devoured the soul fragments of the gods, in fact, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Their strength was definitely not below that of a Tao master, and the most powerful existence among them was comparable to a sovereign. A sovereign was already an extremely terrifying force in the human world. Later, those sovereign-level god devourers became more and more powerful. In the end, they gave birth to their own ambitions. They wanted to leave this place and go to the outermost world. They believed that with their powerful strength, they shouldn't be trapped in this small place. In the end, some god devourers really rushed out of this world. Their appearance immediately brought great chaos to the outside world. At that time, it was the end of the war with the evil demon clan. The world was filled with the shadow of death and extremely terrifying fear. The living people were in great pain, but for these god devourers, it was a true heaven. Whether it was the evil demons or living beings, they all became the targets of their devouring. These were the things they liked the most. Extremely powerful forces kept gathering at this time. The most powerful forces gathered bit by bit at this time, and in the end, they immediately became the most terrifying and powerful existence. In the end, the holy venerables of living beings and the evil demon gods realized how terrifying these things were. They knew that if they were allowed to continue devouring, not to mention the infinite world, even the evil demon kingdom would be devoured and destroyed. And at that time, a truly terrifying existence would appear. Therefore, at that time, the human experts and the evil demon gods did something that was absolutely unimaginable to future generations, and that was to join forces. In the end, after an extremely terrifying battle, those god devourers were destroyed. The place where these god devourers were born was finally found. Chapter 1203. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that time, both the demon gods and the human sacred venerables realized that this place was the true source of terror. Fengyun Reading Network. Then, they sealed this place, wanting to completely seal it off. However, they did not expect that they would fail in the end. As for why they failed, no one knew. No one knew what happened in that place. However, one thing was for certain. The end of the war between the demons and the humans was closely related to that incident, so much so that it was inseparable. At that moment, the experts from the ancient sects sensed the reappearance of this place. The more unknown something was, the more mysterious it was to them. Mystery itself was a kind of power. Those experts wanted to obtain more power, and this was their choice. Therefore, at this very moment, everything between the heavens and earth began to change at this very moment. In their opinion, this was the best opportunity. The laws of the world were gradually distorting at that moment. Perhaps there was hope to obtain what they could not obtain back then. It would be wonderful if they could obtain such powerful power. No one would not be tempted by such a temptation. It was precisely because of this that they came to this place and wanted to directly take these treasures. However, when they entered this place, they also discovered a restriction. That was, one's realm would be suppressed here. There were even strange creatures that originally existed here. At that time, the first gate of God appeared. That gate of God was even greater than it was now, but it was extremely difficult to enter. Without the realm of a Tao master, it was impossible to enter at all. The two of them were only venerables, but they were not Tao masters yet. Naturally, they could not enter. In fact, there were many venerables like them. However, due to some reasons, they were separated. The two of them happened to meet each other. During these days, the two of them had been wandering around, trying to find a way to leave. However, they were shocked to find that once they entered this world, they could not find a way out at all. The markings that they had made with their own unique powers had all lost their effectiveness. Since they could not return, they could only find another way out. At that time, they heard the news that some of the supremacies who hadn't entered the gate of God at the first moment had discovered its existence. Furthermore, the divine gate that appeared this time did not seem to have any requirements for one's cultivation level. This made their hearts burn with passion. They wanted to find the divine gate that could lead them to the depths of the mysterious world. However, the two of them didn't know if their luck was particularly bad, but they actually didn't find it. Later on, they discovered Su Yan's arrival. Thus, when Su Yan found the divine gate, the two were simply overjoyed. In the depths of their hearts, they even lamented that Su Yan was their lucky star. However, it was a pity that they did not expect Su Yan to be so much stronger than them. Even until now, they had yet to see the extent of Su Yan's strength. Instead, they were directly thrown here. As Su Yan listened to their narration, his heart was filled with astonishment. These guys from the ancient sects are really taking advantage of the situation. They know more secrets, so naturally, they have more initiative. However, this was a problem. There was actually a huge gap in the Wuji world, especially in the 5 prefectures. The people of the current generation had no idea what had happened back then. This caused them to be abnormally confused about many things. However, they were not. Because of the unknown. Just like this time, if it wasn't for such a huge change, they wouldn't even know what had happened. In that case, your companions and even your enemies have also entered this world? Su Yan asked. Lu Wu said, I only know that they have entered the divine gate. However, I don't know if their divine gate is the same as ours. At this moment, a ray of light came from the sky. That ray of light was somewhat warm, and when it shone on the 3 of them, it gave them a warm and comfortable feeling. However, Su Yan frowned at this moment. Whether it was Lu Wu or He Wenzi, they both felt that this power was miraculous. It seemed to be able to reduce their pain and even increase their strength. However, Su Yan could tell that the ray of light wasn't anything good. It entered his body and seemed to want to fuse with his body and become a part of it. This ray of light could indeed bring sufficient benefits to his body in the beginning. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the end. Therefore, Su Yan directly used the power of the supremacy to suppress this ray of light with his own strength. He couldn't let this ray of light hurt his body. The power of the supremacy circulated and directly devoured this ray of light. However, Su Yan didn't expect that devouring this ray of light would take him a lot of effort. This ray of light kept flashing. In the end, it actually became a part of his body. Of course, it was different from the other two. After the power of the supremacy was refined, this ray of light became the purest energy. However, that faint mark was refined by Su Yan. In the end, it was completely devoured. Alright, get up. What you said makes sense. Although it's also a gate of God, it's hard to say whether it's the same thing. No one could be sure whether this was the same world or not. However, Su Yan had a feeling in his heart that even if it was a different place, there must be a connection between them. As long as he could find the connection, then he would be able to decipher the key. So, where should we go now? This place was so desolate that there was no end in sight. If it was in the past, when they had not lost their strength, they would be able to release their divine sense and see extremely far away places as long as they casually looked around. However, it was different now. In this place, their divine consciousness was greatly suppressed. The places they could explore were limited. They couldn't see more than what their eyes could see. This made them feel at a loss. This feeling was very strange. It was as if a person with good eyesight had suddenly become a blind person at this time. At this moment, Su Yan closed his eyes. His divine consciousness was actually greatly suppressed. Although it was still much further than the two in front of him, the places he could see were still extremely limited. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan wasn't using his divine consciousness to explore at all. Instead, he was using his senses. He was trying to see if he could rely on the unique perception between himself and Yun Wanqing to judge. He was silent for a long time. Then, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go. Let's go forward." Hearing Su Yan's words, the two of them thought to themselves, he still hasn't seen anything. The so-called forward is probably just something he said casually. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about what they thought. Instead, he continued forward. Seeing Su Yan leave, the two of them looked at each other and could only follow. Just as Su Yan's group of three continued to advance, in the depths of the void, there was an extremely deep place. The void seemed to be extremely calm. However, if one was strong enough to see through the void, they would discover that an unimaginable change was happening here. It was a sealed space. Here, strands of extremely powerful energy were suppressing this place. This energy was filled with darkness and fear. This energy was extremely terrifying. If this energy landed on a meteor, the meteor would instantly shatter. The person that was trapped by this power was a woman. She was the Heartless Fairy, the mysterious and terrifying demon from the demon world. Its energy was constantly attacking the Heartless Fairy. It was the most terrifying energy that could make people despair. However, the Heartless Fairy's defensive barrier was still very powerful. It seemed that it would be impossible for the dark energy to break through this barrier in a short period of time. The dark energy was still very powerful. Its attack rhythm didn't change at all. The strands of energy continued to attack. That mysterious and terrifying existence seemed to be very confident in refining the Heartless Fairy. No one knew where this terrifying existence came from. Since he could create a terrifying existence like the Dark Judgment Great Demon God, there was no need to mention his strength. Last time, he wanted to open the Void Gate, but was stopped by the Heartless Fairy in the end. Moreover, at the final moment, the Divine Devil Island Master's diagram of gods and demons descended and directly suppressed that strand of energy, even taking away one of his doppelgangers. However, later on, it was discovered that he had deliberately set up a formation. He sacrificed his doppelganger as the price to capture the Heartless Fairy. This was an incomparably terrifying game. The terror of those two powers was simply unimaginable. At this time, all the powers in the world began to change. Hee, even if you can stop me for a while, how long can you last? You will be refined by me sooner or later. Moreover, your Heartless Island will also be destroyed. At this time, the terrifying existence's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the Heartless Fairy opened her eyes. The Heartless Island. You know about the Heartless Island. What kind of existence are you? At this time, the Heartless Fairy's heart was finally shaken. Ha ha ha, as expected, even a cultivator of the Heartless Tao like you can't be truly heartless. Your inheritance will all become my effort. The mysterious voice sounded again. Impossible, how can you enter our world? The Heartless Fairy's voice was cold as she directly denied. Then, let's wait and see. Chapter 1204. After the voice finished speaking, it slowly faded away, as if it had never appeared. Fengyun Reading Network. Fairy Heartless' expression was extremely unsightly. No matter what, she felt that it was impossible. However, she clearly knew what kind of existence the person in front of her was. He had no reason to speak empty words. When he spoke of this matter, perhaps the matter itself had already begun. His strength was truly too terrifying. Even though she was a holy venerate, she was still treated as prey by him, and was even trapped here. Even the Divine Devil Island's island master seemed to have been deceived by him. Of course, he still had some misgivings towards the Divine Devil Island's island master, which was why he had sacrificed his clone. However, if he could do this, then he definitely had other methods. Thinking about it this way, it might be possible for him to make arrangements in the dark to attack Juqing Island. However, very quickly, Fairy Heartless closed her eyes again. If you can do it, then do as you wish. After her initial reaction, she had actually already understood. If Heartless Island was so weak, then it would be directly destroyed in the future war. And if she died, then everything would perish as well. Right now, regardless of whether she cared or not, it was already fine. It had nothing to do with this matter. The only thing he could do was to survive. She, Fairy Heartless, was the true everything. Emin, in such a short time, you've already made your heart completely cold? The mysterious existence's voice was so ridiculing. He continued, as expected, you're extremely heartless and cold. At this moment, his voice had already changed to a different tone. At such a time, I can't help but admire you for being able to maintain such a state of mind. However, is this really what you're thinking? That can't be right. Perhaps you're just trying to deceive me, or deceive yourself. I know that it's impossible for you people from the boundless world to be truly heartless. Even the inheritor of the heartless path wouldn't be like this. The mysterious existence's voice was intermittent, but it contained an unimaginable mysterious power. However, Fairy Heartless simply ignored him. Forget it. I'll say the same thing. Just wait and see. You'll see if my power is enough to destroy your world. Once your world is destroyed, all of you will die anyway. The everlasting world will become my food. The voice became more and more ethereal. In the endless void, the dark power moved leisurely. That mysterious and powerful force was slowly moving at this moment. Everything was changing at this moment. And in the Wuxia world's 9 prefectures continent. Compared to the changes in the 5 continents, the 9 continents continent was extremely peaceful. After that calamity, the Limitless Demons sect had almost disappeared without a trace. Of course, they weren't completely annihilated. A huge branch of the Limitless Demons sect still existed, but it seemed to have been torn apart. The people of the Limitless Demons sect didn't have any power to restrain them. They only existed because of the sect master of the Limitless Demons sect, Yu Ruo. If there wasn't such an expert suppressing them, the various sub-palaces would have already had endless internal strife. Several of the vice sect masters had conflicts with each other. For example, the 3rd and 7th vice sect masters, Yan Shao, naturally didn't choose to work together after Yu Ruo disappeared. At this time, they had already started to have internal strife. Therefore, the Limitless Demons sect didn't pose much of a threat to other sections. For a powerful sect like the Taihang Sword faction, they should be thankful if they didn't find trouble with them. Outside the 9 prefectures continent, on Heartless Island, Chu Linger came to the seaside as usual. She was now used to standing beside the sea every day. She liked the sound of the sea. Little by little, the waves moved slowly, and a cold aura blew over. Back then, the Monster Palace was also next to the sea. At that time, she was still very young and hadn't even started to cultivate. Back then, she really liked standing beside the sea. The feeling of the sea breeze brushing past her ears was indescribably beautiful. Of course, it was completely different from back then. Many times that had disappeared could only be described with one word: she couldn't go back. She liked someone, but she couldn't be with him. She missed her mother, but she couldn't see her anymore. She wanted revenge, but she wasn't strong enough now. Was the path of Heartless really going to cut off everything? In the eyes of the Heartless Fairy, she was the most outstanding disciple. She was very talented, and after cultivating the path of Heartless, her strength had increased. Now, her realm had long surpassed her senior sisters. However, the higher her cultivation, the more she was afraid. Because she was afraid that she would forget everything. Master said that she was extremely outstanding, and her achievements would be very powerful, even surpassing her master. Master was now a saint. If she could surpass her master, there was hope for her to stabilize the realm above the saint realm. However, was all of this really that important to her? Godhood, that was something too far away. Right now, she didn't even know what she wanted. At this time, the sky above Heartless Island suddenly changed. The sky above Heartless Island was originally clear and boundless. There was a formation set up by the Heartless Fairy here. Everything here was bright and beautiful. The sun and the beach looked very magical. However, at this time, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the clear sky. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. The shadow descended in an instant. No one had expected it to descend so quickly. The boundless dark clouds covered the horizon, and everything lost its color in the midst of the dark clouds. The fairies of Heartless Island rushed into the clouds. Who dares to offend Heartless Island? Heartless Island wasn't one of the top 10 sects, but even the strongest sect, the Limitless Demon Sect, didn't dare to offend Heartless Island. This was because the Heartless Fairy was too powerful. She was a Saint Venerable. Perhaps she was the only living Saint Venerable in the entire Jianghu continent. Even if she wasn't included, the other fairies here weren't weak either. There were a few Tao Masters and a Sovereign Venerable who was in a deep slumber. With such strength, they could compete for the world. Why would they be afraid of the top 10 sects? It was already fortunate that they didn't attack others. However, someone had appeared today. Chu Linger looked at the dark clouds in the sky and felt a little uneasy. Senior sisters, come back quickly. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the sky. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. Roots suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. They turned into long whips and lashed down. In an instant, more than half of the Heartless Island's disciples who had soared into the sky were killed. The violent aura quieted down at this time. The cyclones between heaven and earth began to release the most terrifying power. How dare you! Another shout resounded through heaven and earth. It was Qing Lin. The endless power quieted down at this time. The light in the sky also reappeared. Senior Sister Qing Lin. The appearance of this woman gave the Heartless Island's disciples great confidence. This was because they knew that their senior sister was a Tao Master. At this time, Chu Linger began to move towards the core of the Heartless Island. She was going to activate the formation. Although her senior sister was a Tao Master, the sense of danger in her heart didn't weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. She immediately guessed that the enemy this time was no small matter. Her master had left for a long time, but there was no news of him. Although she knew that her master's cultivation was extremely terrifying, she didn't have any confidence. This time, the sky was especially gloomy. One by one, the auras of these people were rising continuously. Soon, she reached the core of the island. However, at this time, she saw a beautiful figure. Senior Sister Liu, quick, there's a strong enemy. Activate the formation. Chu Linger called out directly. However, she was soon stunned because she found that Senior Sister Liu was looking at her strangely. At this time, Liu smiled at Chu Linger and said, activate the formation? There's no need for that. Chu Ling said directly, Senior Sister Liu, the strength of the enemy this time is definitely beyond our expectations. Quickly set up the formation and wake up Senior Sister Lin Fong. Senior Sister Lin Fong was an Emperor Realm expert. As long as she woke up and cooperated with the formation, they might be able to resolve this crisis. However, if they didn't do so, it might be too late. However, Liu was still smiling. Senior Sister Lin Fong? No, it's better if she doesn't wake up. If she does, many things will be inconvenient. Her words were full of sarcasm, which made Chu Linger very uneasy. Chu Linger looked at her and suddenly realized something. However, she really didn't want to believe that it was true. Senior Sister, you betrayed the Heartless Island. She would rather that what she said was false, but Liu still nodded at this time. Betrayed? You can put it that way. Tell me, what's so good about guarding this broken place? Heartless? Ha ha ha, how interesting. That old hag wants to be heartless, but why should we be the same? She almost roared out this sentence. She looked at Chu Linger and continued to question, don't tell me you don't hate that old hag in your heart? When your little lover came to find you, didn't you want to leave with him? Don't deny it, you must have, but you were afraid. You were afraid that he would be killed by that old hag, so you didn't dare to. Chu Linger looked at Liu and felt that she didn't know her at all. In the past, although senior apprentice Sister Liu was taciturn, she had always been a very calm person. She felt that senior apprentice Sister Liu's cultivation of the emotionless Tao was extremely high. Perhaps she would be the next person to become an emperor after Lin Fong. Chapter 1205. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, she had never thought that things would develop to such an extent. He had never known that Li Yu's heart was in so much pain. Why? Why are there so many whys? Why do I have to be a disciple of the Passionless Island? She wants to cultivate the Passionless Tao, so why do I have to do the same? She screamed hoarsely. She seemed to be in great pain, as if she was about to fall into an abyss. But, senior sister, you've already cultivated the Tao to such a level. You're just one step away from becoming a venerable emperor. Chu Linger wanted to say something, but Li Yu interrupted her. What's the point? Linger, you're about to become a Tao venerable. You're just a hair's breadth away. But tell me, are you willing? No, you're not willing. If you were, you'd be a Tao venerable by now. I know that you're not a Tao venerable yet because you're still thinking about your little lover. Her voice was broken. You don't have to deny it. You're so similar to me. I did become a Tao venerable, but do you know the price I had to pay? I killed the person I loved the most. I killed him with my own hands. She screamed in agony. That kind of pain was unimaginable. Boundless pain. It was unbearable. Chu Linger was indifferent. Just as Li Yu said, if she was willing to forget, she would be a Tao venerable by now. But she was unwilling. It was because of her unwillingness that she had not become a Tao venerable yet. She never thought that senior sister Li Yu, who had always been so calm, would suffer such great pain. So, you chose to betray them? Chu Linger asked. She could understand that sadness, but it was not a reason for her to betray the Heartless Island. Many people would die if she did so, and her master's efforts would be destroyed. Everyone would suffer unimaginable pain. Betrayal? No, junior sister, I've already said that this isn't betrayal. It's helping those junior sisters to be free. In this world, there shouldn't be a heartless Tao. All of us were wrong. Living like this is simply like walking corpses. Her voice was a little miserable, but there was an incomparable determination in her miserable voice. Very quickly, her aura became stronger and stronger. The powerful aura of a Tao master was unleashed. The powerful aura was like a storm, forcing Chu Linger to retreat step by step. Junior sister Linger, listen to me and leave this place. This heartless island shouldn't exist in the first place. So leave this place and forget about the heartless Tao. Go and find your little lover. Don't worry, that old witch won't come back. She's destined to die. Since that's the case, why are you afraid of her? Her voice was a little crazy, but her strength was really strong. Chu Ling knew that she was no match for her in this state. Senior sister Li Yu, I won't leave. If I leave, what will happen to the senior sisters on the island? Master entrusted them to me, so I won't leave. At this time, Chu Linger's strength also began to increase. Just as she had said, she would not leave. No matter what, she would not leave. Because she had to protect the Heartless Island. The Heartless Tao is heartless. What does the life and death of those people have to do with you? So, don't be naive. Only you are your world, and only you are the one. This is the Tao that the old witch advocates. Li Yu took a step forward. Moreover, you're no match for me. I've already said that if you don't leave, I'll kill you. I'm not joking with you. At this moment, her power had become incomparably dense, and that terrifying power had reached an extremely powerful level. She had entered the devil. The so-called devil was something that existed in violation of the truth of this world. It was truly terrifying and violent, and it could kill or even destroy everything. At this time, endless strength continued to rise, and that violent aura was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Although Chu Linger's strength was not weak, compared to Li Yu's strength, it was too weak. If Li Yu's strength was an endless gale, then Chu Linger was a flower in the gale, and it seemed like it could be destroyed at any time. I've already shown you enough mercy, but you didn't cherish it. So, you can't blame me. Her voice became louder and louder, and in the end, she was roaring with all her might. As she roared, her strength directly rushed towards Chu Linger. However, the attribute of her strength had completely changed, and her strength had become dark. Because at this time, her heart was already dark. If her heart was dark, so was her strength. That strength was like a spider web, and it directly sealed Chu Linger's aura. Since she was a heartless person, how could she have a heart of mercy? Just as he had said, that was the last bit of mercy. When this little bit of mercy was used up, all that was left was the heart of killing. A powerful and terrifying force rolled out at this moment. At this moment, all that was left was extinction. Annihilate everything, and exhaust everything. This was what she was thinking, and also what she was thinking in her heart. In the sky, all the strength began to be extinguished at this time. At this moment, that power had reached its limit. Originally, Chu Linger was already in a very difficult situation under his strength. When this strength fell, Chu Linger was in even more danger. She felt that all her ways out had been blocked, as if everything had disappeared at this time. Between heaven and earth, the powerful aura rolled in at this time, and the terrifying strength had completely disappeared. In the sky, the lights suddenly became dim at this time. Chu Linger's expression became more serious. The light was the strength of the Tao Master Senior Sisters, but at this moment, the strength had become dim, which meant that they were now in a very disadvantageous situation. Between heaven and earth, the invisible pressure became even heavier. You don't want to leave, and you're willing to protect the inheritance of that old witch, so you're my enemy. So, my dear junior sister Chu Linger, go to hell too. She made a move, and a heartless sword chi appeared directly. That sword chi was really heartless, and it wanted to destroy everything. At this time, her cultivation seemed to be about to rise again. The sword chi arrived in an instant, and it wanted to completely annihilate Chu Linger's strength. But at this time, Chu Linger's body directly released a soft light, and it directly dissolved the power. How is it possible? How can your strength stop me? Li Yu was shocked, but then there was a trace of hatred in her heart. I understand now. You're that old witch's trick. Ha ha ha, it seems that she really thinks highly of you, but it's useless. Under my strength, you'll face death sooner or later. At this time, her aura rose again, and then she released another heartless sword chi. The powerful and terrifying heartless sword chi continued to attack Chu Linger. Chu Linger gritted her teeth. The soft light just now was indeed her master's protection for her, but as senior sister Li Yu said, it was useless. After all, her master's strength was limited. When this power completely disappeared, she would still die. Moreover, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to wake senior sister Lin Fang up. Only in this way could she save everything. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind, and then she directly took a step forward. At this time, a terrifying force swept out, and at this time, a terrifying force rolled out. At this time, the endless aura was constantly changing, and white lotuses appeared around her body. Shrouded in the dark power, the white lotuses were so eye-catching. They were also so dazzling. Well, you actually chose to break through at this time, my good junior sister. But haven't you thought that once you break through to Tao Master, you'll have to forget your little lover? Can you really bear to? Li Yu ridiculed, and at the same time, her power suppressed her. Chu Linger didn't pay attention to her at all, and directly sank all her thoughts. At this time, a figure flashed across her heart. Forget? She really couldn't bear to. However, at this time, she had to break through and reach Tao Master Realm. Only then could she possibly defeat Li Yu. Brother Su Yan, I have to forget you first before I can be heartless. But you know, you will always stay in Ling Er's heart, and I think you will support my choice. At this time, the thoughts in her heart became clear. Li Yu was right. The reason why she couldn't become a Tao Master wasn't because she couldn't, but because she didn't want to. However, at this time, Chu Linger had no choice, and she was facing despair. In despair, she could only choose to protect. Only in this way could she become stronger, and only in this way could she protect the people she wanted to protect. In order to prove one's Tao, being heartless means being merciful. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. The righteous path of the human world is the vicissitudes of life. At this time, the light released from her body became even brighter and more resplendent, and directly broke free from the shackles of the darkness. At this time, her body grew taller, and the lotuses turned into sword chi. Senior Sister Liu, actually, you're wrong. Being heartless doesn't mean being heartless, but being merciful. The heavens are merciful. As she spoke, her sword fell, and the terrifying sword edge went straight. Under this sword, the power of darkness was directly broken, and all the aura collapsed at this time. Liu's power was so weak under such a blow. Chapter 1206. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Liu was a Tao master. There was no doubt about it. Her strength was very strong, and she was definitely one of the strongest among the Tao lords. However, even so, she was unable to withstand Chu Ling's attack and directly collapsed. Read the full text. This was truly unimaginable. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. In her mind, this was simply an impossible thing. Such a strong and violent force was defeated by Chu Linger with one attack. Most importantly, Chu Linger was not a real Tao master yet. She was still in the process of transforming. This is impossible. You can't be so strong. After all, you're not a real Tao master yet. At this moment, she released her strength once again. With such strength, her willpower began to rise. She wanted to defeat Chu Linger. At this moment, the compassion in her heart had completely disappeared. While she was fighting with Chu Linger, the battle outside the Passionless Island had already begun. Demons descended at this moment. They were ferocious and terrifying. Most importantly, they were extremely strong. The women of the Passionless Island were perhaps the most powerful group of women in the entire Jianghu continent. But even so, they weren't a match for those powerful and terrifying devils. The existence of these devils was truly terrifying. Their auras were filled with dense killing intent. Tao masters appeared one after another. There were 6 of them. This was the strength of the Passionless Island. It should be known that the Taihang sword faction only had 2 Tao masters at this moment. However, there were 6 of them on the Passionless Island, not including Liu. This showed how powerful he was. However, even such a powerful Passionless Island was in danger of being destroyed at this moment. The Demon King appeared one after another. Their powerful auras suppressed the entire Passionless Island. Why? Why are the demon tribe here? Although the Tao masters did not panic, their hearts were heavy. The existence of these demons was definitely not a good thing for them. They were truly terrifying and frightening. When such a powerful force came crashing over, it was almost about to crush them. In the sky, streaks of light kept flashing. Those were the lights of darkness and evil. At this moment, an extremely terrifying force fell from the sky. That was a fiend emperor. The combat strength of an evil demon emperor was comparable to an emperor. It's the evil demon emperor. Quick, let Senior Sister Lin Fong wake up and activate the array. This array was set up by Fairy Heartless. Once it was activated, let alone 1, even 10 evil demon emperors wouldn't pose a threat. However, she was shocked to find that she couldn't communicate with her senior sister Lin Fong. There was no response to their calls. It was as if she was already dead. Senior Sister Lin Fong was a venerable sovereign. How could she die so easily? At this time, a Tao master who had gone to die discovered the battle here. It's Junior Sister Liu. What is she doing? At this moment, she realized that something was wrong. At this moment, another Tao master said, she is stopping Junior Sister Linger. Her power has been completely dark. She is a traitor. At this point, the murderous intent had already appeared. No matter what, betrayal was unforgivable. Since she had chosen to betray, then she deserved to die. At this moment, she immediately prepared to attack and kill this traitor. At the same time, everyone knew that Junior Sister Linger was highly valued by their master. At this moment, junior sister Linger was about to break through to the Tao Master realm. A Tao Master was extremely important. No matter what, they couldn't let anything happen to Linger. However, at this moment, the evil demon emperor had already descended. It descended too quickly. It was almost unobstructed. At this moment, senior sister Qing Lin said, "Don't bother about Liu. Let Chu Linger deal with it. We have to deal with this evil demon emperor. Otherwise, everyone will die. Even if an evil demon emperor descended, it shouldn't be this fast. This was because it should be obstructed by the world's power. However, it appeared so easily. There was only one possibility. Liu's betrayal was more thorough than they had imagined. That person was no longer a person of Heartless Island. She wasn't even human. This was because she had already defected to the evil demons. However, at this moment, they had to deal with the evil demon emperor first. The evil demon emperor was too powerful. If it was allowed to unleash its demonic might, everyone would die. At this moment, that terrifying power was constantly spiraling. The powerful aura rushed to the peak of the sky. The berserk power was constantly rising, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. 7 stars Big Dipper formation. The 7 Tao Masters didn't waste any words and immediately formed the formation. This formation was directly deduced by Heartless Fairy based on the Big Dipper in the sky. Its power was boundless. It even had the power to fight against an emperor. At this moment, although the evil demon emperor was powerful and had successfully entered this world, it was impossible for it to not be obstructed by the power. Therefore, they still had a chance. At this moment, that powerful power was constantly surging. The berserk aura was also constantly rising. The power was increasing bit by bit. The terrifying aura was already condensed to the extreme. Such power was starting to sink. This was the power of great destruction. The evil demon emperor was trapped. However, they weren't optimistic. The evil demon emperor was trapped by them. But on the other hand, wasn't it the evil demon emperor that trapped them? Although the people of Heartless Island were powerful, don't forget that there were too many evil demons. With so many evil demons, it was enough to drown Heartless Island. Unless the Heartless Island's formation could be activated at this moment, it would be too late. Of course, they had another worry in their hearts. What if another evil demon emperor appeared? Although they weren't sure why the experts of 9 provinces continent hadn't discovered it yet, this was an extremely dangerous situation. Evil demons could freely enter 9 provinces continent and Wuji world. Didn't this mean that Wuji world had become extremely weak? At this moment, Chu Linger's aura became even stronger. She also felt the appearance of the evil demon emperor. At this moment, her power became even stronger. All of her anger and sorrow seemed to have disappeared. This was absolutely unimaginable. It was as if she had cast aside her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Junior sister, you are indeed a heartless person. You can forget someone so quickly. Do you know that you can forget someone just like that? I hate people like you the most. All of their emotions are so insignificant. She endured the pain of losing her emotions. Therefore, she started to hate. She hated people who could easily give up their emotions. Because she hated heartless people, she started to become heartless. It seemed contradictory and laughable. However, this was an undeniable fact. Her power rose bit by bit. This aura was truly terrifying. At this moment, the radiance between heaven and earth fell again. It was as if a meteor had crashed down. That was the light of heavenly tribulation. Chu Linger didn't care about Liu. Instead, she attracted her own tribulation. When her tribulation fell, she didn't defend. Instead, she went towards Liu. Heartless, heartless. Only then can one be heartless. She opened her mouth and spoke mysterious and unfathomable words. Her power erupted at this moment, and the radiance she emitted had reached its peak. Such power was like a sudden clap of thunder. In the sky, all of the aura started to change. The distance between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Tribulation of heaven and earth, destruction of man and God. This was an extremely special heavenly tribulation. No matter who it was, everyone's heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was as if the heavens were angry. However, when Chu Linger was going through her tribulation, although the majesty of heaven and earth was strong, it didn't come to kill her. Instead, it came to help her. Boundless power gathered directly towards her body. Her aura grew stronger. The power of the heavenly tribulation and her majesty seemed to have merged directly. The terrifying aura expanded directly. Then, it became incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the lightning fell. The boundless aura reached the most terrifying level at this moment. All of the lightning was drowned out at this moment. The raging aura surged, and the most terrifying power had already turned into an extreme vortex. Such a change in power had exceeded Li Yu's expectations. Because at this moment, he found that he could no longer control the power around him. The darkness around her was fading away bit by bit. It was not her own will. It was not allowed by heaven and earth. Senior sister, actually, you've always been on the wrong path. Chu Linger's voice sounded. Heartless doesn't mean to destroy people's hearts. It's the Tao of equality. It sees everything as equal. This way, there will be no favoritism. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. It meant that if the heavens had their own selfish desires, the heavens would collapse. The so-called heavenly Tao was the Tao of all living beings. It existed for all living beings. It was equal to every person and every life form. If it lost this calmness, the heavenly Tao would age bit by bit. This was the so-called, if the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. The heartless Tao was actually a Tao to understand the heart of the heavens. When the heartless heart was achieved, it did not mean that one would lose their humanity and become a terrifying demon. Instead, it made one like the heavens, where all living beings were equal. Actually, the people on Heartless Island all had extremely high cultivations. However, how many of them truly understood it? Even the Heartless Fairy herself seemed to have unknowingly taken the wrong path. Why did the Heartless Fairy fall in love with Chu Linger so much that she even nurtured her as her successor? One had to know that Lin Fong was already in the sovereign realm. She might even be able to break through to the holy sovereign realm. Chapter 1207. That was because she realized that Chu Linger seemed to be able to find a new path for the Heartless Tao art. And it turned out that her idea was correct. At this time, Chu Linger was forced to embark on a new path under the pressure of the desperate situation. Her aura began to rise bit by bit. That powerful and terrifying power had reached the pinnacle at this moment. When such power was activated, the terrifying power of the heavenly lightning was simply unimaginable. In the sky, there were even halos of light, which seemed to be the patterns of the great Tao. At this time, the 7 Tao sovereigns were pleasantly surprised when they saw the changes. I really didn't expect that Junior Linger would have such a comprehension, to be able to activate the rhythm of the great Tao. Even their master couldn't do it, but Chu Linger had done it. This was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Heartless Island had suffered heavy casualties. However, if Chu Linger could reach the great success Tao sovereign level, then they could turn the tide. You want to become a Tao sovereign? At this time, the evil demon emperor suddenly let out an angry voice. Of course, it wasn't the human language, but an extremely strange demonic voice. However, this demonic voice could be heard by the 7 Tao sovereigns after it was strengthened by spiritual power. At this time, it had already made up its mind to destroy Chu Linger. It was the evil demon emperor, and in fact, it already had an extremely high status. Therefore, it knew that every Tao sovereign who had the rhythm of the great Tao would become extremely terrifying once they matured. They would definitely become the biggest obstacle to the evil demon race's conquest of the boundless world. No matter what, it had to kill Chu Linger. At this time, its evil demon wings spread out. As the wings flashed, not only did it trigger a terrifying storm, it even started to activate a spatial blade that would only appear at the end of the month. The power of space was an extremely terrifying power. When this power erupted, how terrifying and powerful would its lethality be? When such an aura was activated at this time, the brilliance was even more unimaginable. At this time, the Big Dipper array was directly impacted. However, how could Xinglin and the others allow the evil demon emperor to cause trouble at this moment? 7 stars shine, the radiance of heaven and earth. As soon as they finished speaking, their strength immediately increased again. That terrifying radiance became even more solid at this time, almost becoming something real. At this time, the countless forces were constantly changing. At this time, the forces had already become the starlight of the Great Path. You want to leave the Big Dipper formation? Dream on. Their powers were unleashed at this moment. Such power was even more terrifying than before. In an instant, starlight fell from the dark sky. The starlight transformed into 7 long swords and pierced into the Fiend Emperor's body. The evil demon emperor was in extreme pain as he let out a furious roar. Just now, in order to break through the formation, its defensive power had slackened, allowing the 7 Dao venerables to take advantage of it. However, the 7 Dao masters did not win. Although they were powerful, the Fiend Emperor's body was terrifyingly tough. Moreover, the Fiend Emperor was comparable to an emperor, so its vitality was unimaginable. Such a powerful force was destroyed with a single punch. It had already gone crazy and disregarded everything. Chu Linger's aura increased again. At this time, the difference between her and Li Yu had quietly changed. At the beginning, Li Yu's power was like a gale, while she was like a flower. However, at this time, it had completely changed. Compared to the terrifying power with the rhythm of the Great Path, Li Yu's dark power seemed to be annihilated. Li Yu was unwilling. She desperately urged her vital energy. No, I won't lose. I want revenge. This damn thing should be destroyed. This world needs to be purified. Her words were filled with madness, but if one looked carefully, there was also a sense of sincerity in this madness. She seemed to have believed in some existence, completely entrusting her heart to it. This was simply the action of a lunatic. At this time, Chu Linger lightly shouted again, that evil will not be tolerated by heaven and earth. She stretched out her hand, and a bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky. At this time, she was like a saintess between heaven and earth. Her words could actually mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Such power was constantly changing, and the terrifying heavenly lightning directly rushed toward Li Yu. Chu Linger was very kind, but at this time, there was no mercy. It was because if she was merciful to evil, she would be cruel to justice. Moreover, Li Yu colluded with the devil, which was betraying the heavens. She deserved to die. This was her choice. There was no need for her to sympathize with her. Everyone had to be responsible for their own actions. At this time, her power was constantly surging, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. Between heaven and earth, everything was constantly changing at this time. The dark aura seemed to be annihilated at any time, and Li Yu's life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, the strange thing was that at this time, there was no pain on her face. Instead, there was a kind of excitement. My great master, I am about to die and return to your embrace. I beg you to use your great power to cleanse this world of all heartless people. She muttered, as if she was praying, but also as if she was cursing. At this time, she had really gone crazy. At this moment, when the darkness became extremely small, an unforeseen event happened again. The power of the heavenly lightning suddenly disappeared. Chu Linger's power was still strong, and even more than 10 times stronger than before. However, at this time, she frowned. At this time, she seemed to be able to sense the will of heaven and earth, so she clearly knew that the lightning tribulation should not have disappeared. However, the lightning had disappeared just like that. The darkness had become extremely small, but after all, it was not completely eliminated. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura directly appeared. Such a violent power directly turned into the most terrifying power at this time, and a black tentacle suddenly rushed into the sky. The tentacle was like a giant snake, and its appearance directly disrupted the power at this time. A strange and ear-piercing sound was heard. Then, a will also appeared at this time, the rhythm of the great Tao of the Wuji world. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful, I want it. The tentacle directly began to change, and finally turned into a terrifying black dragon, and then directly pounced on Chu Linger. The power was extremely terrifying, and it was not inferior to that of an emperor master. That terrifying black light seemed to have disrupted everything. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy and annihilate everything. At this time, endless lightning constantly bombarded at this time, and the Taoist rhyme that Chu Linger had condensed seemed to be greatly threatened. It was simply unimaginable that a single power could be so terrifying. The boundless radiance in the sky continued to move forward, destroying everything. However, Chu Linger would not sit still and wait for death. Streaks of power entrenched around her body, and the intense radiance was like the scorching sun. At this moment, she was so beautiful and so holy, like a fairy in the human world. The terrifying light had become extremely thorough at this time. Such a terrifying power had reached its most dazzling point at this time. She knew that the power at the end of the month was extremely terrifying, and she also knew that the power could almost kill her directly. However, no matter what, she was not willing to accept such an ending. It was not easy for her to reach such a level of power, so how could she accept such an ending? Therefore, at this time, her power burst out directly, and the violent and terrifying power reached the boundless realm at this time. At this time, the light directly descended. The distance between the two powers was getting closer and closer, and as the two powers approached each other, the terrifying majesty had already spread out at this time. Endless light, at this time, had almost condensed to the limit of heaven and earth, and the terrifying power was even more unimaginable. With such power, it was as if it was going to bury everything. As for Chu Linger, she was within the range of that power. The power in the sky was rolling, and the terrifying aura was already continuously condensing. Everything had reached an unimaginable level at this time. Woo-woo. It was the whistling of the wind, but it was more like the whimpering of a terrifying giant beast. Such a power was constantly rising. Such an aura had even reached the boundless realm. Soon, Chu Linger was directly covered by this power. Although her rhythm of the great path was powerful, the black creature seemed to be of the same origin as the thing that imprisoned the heartless fairy. What kind of terrifying power was that? Such a violent and terrifying aura. Ha ha ha, the Heartless Island is destined to be destroyed today. Among the forces in the Jojo continent, the Heartless Island was undoubtedly the most powerful. If the Heartless Island could be destroyed directly, then the human race would lose many experts. It should be known that what was destroyed was not only the current power, but also the hope of the future. Not to mention Chu Linger, who had already comprehended the rhythm of the Great Path, the other 7 Tao Masters might be able to grow if they were given time. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying figure on this island, and that was the eldest senior sister, Lin Fang. She was an expert at the sovereign realm. This time, it was all thanks to Li Yu's contribution that Lin Fang was sealed in advance and allowed her to fall into a deep slumber. If it wasn't for this, Lin Fang would have brought great trouble to their operation this time. Chapter 1208. Su Yan could feel that in the distance, there was something calling out to him. Although Su Yan didn't know what it was obvious that it was very important to him. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the calling was from Yun Wanqing. Su Yan had already lost too many things, so this time, he couldn't lose Yun Wanqing no matter what. Because she couldn't take it anymore. That kind of pain wasn't much better than being cut into 1,000 pieces. At this time, in the sky, rays of light flashed past. It was an unimaginable and terrifying power. However, that power didn't attack Su Yan and the others. But for Su Yan, it was also very dangerous. At this time, he wasn't the omnipotent and powerful Tao sovereign. He was in the spirit realm. Although his Taishang power seemed to have changed the rules, so that when faced with this power, he wouldn't be completely helpless. However, this power wasn't something that could be used as he wished. It had to be kept as a trump card. The three of them had already walked a very long path. However, they still couldn't see the end. All around them was a desolate land, and it was terrifyingly quiet. At this time, the sound of their footsteps was even more frightening. At this time, the ground suddenly shook again. "Young master, did you hear that? What's that sound?" At this time, Lu Wu and Yuan Bin's panicked voices could be heard. If it was any other time, they wouldn't have paid attention to such a commotion. No matter how bad it was, they were still venerables. As long as they didn't meet an extremely powerful Dao sovereign expert or existence, they would have the strength to fight. But now, it was different. At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. In their impression, the spirit realm was just an ant, an extremely weak existence. But now, they had returned to the spirit realm. As the saying goes, a person's experience determines their attitude. If they had just started cultivating from the realm of mortals and reached the realm of spirit channeling, then they would probably be overjoyed. They might even feel that they already had the whole world in their hands, and that they were invincible and superior. But now, it was completely different. At this time, they had truly experienced the world of the strong. They clearly understood that the so-called strength of the spirit realm was nothing but pale and powerless. It was only because they had never seen the wider world that they were deceiving themselves. It was precisely because of this that they became extremely fearful at this time. In fact, they were so anxious that they couldn't live the rest of their lives. Su Yan was not moved at all. He continued to walk forward calmly. Although his spiritual sense was also suppressed, compared to these two people, it was still far too far away. He had sensed it a long time ago and had also seen it from afar. "Let's go. These things have nothing to do with us," he said indifferently. When the two men saw Su Yan like this, they seemed to have calmed down a little. However, at this time, they still couldn't believe it. Because at this time, the tremors were becoming more and more intense. The two of them looked behind them as they walked. They saw that at the end of their line of sight, there was suddenly a cloud of smoke. That cloud of smoke seemed to be able to bury everything. Countless amounts of energy swirled around. It was extremely frightening. "Young master, is there really nothing wrong?" They asked again weakly, as if Su Yan's answer could give them some assurance. Su Yan finally became impatient and said, "Shut up. As long as you keep walking, there will be nothing wrong." Just as he spoke, the cloud of smoke became even thicker. At this time, the two of them finally saw what it was. A beast horde. It was a beast horde. A dense horde of beasts was running directly towards them. The terrifying giant beasts were running wildly. How can this be? How can there be so many beasts in such a desolate place? This is simply inconceivable. They had been walking for a long time, but they hadn't seen anything. But at this time, a beast horde suddenly appeared. Heavens, these beasts! Scarlet blue demon fox, flying locusts, big-tailed winged bird. Lu Wu was extremely shocked as he listed the names of the demon beasts one after another. These demon beasts, without exception, were all extremely precious demon beasts with powerful bloodlines. If these beasts were in the outside world, they would definitely be terrifying existences. They could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great demonic beast kings. But in this place, they were actually appearing in groups. This was simply unimaginable. Facing such a terrifying beast horde, even if they were at the peak of their strength, they would still consider whether or not they had the courage to face it. But at this time, they didn't even have the slightest bit of courage because their cultivation was too weak. How could a spirit realm cultivator like them fight against so many beasts? If this continued, they would be directly trampled flat. "Young master, let's go. Let's quickly escape. Otherwise, we will all die." At this time, the two of them were really scared. Because under the many gazes, so many beasts seemed to be coming in their direction. If they didn't escape at this time, would they be directly killed? Just imagining such an outcome made them feel miserable. At this time, Su Yan's eyes flashed and then he said, "If you want to escape, then go ahead and escape." When Lu Wu heard this, he almost immediately wanted to escape and run into the distance. But at this time, Wenzi pulled him back and said, "Young master, since the two of us have already agreed to be loyal to you, how can we run away ourselves? Young master, don't worry. As long as you don't give the order, the two of us won't easily leave." When Lu Wu heard his words, he almost jumped up, but Wenzi stopped him with a look. At this time, countless shadows passed by them on both sides. It was the beast horde. For some reason, thousands of beasts crazily passed by, but they didn't take the path under their feet. Lu Wu and Wenzi looked at the beasts rushing by on both sides. They were so frightened that they almost stopped breathing. "Old Lu, am I seeing things? These beasts are actually ignoring us." Wenzi finally spoke. At this time, Lu Wu directly slapped him in the face. "Old Lu, what are you doing? Why did you hit me?" After being slapped, Wenzi finally woke up from his shock and fear, and directly questioned. Lu Wu said, "You can feel pain and question me. That means it's not a dream. It's really not a dream." He also didn't dare to believe it. There were so many beasts. Even if they didn't attack, just charging at them would be enough to crush them to death. But they just brushed past them on both sides. And if Wenzi hadn't pulled him back and he had escaped to the sides, how far could he have escaped? One had to know that he wasn't a powerful venerable, but a spirit realm cultivator. More importantly, the pressure at this time was far greater than that of the outside world. In other words, a spirit realm cultivator here wouldn't be much better than a normal person in the outside world. This, young master, please help us clear up our doubts." They immediately realized that when Su Yan started, he didn't panic at all. It was obvious that he already knew this would happen. But why was Su Yan the same as them? It was clearly his first time here. How did he know all this? Su Yan was silent. He continued to walk forward at a steady pace. The two of them saw Su Yan like this and didn't say anything. They didn't know what to do. But at this time, they had a new kind of respect for Su Yan. To be able to have methods that they didn't have, he was worthy of respect. Plus, Su Yan's abilities weren't much stronger than theirs. At this moment, Su Yan was deep in thought. The reason why he was so sure was because he felt that there seemed to be a mysterious and unfathomable power in the path that stretched forward under their feet. The power was not obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that his chi was so special, he wouldn't have been able to discover this. But no matter what, this place's mysteries were real. The beasts seemed to be in awe of this power and wouldn't even get close. It was because of this that they decided to stay away. But it was because of this that he didn't understand why this power was there. The reason why he said to go forward earlier was because he had already sensed this power. He sensed the existence of this power, and also discovered that the end of this power was in the distance, so he continued to move forward. At this time, the beasts had completely disappeared from their side. All that was left was a cloud of dust. They seemed to be going on a pilgrimage. At this time, Su Yan finally spoke. Although it was only his guess, it was very possible. Yes, they were going on a pilgrimage. They didn't know what existed in that place, so it was worth their attention. "Let's go. Let's go." After Su Yan said that, he sped up. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. "What did he say?" Lu Wu asked. Wenzi shook his head and said, "He said he was going on a pilgrimage." "A pilgrimage?" He said pilgrimage? Could there be a holy venerate there? This was the question in their hearts. Of course, they also had another thought in their hearts. That was whether or not there were treasures at the end of the horizon. Didn't they enter the divine gate to look for treasures? If there really was an archive of treasures there, that would be the best. "Let's go." After Wenzi said that, he sped up. Lu Wu naturally followed. Chapter 1209. The power of darkness was too strong. The aura was much more terrifying than that of the evil demon emperor. At this point, his aura seemed to be increasing. "Ha ha ha, limitless world, ha ha ha." The laughter instantly spread out, and wherever the sharp sound waves passed, almost everything was destroyed. Such a terrifying power was unparalleled. If this power were to spread out, it would be a disaster for the people on Passionless Island. In order to resist this power, they were already bitterly holding on. If the sound waves appeared now, they would all die. The 7 stars sword formation would also be broken instantly. This was a terrifying and unbelievable power. At this point, the power between heaven and earth had already started to drop. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. The brilliance in the sky had dropped to the most terrifying level at this time. At this moment, a whirlwind appeared. If such a whirlwind had to be described with a few words, it would be vast and mighty. Stop. With a single word, all the sound waves were stopped. It was clearly an extremely terrifying whistling sound, but it was directly stopped. He didn't die after taking such a blow from me? The giant dragon formed from the dark tentacle asked directly. How is this possible? My strength is already extremely powerful. My body is a simulation of the most perfect and powerful form in this world. My strength has also reached the level of what they call the sovereign realm. How could he possibly resist my attack? At this moment, he spoke softly. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that his power had been blocked. Actually, what he said was right. Dragons were indeed the most powerful form of power between heaven and earth. The 3 great dragon gods had extremely high statuses. Among the many existences who had become gods, their power was also extremely strong. If an ordinary Tao master had been hit by that blow, he would have died instantly. No, even an emperor wouldn't be able to withstand his power easily. However, Chu Linger was safe and sound at this moment. This was because it wasn't Chu Linger who had withstood his power, but the rhythm of Heavenly Way. The so-called rhythm of Heavenly Way was the rhythm of Heavenly Way. To be able to do this, one must be protected by Heavenly Way. With such a powerful existence, how could she die so easily? At this moment, the extremely powerful power was changing little by little. A terrifying and powerful aura was also displayed at this moment. Sacred power of the heavenly path, may you bring the warmest protection to the world. May you let all the people of the world enjoy your selflessness. Chu Ling-er's voice rang out. Her voice was extremely sweet and moving. It was as pleasant as a stream and as warm as the spring breeze. Her singing was the most sacred and beautiful power in this world. As she chanted, the great power of the heavenly Tao descended. This was Heavenly Way's blessing to the world. And everything. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying power. Only such power could be called mighty. And in front of such a situation, how could that power hurt him? Protection of Heavenly Way. It's actually the protection of Heavenly Way. This black existence was one of the clones of that mysterious and terrifying creature from the demonic realm. That terrifying and mysterious creature was an invader of Heavenly Way. To put it bluntly, he was the enemy of Heavenly Way. Since he was the enemy of Heavenly Way, he naturally understood Heavenly Way. The protection of Heavenly Way was the protection that Heavenly Way gave to a person. However, that was almost impossible. Heavenly Way would protect all living things, but it would not provide protection for one person. However, at this moment, Heavenly Way had actually sent its power to protect Chu Linger. Damn it. Just how much does this woman receive from the heavens to be able to obtain the protection of the heavenly Tao? This won't do. The more this is the case, the more I must kill you. Only when you are completely dead will I be able to receive my power. At this moment it was even more determined to kill Chu Ling-er. She was a person blessed by Heavenly Way, so the more precious she was. If it could devour her directly, it would be extremely beneficial to it. Its power could become even more powerful. This was not something that needed to be said. At this moment, the light in the sky began to sink. The light of Heavenly Way fell. Since it was blessed by Heavenly Way, there was obviously no obstacle for it to become a Tao master. At this moment, the black dragon spread its wings and charged toward Chu Linger. Woman, you're mine. At this moment, its eyes were full of greed. It wanted to completely occupy Chu Linger and devour her directly. However, right at that moment, that extremely terrifying power appeared once again. Heartless, executing heaven's sword. That light appeared directly. Then, it turned into a terrifying sword. This sword was the executing heaven's sword. Such power was simply terrifying and unparalleled. The terror of that power was even more unimaginable. Such power began to soar and even directly attack. It was exactly how terrifying it was, and how violent it was. Heaven and earth were ruthless. It would never show any mercy to those who deserved to be punished by heavenly way. The beam of light hit his body directly. That's the power of heavenly way. Damn it. The dark existence let out a painful roar. He never thought that Chu Linger would be able to release such power at this time and directly use the power of heaven and earth. This was simply unimaginable. Although Tao masters already had their own Taoist rhymes and laws, even those who were blessed by heavenly way could not directly use the executing heaven sword. This proved one thing, that such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Such power was simply like heavenly thunder. Everything was constantly tumbling at this moment. The intense power was even more terrifying at this moment. The executing heaven's sword and thousands of lightning bolts surged. In an instant, the terrifying lightning bolts directly fell. How powerful was the power of thousands of lightning bolts roaring? At this moment, everything was submerged. No power could be compared to such great and terrifying power. Even the powerful Big Dipper formation and the power of the Demon Emperor could not compete with this power. Under such power, everyone had become a foil. Only these two were the real protagonists. At this moment, the mighty power of heaven and earth supported them. That unimaginable pressure had reached an extremely high level. How could this be? How could this be? I'm not willing to accept this. At this moment, the black giant dragon directly let out a painful and angry howl. He was really not willing to accept this. It was not easy for him to have such an advantage, but at this moment, he was actually suppressed. His power was clearly strong enough, but he was unable to compete with Su Yan. How sullen was that? At this moment, his aura began to rise bit by bit. At this moment, the light in the sky began to fall. The power of the rotating light had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the power in the sky had reached the most terrifying level. In the face of such power, all the darkness seemed so insignificant. All of his perseverance was so weak and insignificant in the face of this power. The boundless light was crazily condensing. This was simply a great disaster. Of course, this disaster originally belonged to Chu Linger. If not for the blessing of heaven's way, she would have died. In fact, this existence did not even need to appear. Li Yu could have killed her directly. But now, it was different. Li Yu was killed by Chu Linger, and the terrifying clone that appeared later was also suppressed by the power of heaven's way. No, impossible. I won't die. At this moment, his power of darkness became even denser. It was as if he was trying to break free from everything. Even the power of heaven's way could not suppress him. At this moment, this guy had already started to draw more power from his body. The power of darkness began to flourish. Originally, there was still a faint gray light in the sky. But at this moment, it was completely dark. There was no light at all. The darkness is endless, the evil is endless. Woman, since you are a person blessed by heaven, you can become my food. So what if you are blessed by heaven? Even your heaven's way will become my food in the future. To be able to say such words, he was simply deranged. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power came crashing down. The densely packed radiance had already suppressed everything at this moment. Such power was directly transformed at this moment. The terrifying aura finally completely annihilated everything. At this moment, the power could only be described as shocking. No one would have thought that the aura of heaven and earth could be so powerful. This kind of power came in a mighty manner. It was so terrifying that it couldn't be any more terrifying. It had already suppressed the power of heaven's way. But at this moment, the boundless darkness was blasted away. Then, a huge image appeared. On that image, black, and white alternated. Within it, there was an extremely mysterious and terrifying power. It was almost the ultimate power of heaven and earth. That image had appeared in the void before. That was the celestial demon diagram. The appearance of the celestial demon diagram meant that the island master of Celestial Demon Island had finally intervened. As soon as the celestial demon diagram appeared, the most terrifying power came crashing down. The power of heaven and earth completely disappeared. The power of darkness was indeed powerful. But when it encountered the power of the celestial demon diagram, it was directly devoured. There was no chance for it to resist. Chapter 12:10. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Darkness Incarnation was only at the Emperor realm. The Darkness Incarnation in the Void was a powerful being that could fight against a sacred Venerate, and could even defeat him. Even so, he was still taken away by the celestial demon diagram. How could he resist? Soon, the Darkness Incarnation disappeared. The celestial demon diagram seemed to be satisfied and left. As for the evil demon emperor, the celestial demon diagram did not even care about him. The celestial demon diagram only cared about the Darkness Incarnation. That was probably the most terrifying being in the evil demon world. His real body could not enter this world, but his Darkness Incarnation was already causing trouble everywhere. If there came a day when this world could no longer stop him, it would be a huge disaster for the Wuji world. The island master of the Celestial Demon Island was an extremely powerful being, and even stood at the peak of this world. He had been protecting this world, and for the upcoming war, he had to be prepared. Therefore, it was extremely important to capture the Darkness Incarnation of the mysterious being, and then start studying and analyzing him. The Darkness Incarnation was too powerful. In the previous war, the evil demon clan and those powerful demon gods had brought a huge disaster to this world. However, it was unknown how this monster was born, but it seemed to have already begun enslaving the fiend celestials. All the powerful demon gods had to listen to his commands, and he could even create a monster like the great demon god of dark judgment. Therefore, this monster would be an unprecedented enemy in the Wuji world. The Darkness Incarnation was taken away by the celestial demon diagram. At this moment, Chu Linger had temporarily lost her enemy, and a ray of light shot out from her eyes. That was the eye of heavenly Tao, and it seemed to be able to see through everything. Even the eye of truth could not be as powerful and profound as this. She had already seen that in the depths of the formation. His senior sister Lin Fang was actually already in great danger, because beside her, there was actually an extremely handsome man. This person was not an evil demon, but a human. An extremely real human, and not a transformation of his appearance. Her eye of heavenly Tao could see that. However, this human was different from ordinary humans. His body was filled with all kinds of terrifying auras. It seemed to be endless darkness, but also seemed to be endless shadows. His existence seemed to be a huge threat to the heavenly Tao. At this moment, this man was devouring Lin Fang. Lin Fang was a powerful emperor master, but because of Li Yu's meddling, she was unable to wake up. And this man in front of her actually wanted to devour her. How dare you! At this time, Chu Linger was furious. She directly attacked, and a heavenly retribution force blasted out. However, at this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. Clearly, through the layers of great formations, he saw Chu Linger. Furthermore, he even smiled. Endless power began to rise at this moment. A terrifying shadow power actually negated the power of heavenly retribution. That was not his doing, but the terrifying defensive power. This defensive power was originally set up by Lin Fang so that she could cultivate in seclusion and peace, but at this time, it actually became something to protect the other party. What's more, the man inside seemed to have modified the defensive power, making the original method to get rid of him useless. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. Unless it was a direct impact from an Emperor Realm Master, it was impossible to break through this defensive barrier. Do you want to save her? Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Your heavenly retribution force can indeed restrain the devil and defeat him, but I'm not a devil. I'm a living creature of this world. Ha ha ha, heaven and earth are heartless. They won't destroy me just because I'm a bad person. His voice rang out. His calm voice was filled with incomparable confidence and complacency. This damn thing. Chu Linger knew that she could not delay any longer, because if she continued, Lin Fang's world would really be in danger. More importantly, if something happened to Lin Fang's world, it would affect the whole situation. Everyone on Heartless Island would probably die. After all, this guy in front of her was too powerful. His power was almost limitless. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. She was no match for him. Just as he said, the power of heavenly retribution did not help him. Moreover, the power of heavenly retribution would not stay on her at all times. As the terrifying devil was taken away by the celestial demon diagram that suddenly appeared, the power given to him by the heavenly way was constantly weakening. That was not a good thing. Heartless Island, it's really an interesting place. However, now that Heartless Fairy is not here, what ability do you have? So, you should obediently accept your fate and be devoured by me. The man spoke, his voice was so proud. He continued, everyone will die. Today it's you, and in the future it will be others. If you want to save your senior sister, why don't you save yourself first? After he finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared beside Chu Linger. In each hole, a demon king appeared. The evil demon king was comparable to a Tao master. At this time, 5 evil demon king appeared directly. 5 evil demon king, it should be enough for you to play with. I hope you can have fun. Of course, I also hope you can survive. He smiled evilly. He began to devour Lin Fang's power while watching the show. He was like a god who controlled everything. No matter what it was, it would be controlled by him. However, at this time, a sword shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The sword shadow fell, and it was as if a huge mountain came crashing down directly. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded. Then, an extremely terrifying wave of air rushed out directly. The huge wave of air was simply unimaginable. These demon kings had not really appeared, but they were immediately hit by the huge wave of air. 2 evil demon kings died directly just like that. In the terrifying huge explosion, a ray of light became more and more dazzling. The dazzling light was extremely dense. The aura released by the light was extremely sharp. It was because it was the most terrifying sword aura. As the sword aura disappeared, the terrifying defensive power began to collapse directly. Duanmulonghu. He is indeed a terrifying person. At this time, a man appeared in the sky. He was wearing a green robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Beside him was a long sword. The long sword was extremely dazzling and seemed to be extremely heavy. It condensed the power of 1,000 mountains. Duanmulonghu. It turned out that the man who was causing trouble here was Duanmulonghu. His gaze landed on the man. Only then did he sense a threat from him. More importantly, this guy knew about him. He narrowed his eyes. In this world, there were not many people who knew about him. Su Yan was not here. Su Yan is right. You are truly a venomous snake in the shadows, recklessly wreaking havoc. Such a person like you is truly disgusting, he said again. When the name Su Yan was mentioned, whether it was Chu Linger or Duanmulonghu, their expressions changed. At this time, Duanmulonghu said, Su Yan? So, you are Su Yan's friend? That fellow Su Yan is really like a lingering spirit. Even if he doesn't exist here, he still wants to bring me trouble. The corners of Duanmulonghu's mouth curled up. That fellow was truly his greatest enemy. Then, tell me, who are you? He asked. At this time, the man in the sky said, Me? My name is Zhang Zhe. You should know that a poisonous snake like you has a lot of things under your control. Duanmu Longhu's pupils shrank again. The sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe? Ha ha ha, it's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You actually broke through to the Emperor realm so quietly. How shocking. Duanmu Longhu said directly. The Emperor realm. At this time, Zhang Zhe was actually in the Emperor realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock everyone. The Taihang sword faction was one of the 10 great sects, but in the past, the Taihang sword faction was weak and almost fell out of the 10 great sects. It was Zhang Zhe who turned the tide and became a Dao master, increasing the strength of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, he was almost the youngest Dao master, and his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even those with high cultivation in the 10 great sects did not dare to fight with Zhang Zhe, so the Taihang sword faction was able to develop steadily. But now, Zhang Zhe had reached the Emperor realm. How long had it been? Huh, you are too polite. I should be the one saying that. Well, now, you can give up. Since I am here, I won't let you continue. As Zhang Zhe spoke, an extremely terrifying sword chi spread out. His sword chi was extremely sharp, as if each sword chi could cut through space. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of sword chi at this time, densely packed, almost able to completely cut through everything. Even the powerful Duanmu Longhu was extremely afraid at this time. However, he could not give up just like that. Devouring an emperor realm was not an opportunity that could come by at any time. This time, he had spent a lot of effort on this plan. Therefore, at this time, with a move of his mind, a huge shadow appeared directly, the divine god's shadow. As the shadow appeared, its terrifying aura rose directly to the sky. The densely packed sword chi was directly shattered by the divine god's shadow. Chapter 1211. Female Literature, Chapter 1209, Zhang Zhe, Duanmu, go and save your senior sister. Leave the matters here to me. Su Yan had told him that Duanmu Longhu was an extremely terrifying existence. Su Yan's strength had increased to a terrifying level. This made Zhang Zhe take his words even more seriously. However, he had secretly mobilized his power to search for Duanmu Longhu for a very long time, yet he was unable to find Duanmu Longhu. However, today, when he saw Duanmu Longhu, he immediately realized that Duanmu Longhu was Duanmu Longhu. Without any hesitation, he immediately confirmed it. Duanmu Longhu's strength was extremely strong. The shadow that he had summoned gave Zhang Zhe a huge amount of pressure. His sword aura was already extremely powerful. However, the power he summoned earlier was actually able to shatter it. All of the sword aura dissipated into nothingness. That was extremely terrifying. The Taixing God's sword trembled slightly, and an even more powerful might was emitted. At this moment, Chu Linger was directly heading toward the Grand Formation. Fortunately, when Zhang Zhe arrived earlier, he had killed 2 of the Demon King with a single strike. As for the other Demon King, it was also because of this that they were unable to struggle free. Thus, Chu Linger did not have any other concerns at this moment. She was able to unleash her power to her heart's content. At this moment, the aura in the sky was constantly evolving. It had simply reached an unimaginable level. However, it was not like before, where there was no gap at all. She was able to directly sneak in through the clash of power between the two of them. Furthermore, the power of the heavenly Tao had not completely left yet. As a heaven-blessed individual, she still possessed enormous power. At the very least, she could still use the power of the eye of the heavenly Tao directly. Humph, scram. How could Duanmu Longhu allow her to enter like this? To him, if he could devour this venerable monarch, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps he would be able to directly increase the distance between him and Su Yan. Su Yan had treated him as an old enemy. However, wasn't he the same? After the previous battle, he realized that he had not taken Su Yan seriously enough. Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. Although he did not use all of his trump cards in the previous battle, he knew that Su Yan was the same. This made him feel uncomfortable. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He felt that he should be in control of everything. It wasn't strange for those who had existed longer than him to be stronger than him. Moreover, he didn't care because he believed that after his resurrection, his strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In fact, he could even become the most powerful person in the world, trampling all the previous powerhouses under his feet. However, at this moment, Duan Mulonghu suddenly appeared. His strength was actually not inferior to his own. Furthermore, Su Yen, he was to Duan Mulonghu. It seemed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to grow, and the speed of his growth would be even faster than his own. This was truly unimaginable. Needless to say, his terrifying strength was even more frightening. Therefore, Su Yen was his old enemy. In order to surpass this old enemy and kill Su Yen, Duan Mulonghu naturally had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After not seeing Su Yen for so many years, Duan Mulonghu did not know how strong Su Yen had become. However, he was certain that Su Yan's strength would not be weak. Because of this, Lin Fang, who was at the Emperor realm, was extremely important to Duan Mulonghu. However, things were not going smoothly for Duan Mulonghu. Originally, according to his plan, he could have completed all of this effortlessly. Duan Mulonghu had bewitched Liu a long time ago and had been waiting for an opportunity all these years. Others might not know about Heartless Island, but Duan Mulonghu was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he knew about the existence of Heartless Island. When Liu told him that Heartless Fairy had disappeared, Duan Mulonghu immediately knew that his opportunity had come. Of course, in order to have this opportunity, he did not hesitate to join forces with the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan. In fact, the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan was so powerful that Duan Mulonghu was somewhat afraid of it. However, it was only fear. As for the so-called psychological burden, it was not at all. Duan Mulonghu knew very well that cruelty was the nature of this world. The evil demon lord wanted to invade the boundless world, but it was impossible for him to directly fight his way in at this stage. He could only use his methods to break down the power bit by bit. This required someone to help him from the inside. What Duan Mulonghu needed now was power to help him. Therefore, whether it was the shadow creatures or the evil demon lord, Duan Mulonghu did not reject them. Duan Mulonghu's idea was very simple. That was, when his strength reached the peak, these things were nothing to him. He could directly destroy them. Duan Mulonghu was that confident and that terrifying. When he saw Chu Linger come in directly, he naturally took action to stop her. However, at this time, Zhang Zhe also took action. You should be the one who should scram. He snorted coldly, and then a powerful force immediately suppressed her. A terrifying storm directly passed through at this time. Such a powerful force suddenly suppressed him, and his power was immediately dissolved by the sword Qi. Taihang Thousand Mountains, Myriad Sword Dao. Zhang Zhe's power moved, and the violent sword Qi turned into countless mountains and rivers. Then, it directly trapped the huge shadow of the deity within. At this time, his power began to be directly released. The most terrifying aura at this moment had become the most powerful storm power. Duan Mulonghu's footsteps moved forward step by step. At this time, his power was even more terrifying and unparalleled. A gaze fell straight down. Such a violent and terrifying aura turned into a barbaric attack. He wanted to stop Chu Linger from awakening Lin Fang. Lin Fang's strength was extremely powerful. To put it bluntly, even if he were to face Lin Fang at this time, he did not have much confidence that he could completely defeat her. Moreover, there was Zhang Zhe at this time. If Lin Fang woke up at this time, then his plan would fail. Unfortunately, at this time, how could Zhang Zhe let him have his way so easily? The power of the Taihang Divine Sword was fully activated. That violent and terrifying power was really powerful at this time. The sword blade was heavy, and its terrifying majesty was like a mountain. All the mighty power between heaven and earth was vividly displayed at this time. All the aura between heaven and earth was constantly condensing at this time. The battle between the two venerable sovereigns was naturally extremely terrifying. Although Zhang Zhe could not directly defeat him, it was still very easy for him to restrain him. In this way, the power was constantly changing, and directly gave Chu Linger a chance. At this time, Chu Linger finally came to a place not far from Lin Fang. At this time, Lin Fang was lying in a pure white lotus. Her power was protecting her. Naturally, an Emperor Realm Master's protective power would not be weak. Such a powerful aura made even Chu Linger feel frightened at this time. "Senior sister, I'm Linger. Please wake up now. We all need your help." She unleashed her own power, then turned this power into a line and directly charged towards it. At this time, she had to find a way to break the barrier and wake Lin Fang up. Of course, Lin Fang's power was too strong, so she could not do it overnight. She could only use her own power to slowly communicate and achieve the goal of dripping water to penetrate stone. At this time, his aura had become extremely powerful. At this time, the power between heaven and earth had undergone a huge change. The battle between Zhang Zhe and Duanmu Longhu was too intense, and the power of the sword Qi and the god's shadow's power were constantly clashing. The terrifying power was unimaginable at this time. Everything between heaven and earth began to change, and became the most direct and powerful terrifying power. Such an aura, if not for the fact that Heartless Island was extremely powerful, perhaps would have begun to collapse at this time. However, at this time, the power of the two people was still constantly clashing, and the extremely powerful power was constantly changing. All the light power between heaven and earth had sunk to the most terrifying level. Zhang Zhe gradually felt the pressure. Su Yan has always said that Duanmu Longhu is an extremely terrifying person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. With such strength, if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm, he would not be a match for his opponent at all. Moreover, at this time, he vaguely felt that his opponent was probably only a Dao master at this time, and had not become an Emperor realm at all. He had always been a genius, and when he was young, he had defeated many experts in the continent. Moreover, to him, fighting against opponents of a higher realm was like eating and drinking. However, at this time, he was directly suppressed by his opponent. This was really unimaginable, as his opponent's realm was lower than his. However, even in this situation, he did not panic. This was because he knew that no matter when, if his heart was in a mess, it would mean that he had failed. He was Zhang Zhe, and in the face of such a strong opponent, not only did he not shrink back, but he also became more and more courageous. His aura increased again, and it was as deep as the sea and as heavy as the abyss. "Zhang Zhe, I know that you are a legendary figure with great strength, and that you have led the Taihang sword faction to its current height. However, since you stopped me today, then the hatred between us has already been formed. Humph, in the future, I will definitely destroy the Taihang sword faction." Duanmu Longhu's ferocious power was limitless. As the saying goes, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, Zhang Zhe said, as the saying goes, life and death are predestined. If the Taihang sword faction is so inexperienced, then destruction is also its fate. You don't need to talk nonsense, just defeat me if you can. Chapter 12:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What kind of person was Zhang Zhe? How could he be scared off by a single sentence from the other party? No pop-up window. If that was the case, he would no longer be the faction leader. Moreover, he had seen all kinds of storms. If the Taihang sword faction was strong enough, they would not be afraid of any enemy. However, if the Taihang sword faction remained weak, it would be destroyed sooner or later. If that was the case, there was no point in him continuing to protect them. He might as well let them disappear in the long river of history. That would be a much more straightforward way. At this point, their strength had reached an extremely terrifying level, and their minds were even more powerful. They could basically ignore everything and put everything in their hearts. This was their true will. At this moment, his sword did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. The power of the light was unimaginable. It was like the sun rising in the sky. The Taihang sword was a divine sword. Under Zhang Zai's efforts, the divine spirit in the divine sword had begun to awaken. Once it was fully awakened, its power would increase by another level. Perhaps one day, it could even become a super divine sword like the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the power of the Taihang sword and Zhang Zai's cooperation was unimaginable. No matter how strong the divine spirit was, it could not gain any advantage over Zhang Zai. As he spoke, Zhang Zai charged forward again. He slashed his sword down viciously and collided with Duanmulonghu's power. Humph, Duanmulonghu, I know that you still have a lot of trump cards. Take them out. Otherwise, your plan will definitely fail today. Since he had already appeared here, he would not allow Duanmulonghu to succeed. Moreover, at this time, Chu Ling's call seemed to finally have an effect. Lin Fang's consciousness began to awaken. She was a venerable lord with terrifying power. The moment she fully awakened would be the moment he failed. Even if he was the Duanmulonghu, he would have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he would have to face the impact of the two of them. Duanmulonghu also felt this. He clearly knew that if he didn't break through Zhang Zai's defense and interrupt Chu Linger's call, then he would really lose today. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I was doing something else and didn't bring that thing over, even this Zhang Zai would have died here today. He was furious. However, at this time, he had no choice but to start thinking. What should he do now? Should he disregard everything, charge forward bravely, and then reveal his trump card, or should he just retreat at this time? After all, he did not have much time left. If he continued to persist, it would only make things worse. Taxing Tianqing. At this time, Zhang Zai's attack came again. The power of his sword was extremely strong. The terrifying pressure fell fiercely, and the light continued to attack, almost turning into a sword formation. The sword chi was already powerful, and now that it turned into a sword formation, it was even more terrifying. With such power, even Duanmulonghu had no choice but to retreat. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was extremely angry with Zhang Zai. This despicable guy. Forget it, I'll retreat today. Otherwise, when Lin Fang wakes up, my chances of winning are not high. Even if he defeated Zhang Zai, it was not possible for him to continue devouring power at this time. Humph, today's matter ends here. However, today is only the beginning. I, Duanmulonghu, will remember this. So, before I return, all of you should live well. Don't die so easily. His voice was so arrogant that it was as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. At this time, the chaos on Heartless Island was not over yet. The densely packed demons were still flying in the sky. His figure began to disappear gradually. However, just as he was leaving, his palms suddenly tore, and a huge door was opened. The moment this door appeared, an extremely terrifying and heavy aura appeared. Feeling such an aura, such a terrifying pressure, was simply unimaginable. This was not the power of this world. Such a dark and oppressive aura was definitely not from this world. In the sky, rays of light fell directly at this time. The change in power was even more terrifying at this time. At this time, the gaze also began to rise and change. Such rays of light kept flashing at this time. It was the most terrifying light in the world. Demons. There were countless demons. No wonder there was such a huge and heavy pressure at this time. It turned out that such a terrifying demon had appeared at this time. That terrifying power was boundless as it continued to rush through the sky. If all of these terrifying things appeared, how terrifying would it be? Huh, Zhang Zai, are you coming to kill me? Duanmulonghu chuckled. Then, he left calmly. This was because he knew that Zhang Zai would not come to kill him at this time, unless he wanted Heartless Island to be destroyed. At this time, he could only stop the opening of the demon door. If he could not do it, everything here would be completely drowned. Damn thing. At this time, Zhang Zai could only shout angrily. Chu Linger also noticed the changes in this place. However, Zhang Zai immediately shouted, don't bother about this place. Wake Lin Fang up. After saying that, his Taixing holy sword started to change. The sword, which was originally a few feet long, expanded by hundreds and thousands of times. Such a terrifying and violent power was displayed at this time. The most terrifying blade trembled slightly at this time. At this time, the terrifying ray of light had already descended. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. An endless amount of aura circulated continuously at this moment. Break for me, you filthy things. Zhang Zhe shouted angrily. This ray of sword light evolved into countless changes. After being slashed by this sword, the spatial door immediately started to distort and shake, as if it was going to disappear completely. However, at this time, the Demon Emperor, who was trapped by the Big Dipper sword formation, suddenly let out a sharp roar. The moment he roared, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the door that was about to close. That ray of light turned into pitch-black lightning and swept through everything. When the black lightning struck the seven-star sword formation, the 7 Tao masters and fairies of the Passionless Island all spat out blood. They all suffered heavy injuries at the same time. At this time, they naturally did not have the ability to stop this Demon Emperor. Awu! The Demon Emperor howled. He reached out his hand, and the Tao master closest to him was pierced by his power. Even though the Tao master's body was strong, he was still heavily injured at this time. At this time, the Demon Emperor was heading towards the door. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was about to close the door, he didn't allow it and wanted to open the door. The Demon Emperor's bones were filled with the aura of destruction. Even if it meant his own death, he would destroy everything in his path. This was the Demon Emperor, a Demon Emperor born for destruction. Perhaps at the start, the Demon Emperor wasn't so extreme. However, at this time, the Demon Emperor was like this. Because at this time, the most terrifying and terrifying Demon Emperor appeared. His thoughts were so extreme. In his understanding, everything in this world should be destroyed. Because only destruction was the source of his power. That mysterious and terrifying existence wanted to devour the power after the destruction of this world, and then strengthen himself. Everything about him was built on destruction. It was as if he was born to destroy everything. At this time, in the sky, the terrifying and terrifying clouds kept accumulating. The dense aura was unimaginable. At this time, the power in the sky started to descend. That demon gate started to flash with dark lightning. Impudent. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. That voice was extremely powerful and majestic. Her strength wasn't inferior to Zhang Zhe's. When this power appeared, all the power on Heartless Island was mobilized. It was as if the entire world was waking up. On Heartless Island, rays of radiance appeared. These radiances were like the stars in the sky. They were extremely dazzling and dazzling. The existence of these radiances almost lit up the entire world. Under that terrifying power, those powerful demons didn't even have the strength to struggle. They started to perish, or even die. Demons who dare to invade Heartless Island, death is your final destination. That voice was so cold and emotionless. The power that surged out of it was extremely powerful. It's senior sister. She finally woke up. Many people on the Heartless Island were pleasantly surprised when they heard the voice. Their senior sister Lin Fang had finally come back to life. Eldest senior sister Lin Fang was the strongest person after Fairy Heartless. She was a venerable sovereign, a veteran venerable sovereign. Her appearance could immediately turn the situation around. Evil and corrupt things, be destroyed. Heartless destruction. Her voice rang out again. Then, everything fell to the ground. This was her power. Hearing this voice, Zhang Zhe seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since you've woken up, there shouldn't be many problems here. I should leave. Chapter 12-13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As it turned out, Zhang Zhe was not here because he could predict Wan Wulonghu's appearance, but because of Lin Fang. Read the full text. No one knew that the Heartless Island's eldest senior sister, the strongest venerable Emperor Lin Fang, had a relationship. Moreover, it was a relationship between a younger and older sister. Back then, Lin Fang was carrying out a mission outside and coincidentally met him, Zhang Zhe. At that time, Zhang Zhe had just finished his battle. His opponent was an extremely terrifying killer from the Limitless Demon sect. Even with Zhang Zhe's strength, he was still severely injured. However, the most suitable person for him happened to meet Lin Fang. For some reason, Lin Fang, who was supposed to be emotionless, saved Zhang Zhe. The two of them spent a long time together, and even fell in love because of it. However, the two of them did not end up together in the end. Zhang Zhe did not have any thoughts of love at that time. At that time, he only wanted to become stronger and become the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction. He wanted to lead the Taihang sword faction to prosperity. Lin Fang was from the Heartless Island, so she naturally did not want to fall in love. However, perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The two of them did not want to fall in love, but in the end, they had a relationship and even developed feelings for each other. However, the two of them still got separated in the end. It was hard to say who was heartless, but what was done was done. However, it was also because of this that the two of them formed karma. Over the years, Zhang Zhe grew stronger and stronger, and he learned more and more things. He finally understood that the person who had feelings for him was actually from the Heartless Island. At first, it was not a big deal. He thought that at his current level, he had already forgotten and abandoned all feelings. The Great Tao was heartless. If he wanted to become the most powerful and terrifying person, he had to forget everything and devote himself to the way of the sword. However, today, he suddenly felt uneasy. He did not know where this uneasiness came from, but he knew that if he did not do something, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Finally, with the help of the Taihang Divine Sword and the treasures of the Taihang Sword faction, he made a divination and found that Lin Fang's life was in danger. Normally, he wouldn't be so worried, but at this moment, his heart could no longer remain calm. He knew that he could not let go of Lin Fang in the end. Hence, he had unleashed his greatest power and rushed towards her. No matter what, he would not let anyone hurt Lin Fang. This was the thought in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Fang would have really died today. This was the will of heaven. But now that Lin Fang had woken up, it was time for him to leave. He did not belong here. Since that was the case, it was better for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid any awkwardness. However, at this moment, Lin Fang's voice was heard. "You're leaving just like that?" The voice was cold, like the cold wind blowing from Bingshan. However, within this coldness, there seemed to be a trace of warmth. Zhang Zhe laughed bitterly. He felt that his heart was beating a little fast. Now that he thought about it, it was strange that a figure like him would have such emotions. He really didn't know what to say. "Yes, the matter has been settled. I should leave too," Zhang Zhe said. At this moment, Lin Fang continued to speak. "What's wrong, little guy? You don't even have the courage to look at me?" Such provocation was simply a joke. In the current Zhozhou continent, who had the right to call him a little guy? However, Zhang Zhe did not have any resistance when Lin Fang called him that. On the contrary, there were endless memories in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a matter of courage." He turned his head and suddenly sighed in his heart. Then, he said unexpectedly, "You're still so young, but I'm already old." Lin Fang's appearance had not changed at all. However, Zhang Zhe no longer looked like a young man. Instead, he looked like a thin middle-aged man. Wouldn't it be better if the old and the young were matched? At this moment, Lin Fang actually smiled. Her smile was so beautiful, like the snow lotus in Bingshan. This smile made Zhang Zhe's heart throb. However, at this moment, the Taihang Divine Sword hummed softly. The ripples in his heart were directly broken at this moment. His gaze turned cold, and then sword chi condensed. Taihang Divine Sword, landslide. It turned out that the Fiend Emperor was causing trouble. At this moment, he was still not dead. The appearance of the starlight gave him a huge pressure, but he was still not dead. At this moment, he still had the strength to fight. Therefore, at this moment, he directly erupted his strength. At this moment, he wanted to launch the most direct attack and completely destroy everything. However, for Zhang Zhe, this was simply a huge taboo. Right now, he was talking to Lin Fang. Although he felt that he had let go of his heart, when he truly faced her, he realized that he still missed that period of time so much. Perhaps the two's conversation was extremely short, and even the smile that appeared between them was just a moment. However, because of this, it was precious. However, this guy actually dared to do this at this moment. This was simply courting death. No matter what, he could not forgive this guy. At this moment, his strength appeared, transforming into rays of sword light. The violent sword light fiercely suppressed. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying sword chi directly rushed down, and then slashed at the Fiend Emperor's body. The Taihang divine sword was extremely sharp. In addition, at this moment, Zhang Zhe was angered. Such a sword directly cut the Fiend Emperor's extremely powerful body in half. Humph, disgusting thing, you still dare to act recklessly. The angry ones were not only Zhang Zhe, but Lin Fang as well. She gently grasped with her beautiful hand, and an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Around the Fiend Emperor's body, thorns immediately appeared. Then, the thorns exploded, and the Fiend Emperor died just like that. There was no luck to speak of. A Fiend Emperor was originally extremely powerful. However, at this moment, it was directly strangled to death, without even a chance to struggle. It could be seen how terrifying the combined strength of these two was. I really did not expect that the little guy from back then had actually become so powerful. Very good, Overlord. The current you is not inferior to me anymore. Lin Fang said playfully. At this moment, she did not seem to be an ice-cold goddess at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan and Zhang Zhe also directly took a step forward. This step directly broke through layers of space, and directly appeared in front of her. His gaze landed directly on Lin Fang's face. Hee hee, little. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly hugged Lin Fang. Lin Fang was an overlord. Even if Zhang Zhe was also a Dao sovereign, if Lin Fang was unwilling, Zhang Zhe would not be so close to her. The two of them looked at each other, and just their gazes alone seemed to be able to fill the entire world. However, at this moment, Lin Fang's smile gradually disappeared, and then the icy aura appeared again. The little bit of emotion just now disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of icy coldness. Zhang Zhe naturally felt the change in her, but at this moment, he did not care. Instead, he directly took an inch and wanted a mile, and then planted a kiss on her face. How dare you? Lin Fang's voice was already incomparably cold. This was because her heartless Tao was beginning to take effect. However, Zhang Zhe said indifferently, if you want to kill me, then do it. After all, I have already kissed you. What can you do to me? He was simply acting shamelessly. Lin Fang directly slapped out with her palm. The cold and terrifying palm imprint was like an iceberg. However, this palm imprint did not land on Zhang Zhe's body. At this moment, Zhang Zhe had already left. His figure disappeared completely, and completely disappeared. She smiled gently, and then said, "Humph, coward." However, there was no trace of blame in her words. Not only that, but she also seemed to be a little surprised. Then, she looked around Heartless Island. She showed such a childish attitude to Zhang Zhe, but not to these demons. Destruction. The truly powerful existence among the demons had completely disappeared, and the remaining ones could not withstand her power. At this time, all of them directly disappeared. At this time, she directly looked up at the sky, as if she wanted to see through the void and find her master. Master, do you see? Ling has already comprehended the will of the heavens. In the mysterious void, the Heartless Fairy's heartless domain was continuously being eroded. However, at this time, she did not feel any pain, nor did she feel any panic. Her aura had already stabilized, as if everything was nothing in her eyes. "Humph, how is it? You old demon, the Heartless Island is not something you can easily control." When the Heartless Island was facing such a crisis, she could actually feel it. Although she was completely trapped in this place, she was a saint sovereign, and could still sense the movements of her own nest. The terrifying demon did not make a sound, as if it had completely disappeared. Pilgrimage. Yes, at this time, Su Yan was more and more convinced of his own judgment. He could already feel that in the distance, there was a mysterious power awakening. This power was extremely powerful, and filled with a holy aura. Even he had been attracted by this power and had developed a desire for it. It was even more so for those demonic beasts. Since legend had it that this place was once the tomb of an expert, and was even called the God's Graveyard, then there must be something mysterious here. Chapter 12-14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tao Masters of the ancient sects had all entered this place at this time. There must be something extraordinary here. Otherwise, why would they be so crazy? Therefore, Su Yan firmly believed. Read the full text. At this time, Lu Wu and He Wenza, who were behind him, also felt the attraction. Greed and yearning flashed in their eyes from time to time. "Old Lu, what is this thing? Why do I have such a strong desire in my heart?" At this time, he could no longer restrain his inner desires. His desire for that mysterious and unfathomable thing had reached its peak. He only thought that if he could obtain that thing, his strength would definitely reach an extremely terrifying level. He Wenza was the same. "Young master, do you feel it?" He Wenza was smarter and calmer than Lu Wu. He knew that Su Yan was the most powerful person in this place. Even if that thing was right in front of them, it would be extremely difficult for them to obtain it. Unless Su Yan did not want it, they would not be able to obtain it at all. Su Yan said, "I don't know, but this thing seems to be useful to me." However, he then added, "But don't worry, as long as you follow me loyally, I can give you everything except that thing." After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and He Wenza immediately looked at each other. At this time, He Wenza asked again, "Young master, what is that thing?" Su Yan seemed to be in a good mood at this time. He said, "It's better that you don't know what I need, but I can tell you that the heavenly spirit grass is there." Heavenly spirit grass. Hearing these three words, the two people's eyes became extremely hot at the same time. According to legend, the heavenly spirit grass was a spiritual grass that was nurtured by heaven and earth. If it could be refined, it could improve one's soul and reach a new level. These two old men were still in the venerable realm. Although they were not weak, they were not worth mentioning compared to Tao Masters. Due to their low aptitude, it was impossible for them to reach the Tao Master realm. This was what they knew. However, as long as one was human, there would always be greed or desire. Although reality made them feel helpless, there was always a little bit of hope in their hearts. They hoped that they could break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. And this heavenly spirit grass was exactly what they needed. If they could obtain the heavenly spirit grass, then their strength would increase. Not only that, but their souls would also sublimate. The sublimation of the soul was even more difficult than the so-called rebirth. At that time, they might really be able to become Tao Masters. This gave them absolute hope. "Sir, you're saying that you can bestow us with the sky spirit grass?" Even at this point, they still couldn't believe it. At this time, Su Yan said, "Well, the sky spirit grass is not of much use to me. If I can get this, then I will give it to you. In addition, if my guess is right, then the key to our escape is there." Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. Now, only two words were left in their minds, and that was the sky spirit grass. If they could obtain the sky spirit grass, then their strength would definitely increase tremendously. However, at this point in time, they did not hear Su Yan clearly. What Su Yan said was if they could obtain it. This showed that it wasn't easy to obtain the sky spirit grass. However, since the two of them didn't notice, Su wouldn't remind them. How could it be so easy to obtain this thing? Not to mention other things, the terrifying monster horde might be their enemy. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was also thinking. There seemed to be something hidden under this road, so the monster horde wouldn't charge here. Although he was simply walking, his exalted power was constantly seeping into the ground. Although this world was extremely strange, it was much stranger than the 5 prefectures outside. Fortunately, the exalted power wasn't affected by this place. The powerful aura couldn't completely stop the exalted power. The exalted power was still able to seep into it, so it started to speculate. At this time, Su Yan discovered that there seemed to be an endless river below. Of course, the river wasn't just a river. Instead, it was an extremely terrifying and strange thing. It was an extremely powerful energy, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. The existence of this kind of thing was actually very unstable. If something went wrong, it would immediately explode. However, this thing seemed to be sealed now, so it wouldn't explode for a while. Furthermore, Su Yan discovered that this seemed to be only a small part of it. I want to see if the exalted power can directly devour this power. If it can, then my strength will increase greatly. At this time, his heart was full of desire. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Over 10 years had passed, and his cultivation base had increased a lot. However, he knew that while he was getting stronger, many people were also getting stronger. His own luck was very strong, and he had a huge advantage because he possessed the exalted power. However, deep down, he also knew that he wasn't the only one with good luck in this world. If he guessed correctly, Duan Wulonghu had also made great progress at this time. Since they were old enemies, then it was impossible for him to be left behind so easily. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy, so he couldn't relax in the slightest. Therefore, at this time, he attached great importance to this. To him, this trip to the Gate of God might be an opportunity for him to improve his strength tremendously. The discovery of this energy was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. At this time, he had already implanted the exalted power, hoping that he could gain something from it. Time passed little by little, and they were getting closer and closer to their target. After a while, they were shocked to find that the countless beasts were actually standing there quietly. Some of the demonic beasts were born to be extremely violent and bloodthirsty. However, at this time, they were surprisingly quiet, which was simply outrageous. They were like children quietly sitting there, waiting for their teacher to arrive. What are they waiting for? At this moment, Lu Wu finally could not help but ask. However, Su Yan did not answer, and even He Wenze did not say anything. Their gazes were fixed on the sky. Lu Wu could not help but raise his head as well. At this moment, he finally realized that there was an aurora flickering above his head. The aurora was so dazzling that it was simply dazzling. That little bit of power was even more powerful to the extreme. Every ray of light was filled with terrifying and powerful power. Even if their strengths were not sealed, and they were venerable ones, they would not be a match for this power. If this power landed on them, they would probably die right away. It was also at this moment that the power began to sway gently. Strands of power continued to linger, and in the end, it finally formed a huge pattern. It was a god statue. The god statue was incomparably huge. Its body was similar to a human's, but it was also completely different. This was because its head was not a human's head, nor was it a dragon's head. Instead, it was a terrifying head that had never been seen before. It had 4 pairs of arms, and each arm was so powerful that it contained unimaginable divine power. The appearance of the god statue made the monsters even more eager, and they did not dare to have any auras. "Young master, what should we do?" Lu Wu asked at this moment. Nevertheless, as soon as he spoke, a power directly entered his sea of consciousness. Under the suppression of this power, he almost instinctively knelt down. At this time, he felt so humble, and the god statue in front of him was so high and mighty as if it was born to be worshipped by all living beings. Even the monsters knelt down to thank the statue. Those that could not kneel down prostrated themselves on the ground. Among all of the living beings, there was still one person who was still standing. This person was Su Yan. Su Yan's aura was abundant. As the strong wind blew, it made him look even more resolute. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was mocking with contempt. At this moment, the god statue began to make a sound. This sound was definitely not any language, and it was not even the roar of a wild beast. However, this sound was so clear that it was as if every living being could understand its words. This is the sound of the Great Path. At this time, He Wenbin began to tremble. It was not out of pain, but out of awe. Originally, when he knelt, he was very hesitant and even unwilling to accept it. But at this moment, that kind of mood had completely disappeared. Like the monsters, he directly prostrated himself on the ground. The sound of the Great Path. Legend had it that the Great Path was the ultimate truth of the world. If one could understand the Great Path, they would be able to receive help from the Great Path, allowing their cultivation to quickly improve. Those extremely powerful and high and mighty existences were all able to make breakthroughs in their cultivation after comprehending the Great Path. They could even reach a heaven-defying level and directly become gods. It was as if the 3 dragon gods had passed down the Great Path of the heavenly dragon that belonged to them. However, the sound of the Great Path was so miraculous that even venerables and powerful existences who had stepped into the Tao Lord realm would not be able to hear it in their lifetime, let alone ordinary people. Only those who had reached the level of sacred venerables and were at the peak of sacred venerables, who were about to embark on a new path, could comprehend the Great Path. Only such people had the ability to express the Great Path. Chapter 12-15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If one could listen to the Great Tao, it would be of great help. Why were the people from the ancient sects so powerful? That was because there had been such people in their sects who could recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. After listening to the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, the cultivation of their disciples rose to an unimaginable level. That was the reason why the strength of the sect could increase rapidly. Of course, the Great Tao Heavenly Melody couldn't be passed down forever. After all, it was the law of heaven and earth. Normally, even if a sacred venerable or an existence above the sacred venerable were to recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody, those who had heard it couldn't hear too much. At this point, the Great Tao Heavenly Melody of the various sects had already disappeared. Their cultivation could only rely on the records of Taoist scriptures and books. However, these were only the insights of the writers. How could they be compared to the Great Tao Heavenly Melody? But now, this strange statue that suddenly appeared started to recite the Great Tao Heavenly Melody. This was simply a miracle. The sound continued, and each note was so precious that it made people want to worship it in their hearts. However, there was one person who didn't do so. That person was Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care about this at all. The Great Tao Heavenly Melody didn't even enter his ears. How dare you! At this moment, a furious roar exploded in his consciousness. Disrespect to the gods is unforgivable. You deserve to be punished. Kneel down now. The terrifying aura kept rolling at this moment, and a terrifying force came crashing down on him. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly appeared around Su Yan, and he persevered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to have become the heaven and earth of the world. Everything in this world was his enemy. The sandstorm was his enemy. The demonic beasts were his enemy. Even He Wenbin and Lu Wu were the same. In his consciousness, the terrifying statue appeared directly. The 8 arms of the statue were shining with light. Lightning, fire, ice, storm, earth, divine tree, light, and darkness. 8 arms, 8 forces came crashing down on Su Yan, as if wanting to kill Su Yan. Invading the consciousness? Hee, how interesting. At this moment, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the bright moon suddenly emitted a cold radiance. The cold radiance directly turned into a sword light. The sword light was like a huge crescent moon that swept across. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. That was not all. Such terrifying power rose up again at this moment. The extremely terrifying light condensed again, and then the green lotus appeared. Lotus flowers appeared one after another, wrapping around the idol. The power of God, there really is the power of God here. Su Yan was in disbelief at this time. At this time, he had already seen the essence of this statue. The statue was naturally not real, but it was the power of the gods. Legend had it that this place was once the graveyard of the gods. The gods had fallen here. Now, it seemed that the legend was somewhat credible. The reason why he was able to emit the great Tao heavenly melody was because the power itself was divine power. However, that was not true divine power, but the power condensed from the resentment of a god. He had already discovered that these existences were contributing their own powers when they were listening to the great Tao heavenly melody. That was their souls, and also their lives. They had gained, but they also had to pay. It was just that it was hard to say whether it was worth it to pay or to gain. In this world, it was impossible to gain everything for free. To put it bluntly, they were using their own powers to provide for the gods. These people were grateful to the gods, and even felt that they were very lucky to be able to hear the great Tao heavenly melody. However, in Su Yan's opinion, that was not the case at all. Those experts of the sects preached because they hoped that their sects would become stronger. That was why they did so. However, in reality, preaching the Tao was something that went against the harmony of the heavens. Cultivating the Tao was against the heavens, and preaching the Tao was even more against the heavens. It was also because of this that those existences who had heard of the great Tao would not casually impart the Tao. It was because they knew that if they did so, it was very likely that they would bring death upon themselves. Therefore, if it was not for the inheritance of the sect or a true great sage, how could they impart the great Tao heavenly melody? No matter where he was, no matter how great he was, it was impossible for him to do so. Su Yan had seen through this point, and naturally, he would not submit. Why would he worship? It was because he was moved by the thought in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to grow stronger, and that terrifying aura was even more so at this time. He felt Su Yan's disobedience and rebellion, so he was angry and wanted to kill Su Yan directly. At this time, his brilliance began to rise, and that terrifying power increased bit by bit. That violent aura had reached an unimaginable level. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. This guy seemed to have chosen the wrong battlefield. Of course, it was indeed the simplest thing to disintegrate a person with just one's consciousness. He could recite the great Tao heavenly melody, and even if it was a fake one, it could still show his strength. Such soul power was definitely terrifying. However, Su Yan's soul power was even stronger. When that terrifying power came straight down, Su Yan's power also suddenly erupted. That violent power rose directly at this time, and all the aura was completely suppressed at this time. In the sea of consciousness, the green lotus bright moon was much stronger than before. Such power was simply terrifying, and that power had reached the most terrifying aura. Everything about him was like this at this moment. Everything was like this. The world was changing, and the sun and moon were also rotating. However, in this sea of consciousness, Su Yan's bright moon green lotus was eternal. These two forces were constantly colliding, and the terrifying power was constantly colliding, creating the most terrifying brilliance. At the top of the sky, endless power was constantly appearing. That was the creation. All the aura was constantly condensing and changing at this time. At this time, his power had reached the most terrifying level. In an instant, the sea of consciousness was churning, and terrifying waves appeared. That was a terrifying power. At this time, the eight-armed demon god obviously did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fierce, and his counterattack was even more terrifying. Blasphemer, you will be punished. At this time, his thoughts directly attacked Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, God? He did not care at all. In the sea of consciousness, a sword shadow appeared. That was the supreme sword soul. At this moment, the sword soul surged, and the terrifying power reached an unimaginable level. Blasphemy? What's so great about gods? It's not the first time I blaspheme gods. Su Yan's words were so bold, and the fact was so. This was not the first time he blasphemed gods. He had survived the suppression of the two great gods, the Dragon of Destruction and the Eternal Dragon. Although it was not his own power, it was related to his own survival. So far, what he had experienced had long exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, at this time, how could he be afraid of gods? What's more, he clearly knew that these were not gods, but just a bunch of hypocritical existences. When his anger rose, when his strength was strong enough, these existences were all useless and could be directly killed by him. How dare a mere fake god be so presumptuous? His sword chi condensed again, and the most terrifying power had reached a violent and terrifying level. At this moment, he moved forward again, and the power had even reached an unimaginable level. The sea of consciousness was his world, and in his world, he would not be afraid of anyone. At this time, his power was stimulated again, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The violent pressure of the sea of consciousness, together with the supreme sword soul, directly suppressed him. Didn't you want to invade my sea of consciousness and make me your slave? At this time, the extremely powerful power directly burst out from Su Yan's body. At this time, he had already launched a counterattack. In fact, at the very beginning, he did not expect that guy to be so direct and directly throw his power in. However, since this guy did so, it was an unexpected surprise for him. In this way, he could directly devour the divine consciousness. That's right, Su Yan's thought at this time was to devour the divine consciousness directly. His power roared out bit by bit, and the terrifying aura was constantly surging. It was simply unimaginable. Such a sacred and violent aura was really endless. The power between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. The terror of the power was simply unimaginable. The sea of consciousness swept out, and immediately suppressed the eight-armed demon god. At this time, the eight-armed demon god immediately let out an extremely terrifying roar. His power was actually extremely terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan's strength in the outside world was affected by this space and was directly restrained. However, this was the sea of consciousness, and his original body was still preaching. Therefore, it was destined that not all of them had entered this place at this time. His power was constantly changing, and the terrifying light had become extremely pure. Mortal, if you do this again, I will communicate with my original body and kill you directly. His voice was so majestic that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, he seemed to be really angry and wanted to kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care at this time. How ridiculous. Since he had already made his move, he naturally knew what to do. Chapter 12:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This strand of divine sense was extremely rare for him. Divine sense was the foundation. If Su Yan's divine sense was captured, then everything about him might be known to others. Therefore, there were so many high and mighty existences who liked to break into people's knowledge sea and then devour it. In this way, not only could they strengthen themselves, but they could also obtain the information they wanted from the other party's knowledge sea. At this time, as long as Su Yan devoured the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he would be able to obtain a lot of information that he wanted to know. What was even rarer was that he would be able to understand what this place was like. After all, in this place, he was really too passive. He wanted to find Yun Wanqing, but he did not even know where she was. At this time, Su Yan's power began to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense little by little. His Taishang power was truly a miraculous power, capable of suppressing all of these things. Su Yan's will was constantly moving, and his aura began to rise at this time. Outside of his body, he was originally only at the spirit channeling realm, but at this time, his cultivation suddenly increased, and at this moment, it had reached a whole new level. As expected, the stronger my power is, the more it will improve me. What a wonderful feeling. The power of the Most Supreme was originally able to help Su Yan break free from the shackles of this world for a short time, allowing him to reach the power he wanted to achieve. However, the process was not so simple. But now, after beginning to nibble away at the 8-armed demon god's divine sense, he vaguely grasped a direction and saw hope. He clearly knew that if he could reach this step, then he could truly complete the transformation. Now, Su Yan was already a Tao Lord. He had gathered all his laws and made himself unprecedentedly strong. This kind of strength was almost heaven-defying. When he had just cultivated, he was able to face the Dragon King Bugadier directly. Although he might not be able to defeat him, at least he was not afraid of him. At this time, if his cultivation improved further, then he might be able to directly defeat the Dragon King Bugadier. Thinking about it, Su Yan would have had difficulty even breathing in front of the Dragon King. If it was not for the existence of the Godslayer sword, he would have died at that time. But at this moment, his strength was so terrifying. With the support of an extremely powerful force, his aura was even more boundless, as if he was an omnipotent god. Of course, Su Yan would not be enchanted by this power. After all, he knew that he still had many things that he was lacking, but no matter what, this was a good sign. Nevertheless, this was a good sign. As long as he kept was translation, he would be able translation as was translation his was what was his translation of. Was translation translation? Was is was translation translation was translation 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 was translation 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 was translation. Translation translation translation. Was translation but when he entered, he realized that Su Yan was actually a ferocious tiger. If he could, he would have let his main body react and kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, his will could not be transmitted. Unless his will was completely killed by Su Yan, he would only be able to find out when he lost contact with his own divine will. Otherwise, he would have no way of knowing. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him such a chance. The wonders of the most supreme power were displayed at this time. The power contained in the divine will had been completely extracted, including some laws and knowledge related to this place. At this time, the light in the sky was like a scorching sun. It was simply unbelievably bright. Such power was wavering little by little, and the boundless power was like a ray of light. His aura was rising little by little. Suddenly, Su Yan's aura disappeared, and he returned to the spirit channeling realm. At this time, Su Yan's gaze reappeared. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the real 8-armed demon god. So that's how it is. This is just a divine resentment. A divine resentment was the resentment of a divine spirit. After all, divine spirits were the greatest power in this world. Even if they died, they would not disappear. Their resentment was also an extremely terrifying existence. And in front of Su Yan was a divine resentment. The reason why he was teaching the heavenly voice and gathering so much power was because he wanted to condense his real body and be resurrected. Divine spirits were existences that surpassed holy venerables. They were also very special existences. They branded their mark in the world. As long as the world was not destroyed, the divine imprint would not disappear. Even if they died, the divine imprint would still leave them with a chance to live. They would either enter the cycle of reincarnation or appear as a divine resentment to find their true self. Once they could reappear, they would immediately become the most terrifying existence and return to this world. However, the divine spirits of this place had actually died a very long time ago. It could be as long as the era when the 5 counties were born. Although the information Su Yan had was incomplete, Su Yan could deduce that the existence of these fellows might be related to the extremely terrifying 5 kings. Regarding the 5 kings, it was really a mystery. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even this god was filled with hatred and fear towards the 5 sovereign kings that he had a vague impression of. To be able to make a divine spirit act this way. Su Yan had seen the strength of a living divine spirit. Wasn't the dragon god the same? The dragon god was able to kill him with just a bit of divine consciousness from the sacrifice. How terrifying would his strength be? When he was alive, how terrifying would his prestige be? Although Su Yan did not know the strength of this divine spirit, since they were able to obtain a divine position, it meant that even if their strength could not be compared to the dragon god, it would not be too far off. However, compared to the 5 kings, there was clearly a sense of powerlessness in his anger. To him, this was an unimaginable pain. According to this deduction, the strength of the 5 kings was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, at least until now, the 5 kings did not have the most fundamental conflict with him. Therefore, Su Yan did not bother about it at this moment. At this moment, his strength started to gather bit by bit. It's really the evil god. At this moment, he released a wave of energy. That energy directly enveloped Wenza and Lu Wu. At this moment, the two of them were still immersed in the shock of the great Tao heavenly melody. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as they could obtain this energy, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Therefore, they were naturally extremely grateful for this opportunity. They were even willing to exchange everything they had. However, at this moment, Su Yan's energy enveloped them and isolated the great Tao heavenly melody. What's going on? Why did the great Tao heavenly melody break? Lu Wu was immediately enraged. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and saw Su Yan. Wenza was the same. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about Su Yan's strength. Their first thought was that Su Yan had interrupted their opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, they directly soared into the sky and charged towards Su Yan fiercely. They wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan said directly, "Why? Are you still unwilling to wake up from your dream? It seems that I still need to help you guys." As he spoke, he gathered his power again. That was his divine thought. His divine thought was like a gale that directly swept through their minds. With just this, the two of them were already awake from their anger. Then, they realized their current situation. Just now, they clearly wanted to kill Su Yan. At the thought of this, their hearts were simply filled with fear and dread. How could this be? Why did we attack this malefic? At this moment, the fear of being dominated by Su Yan appeared again. At this time, they almost directly knelt down. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Well, put away your emotions. You were just controlled by the evil god's emotions. Don't blame yourself. In fact, this is nothing." Su Yan said extremely calmly. Moreover, his smile was also very gentle. "Young master, what did you say? Controlled by the evil god?" The evil god. Hearing these two words, the two people's voices trembled. Even if it was the evil god, it was still a god. The fear of a god directly appeared in their hearts. Su Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, that's not a real god. It's just the resentment of a god. Well, there's no need to say any more. I'm going to kill the 8-armed demon god. As for you guys, I want you to do something for me." Although Su Yan said it calmly, in their hearts, they still felt extreme fear. This young master of theirs, what exactly was he going to do? He was going to kill the evil god. But young master, our strength, maybe. At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. How could they be the evil god's opponent? Moreover, even if they were in perfect condition, they still wouldn't dare to attack the evil god. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Well, do you remember what I said before? The spirit realm is the law of this world. In other words, your cultivation is in the spirit realm. Then this evil god is also in the spirit realm." The two people were actually very suspicious of Su Yan's words. After all, the aura emitted by the 8-armed demon god was too terrifying. That powerful aura constantly attacked their souls. How could they believe in Su Yan? "Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want the sky spirit grass?" Su Yan asked again. This time, however, it was a bribe. Chapter 12:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When they heard the words Sky Spirit Grass and "leave this place," their eyes lit up. Feng Yun Reading Network, leave this place. How could they not want to leave this place? However, they had already lost their courage and were intimidated by the majesty of the evil god. "Master, tell us, what do you want us to do?" Wenza finally made up his mind and asked directly. Old he. Lu Wu was shocked. He felt that Wenza was crazy. If he wanted to help Su Yan, wouldn't that mean that they were going against the gods? No matter what, he wouldn't dare to do so. However, Wenza said, "I believe in Master's words. Old Lu, if you believe in me, then come with me. Think about it, if we can't leave this place for the rest of our lives, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody is real, what's the use of it?" Wenza was calm at this moment. His simple words made Lu Wu speechless. Yes, if they couldn't leave this place, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody was real, what could they do? Gradually, perhaps they would become existences like those demonic beasts, treating the evil god as a god and making pilgrimages to him every time. That was to be muddle-headed and lose themselves completely. What was the point of living like that? They were experts. They didn't want to stay here and be ignorant idiots. They wanted to leave this place and become existences that could dominate the world. If they couldn't be happy, then even if they left this place, they wouldn't be happy. At this moment, a force descended from the sky. It was the light released by the evil god. Obviously, the eight-armed demon god had discovered that something was wrong here. Not good, it's the evil god's force. Lu Wu was taken aback. But at this moment, Su Yan had already bolted up into the sky. Following which, a burst of energy burst forth, repelling this horrifying attack. Su Yan said, "Well, what's there to be afraid of? I've already said that I will deal with this guy." At this time, seeing Su Yan actually repelling this power, the two people's confidence in Su Yan rose again. Wenza said directly, "Tell us, young master, what do you want us to do?" Su Yan said, "It's very simple. Do what you want to do. Do you see the heavenly spirit grass? What you need to do is to pick the heavenly spirit grass. You can pick as many as you want." The two of them looked in the direction that Su Yan was pointing and saw that the heavenly spirit grass was exuding a luster. At this point, both of them were ready to make a move. That was the sky spirit grass that they had been longing for. All right. Wenza didn't waste any more words and headed straight ahead. In fact, between the two of them, Lu Wu was more impulsive. However, at this time, Lu Wu became timid. On the contrary, Wenza, who usually had a lot of worries, was so decisive. At this time, his power had reached its peak. Lu Wu saw Wenza acting like this and finally followed. In fact, many people were like this. In normal times, they were bold, but in the face of a real crisis, they were timid and didn't dare to move forward. Lu Wu was like this. Wenza was the opposite. Because he was very clear that at this time, he didn't have much of a way out. They could only trust Su Yan. If they didn't trust Su Yan, maybe they wouldn't be able to live. Even if they could live, they would be like walking corpses. He was very clear about his own strength. This was self-awareness. Since he was self-aware, he would put aside all his worries. Su Yan looked at Wenza's decisiveness and was surprised at first. However, he quickly smiled and said, "This old man is smart. Only smart people knew what to do at the right time." Since the two of them had already acted, he couldn't wait any longer. He headed straight for the demon god. At this moment, his speed had reached a terrifying level. He was almost like a ray of light. Didn't you want to kill me? Then here I come." At this time, he released his killing intent. When he released his killing intent, the monster horde was startled. The angry monster horde let out a roar. Although these monsters were just as Su Yan had predicted, equivalent to the spirit realm, such a large number of monsters was still very scary. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Taiji sword. In this place, Su Yan actually did not hesitate at all and directly took out one of his trump cards, the Taiji magic sword. The moment the divine sword was raised, it was born to kill. The sword chi swept across and a terrifying light fell. The monster horde at the front was directly killed. The sword chi swept out and directly killed a large number of monsters. Not even the corpses of the monsters killed by the divine sword were left behind. Su Yan's eyes flashed. As expected, he muttered to himself. At this time, he was muttering to himself. In fact, from the very beginning, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Although those demonic beasts were incomparably real, there was always a kind of indescribable feeling. They were clearly in front of him. So many demonic beasts passed by him, but Su Yan had a kind of feeling of nothingness. At this time, the power of the divine sword erupted. After the Taiji sword was destroyed, it returned to its origin. He immediately realized that the monsters were just the most basic source of power. If one had to describe them, they were actually similar to the heavenly resentment. When they listened to the great Tao of heaven's voice, they were offering their own source of power. The eight-armed demon god obviously knew this, which was why he acted like this at that time. The rolling aura was constantly changing at this time. Streaks of power manifested into an even more elusive power. When the monsters were killed, the power seemed to be falling into the earth. "Humph, don't even think about it," he said, and then activated his power again. That was the power of the Supreme. At this time, Su Yan had become a huge black D. The power that kept falling was directly devoured by him. "Humph, I want to snatch the source of power from you. I want to see what you can do to me." At this time, the eight-armed demon god finally couldn't wait any longer. "Destroy my spirit consciousness and snatch my food. Die." At this time, he directly pressed down with his palm. An extremely terrifying power fell directly. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. His power was rolling and unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be changing directly at this time. The most terrifying power began to condense to the extreme. In the face of the terrifying palm, Su Yan didn't dodge and directly went against the heavens. "Want to fight? Then come." His power directly swept out, and the most terrifying light flashed out at this moment. What kind of terrifying power was that? It seemed to suppress everything. That aura flickered boundlessly. Everything so terrifying moved at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything was completely obliterated. One hit. Boom, a terrifying sound was heard. Countless auras exploded, and the most terrifying power surged. In this one hit, countless monsters died directly. Su Yan's power of the Supreme was released again, directly plundering those powers. You can directly plunder vitality. The eight-armed demon god's eyes directly burst with the most terrifying light, and he seemed to be very surprised. He coveted these monsters that were transformed from vitality. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that he couldn't directly plunder, so he could only think of such a clumsy way. However, the guy in front of him was able to do it directly. "You're an outsider." His consciousness was released again, as if he was surprised by Su Yan's identity and origin. At this time, Su Yan said, "Haha, you're right. I am an outsider, but so what? What can you do to me?" Su Yan's words directly fell, and at this time, his aura was already rolling, and that most terrifying power at this time had reached the extreme. He leaped out and directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, the sky changed color, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. "Outsider, you will be the key to my change. You will never understand the true meaning of God." At this time, Su Yan said, "You finally can't hold it in anymore and want to show your true power?" At this time, his expression was indeed serious. After all, the power that was shown at this time was indeed extremely terrifying, and it made him feel a great threat. However, that was all there was to it. At this time, Su Yan's mind moved, and then a huge shadow appeared behind him. "God, my **s, you're just the resentment of a body. If even trash like you could be called a god, would have defied the heavens long ago." The shadow of the true demon. At this time, Su Yan finally no longer hid himself, and at this time, he directly released all of his power, and the real power directly burst out. The shadow of the true demon. The power of the highest was activated, and it directly offset the surrounding restrictive power. At this time, He Wenbin and Lu Wu finally arrived at the place where the sky spirit grass was planted, but at this time, they suddenly felt a huge movement behind them, and they instinctively turned around, only to see such an incredible scene. How is this possible? Young master, he. At this time, Lu Wu was so shocked that he could not speak. At this moment, He Wenbin said, as expected, this young master's strength is truly unimaginable. In this place, it seems to be a law for one's strength to reach the spirit realm, but he can directly break the law. He is even stronger than the young master of my sect. He Wenbin was a member of the Xianwei sect, and their young master was also an extremely terrifying task. Although the 4 heavenly kings of Tianji Elder did not have their young master, in the eyes of the Xianwei sect, it was completely the Tianji Elder who was old and senile. Their young master was a great figure, and his power was even more terrifying. Chapter 12:18. After all, Yi Kongxing's strength had always been extremely terrifying. However, how could the others be qualified to be compared with the young master? No pop-up window. But at this moment, he realized that he was really blind. I don't know if this young master is the one I guessed, He Wenzi said again. At this moment, Lu Wu asked, who are you talking about? He Wenzi said, didn't he say that he was Chang Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect? It's just that the most famous person in the Sound of Thunder sect is actually Zhang Daqian, who is also a powerful genius. However, he's definitely not Zhang Daqian. Now imagine that the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization are in cahoots. Can't you guess who this person might be? At this moment, Lu Wu finally reacted, are you saying that he's Su Yan, one of the future 4 heavenly kings of the human clan, Su Yan? Well, it's no longer important. I don't know if it's our fortune or misfortune to meet him. But now, it seems that the most important thing for us is the Sky Spirit Herb. He directly looked at the Sky Spirit Herb. Do you think he'll give us the Sky Spirit Herb? At this moment, Lu Wu's heart wavered again. He Wenbin said, there's no need to doubt. He just said that the Sky Spirit Herb is no longer important to him. I believe him. While speaking, he had already walked forward. But after a few steps, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. On the ground, a dark gray aura of forest suddenly appeared. The moment the aura appeared this time, an extremely terrifying force directly rushed towards them. Oh no, this mission is really not simple. At this moment, he was extremely surprised because such a strange thing appeared at this time. What's that? Lu Wu was also surprised. Just as he was surprised, the gray fog had already manifested into an 8-armed demon god. Of course, this 8-armed demon god was much smaller than the one fighting with Su Yan. It was only about the size of a child. 8-armed demon god, it's that evil god. Old Lu, you and I will join hands to kill him, but be careful. The battle between Su Yan and the evil god began once again. At this time, they had completely let go of their strength. Such a battle was simply unimaginable. The terrifying power almost directly rushed to the sky at this time. That terrifying radiance was even more unimaginable. This was a battle where all of his strength was unleashed. As I expected, the power of the divine resentment isn't too strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for it. The reason why Su Yan decided to make a move was not because he was reckless, but because he had already estimated the extent of this fellow's strength, which was why he made a move. The reason why he was able to deduce it was because of that strand of divine will. At this moment, his sword chi became even more powerful. The true demon's shadow blocked it head-on, while he continued to attack from different angles. As such, even the powerful 8-armed demon god could not gain the upper hand. At this moment, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. There was a look of realization in his eyes. I understand now. Evil god, you will definitely die today. At this time, his power erupted again. That terrifying power pressed down fiercely. That violent aura turned into a huge mountain and then directly pressed down. That boundless power was so strange and terrifying at this time. The aura between heaven and earth had become even stronger. He seemed to have grasped some key points. It was because of this that he was so confident in himself at this time. This time, I will definitely win. Extremely strong colors burst out in his eyes, because at this time, he had absolute confidence in himself. At this moment, his true demon shadow rushed towards his opponent without hesitation. Since he had a rough idea, he would definitely not lose. After the last time, the true demon shadow had evolved. During the battle with the eternal dragon, Su Yan directly integrated the finger bone of the great demon god lord into the true demon shadow, allowing the great demon god lord's consciousness to descend. Although the great demon god lord's consciousness had disappeared after the battle. However, the true demon's shadow seemed to have changed. Usually, no changes could be seen, but in fact, Su Yan knew that the true demon's shadow had undergone the most fundamental change. At this time, in the battle with the evil god, the true demon's shadow immediately displayed extremely terrifying strength. He even seemed to have an unimaginable desire for the eight-armed demon god. At this moment, that force slammed down fiercely. The raging power was constantly changing at this moment. Such a powerful force actually suppressed the eight-armed demon god in an instant. This was the world of the eight-armed demon god, but at this time, the eight-armed demon god did not have any advantage. Instead, he was directly suppressed. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have sensed an extremely familiar aura. Damn it, you really deserve to die. That kind of anger was extremely terrifying and intense. It was a kind of power that wanted to destroy everything. It was a crisis that wanted to completely destroy everything in this world. The terrifying aura was constantly attacking at this time. Such a power was indescribably terrifying and terrifying. At this time, the power was constantly changing, and the aura had reached an indescribable level. Between heaven and earth, everything had lost its color. The only thing that remained was the most terrifying radiance of heaven and earth. Su Yan's power was constantly moving at this time. The sword edge of his Taiji sword was constantly flashing. The sword edge was extremely powerful to begin with, and the sword light that was bursting out at this time was even more so. At this moment, Su Yan's power was already unimaginable. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that the pressure on him was increasing. The power of the highest is indeed not omnipotent. Although I can temporarily suppress this power, it seems that this is all I can do. I can't let my power continue to grow. At this time, Su Yan knew that there was not much time left for him to fight with his full strength. This was because at this time, there was already an extremely frightening pressure. After all, the rules of this world were as such. It was already very impressive that the power of the highest could be used as a shortcut. However, it was impossible for him to continue like this. Therefore, at this time, his power flickered, and the terrifying radiance changed at this time. Su Yan's power had become even more intense at this time, and the light was even more so at this time. His aura had begun to shrink. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have noticed the change in Su Yan. At this time, he began to laugh wildly. Outsider, although you can deceive this place, you can only succeed for a while. Now, it seems that you are going to reveal your true form. In this case, you are bound to lose. At this time, he was naturally full of confidence in himself. Su Yan's power was indeed terrifying. Whether it was him or the demonic shadow that appeared, both gave him great pressure. However, if the rules of heaven and earth could suppress Su Yan again, then Su Yan's power would not be able to compete with his. At this time, the victor would still be him. At that time, he would be able to directly take over Su Yan's body. He had already said before that Su Yan's body was very attractive to him. If he could succeed, then although he could not be resurrected immediately, he would have greater hope. For a person like him, the most frightening thing was that there was no hope. He had endless time. As the resentment of the gods, he would not die easily. However, if there was no hope and he was like this for the rest of his life, this was something that he could not bear. But now, he saw hope, and hope was right in front of him. The true demonic shadow once again blasted out with his blade. The terrifying blade directly exploded in the air. Su Yan used a sword, but the true demonic shadow's weapon was a long blade. The power of the blade's explosion was simply unimaginable. However, although the blade's power was strong, it could not kill the opponent in an instant. At this time, this existence was extremely terrifying. He seemed to have unimaginable vitality. Regardless of how terrifying Su Yan's sword chi was, it could not do anything to him. This was actually an extremely helpless matter. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have been depressed and dispirited at this time. However, Su Yan was not. He was clearly in an extremely dangerous situation, but he was not in a hurry at all. He slashed down with his sword as if none of this had anything to do with him. At this time, the eight-armed devil god was the more depressed one. Clearly, he was the one who had hopes of obtaining victory. But Su Yan's way of handling things made him scratch his head in confusion. Finally, his consciousness fell again. Human, you're about to lose, but you're not flustered at all. How interesting. Yes, in his opinion, Su Yan was about to lose. Therefore, Su Yan should be extremely flustered at this time, but Su Yan was not flustered at all. This kind of attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Yan said, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you flustered? If you think you're not my match, then just admit defeat. However, that's useless. I'm not afraid to tell you that I never thought of letting you live. This was indeed Su Yan's thought. The heavenly vengeance had to die. Only by dying would Su Yan have a chance to devour it directly and become even stronger. At this time, Su Yan clearly understood that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to disregard everything and use extraordinary methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to survive the great calamity.